Time. Thank you very much for that. To kick things off today, we have the Juneau Douglas High School Chamber Singers that are going to sing the Alaska Flag Song and the National Anthem. So please rise. Thank you very much. Well, welcome everybody to the Mid-Session Summit of Southeast Conference. We have a extremely packed couple of days. We're so glad that you are all here. I was remarking to Robert yesterday that when I first got involved with Southeast Conference, Mid-Session Summit seemed more just sort of like a mini annual conference, but it's not anymore. It's almost like a regular conference. All of this participation, all of the excitement, it really is the place to be. So thank you all very much for coming here today. Robert and staff have put together just a tremendous agenda for the next couple of days. They always do really great work. We have diverse and comprehensive speakers and panels, and you're going to hear from our main economic sectors. Unfortunately, it's not all good news, right? We're definitely having some major struggles with our fisheries. So we're definitely going to be talking about that over the next couple of days. This is hitting home for a number of communities, including Ketchikan with the sale of the Trident facility, also in Petersburg. But there's a lot of great stuff on the horizon as well for our region. We had a heck of a comeback year for tourism. So we'll definitely be hearing more about the outlook for that. And then, of course, we have the Transportation Symposium here on the third day. Again, thank you, Caitlin, for taking up that mantle with John Bowling. That I hope you all stick around for that. But rather than belabor all of this, I'd like to invite to the stage Wade Bryson, who is the Assembly Member for the City and Borough of Juneau, and also Richard Peterson, who is the President of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. Richard, thank you so much for allowing us to use this facility. As always, it really is state of the art and modern, and we really appreciate Tlingit and Haida's support of Southeast Conference.
Good morning. Good morning. It is so good to be here today. On behalf of Mayor Weldon and the rest of the Juneau Assembly, I'd like to welcome you to Southeast Alaska Conference. My name is Wade Bryson. I'm the Chair of Public Works and Facilities for Juneau, Alaska. I'm the de facto trash expert for the Assembly, and I'm recently the liaison to the Southeast Alaska Solid Waste Authority, which Juneau had not been a part of, and we'll see what we can do about that. As we welcome you to Juneau, whether you came on a boat or a plane, we would really like to thank you for risking travel during this winter time period. If you've been to Southeast Conference before, you know this is a great event to network and commiserate with your fellow municipal peers. We also have business, tribal, and government leaders will all be speaking with a focus on the Southeast region that we all know and love. You'll hear from state senators today and tomorrow from House representatives. Um, and we're also going to get to meet industry professionals from the different sectors over Southeast Alaska's economy. Getting real world, real time information on the state of the different industries that are operating here in Alaska. And I bet you a shiny nickel that every single person in here could give 2 cents on their personal economy. And I say personal because this stuff is personal to us. That has been the one thing that stands out as I've met other Southeast or other Alaska leaders, that it's so very personal. When something happens in our community, it happens to people that we know, to friends and family. When something happens in a Southeast Alaskan community, it happens to all of us because of the connections and the friends and the families that live in each of the different communities. Southeast Conference is the action of that connection. This is where we take all those neighborly connections and we come here and we act upon them for the good of all of Southeast Alaska. I would always tell my staff that there's no such thing as a shortcut. There's only best practices. So as you're here at Southeast Conference today, bring forward all of your problems, all of the challenges that are kind of similar for all of us. We're all facing the same things. So bring us your problems, but also bring your best practices. And together, as we put our minds together, we'll come up with solutions. And I do believe that the right solution is going to be a solution that works for all of Southeast Alaska. So again, I'd like to thank everybody for coming and gathering here on Tlingit land. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. And this is just a great way to help strengthen all Southeast Alaska communities. And the last thing I'd leave you with, I just ended doing a radio show, and I would end every show with, there are no such thing as problems, just solutions we've yet to discover. Good luck discovering as many solutions as you can. I'm Wade. I'm out of here. Have a great conference.
Good morning. Good to see all of you. Good chief hawa for being here. My name is Richard Peterson, and I'm the president of Tlingit and Haida. I want to recognize and thank the Aquan people for allowing us to conduct our business on their land. Welcome to Juneau. It's always really exciting to be at Southeast Conference. It's a powerhouse convening. I always look to Robert and with gratitude for what he puts together, his attitude towards partnership and sharing our cultural values of lift each other up. And that's what I think Southeast Conference can be, and it is lifting each other up to build healthy economies, healthy communities. And it's always been an honor. At one time, I served on the board for Southeast Conference when I still lived at home in Kisan. And it's exciting to have everybody come here to Juneau for this during this time, because you get to visit your elected officials, tell them what's working, what's not working. And I think it's important when you go to tell them what's not working that you also tell them what's working, because there are some things working. And government gets painted with a bad brush, and I think that's because of some of their behaviors, but the work that gets done is pretty important. And I want to take the time, you guys kind of just got here on the tail end of Snowmageddon Part 2. And I really want to recognize the city borough of Juneau for doing a pretty fantastic job. I think when we've seen our neighbors to the north and south central, I don't know if they even know how to turn on a snowplow, but they should come down to Juneau. We do. But they did a really fantastic job. We got just dumped on. In my 10 years living here, that was the most. And the city did a pretty fantastic job. I live in a good neighborhood where neighbors take care of each other. I'm looking to Steve, who lives right next door to me. But yeah, it's a good time to be from our community and feel that uplifting. And there's so much to, you can focus on the negative, but there's so much positive right now. And I think we saw last session, the Southeast by the numbers gave us a lot of hope. So anyhow, I think if you take advantage of these opportunities here at this convening, if you make those connections and build those partnerships, we can truly, really build a stronger and more viable Southeast. So going to Chief Hawa for being here. And I'll just stay up here because I think I'm next. Robert. All right. Is McHugh going to join me up here? Come, we hold each other up. Plus, look how good looking this guy is. He makes me look good.
Hype man.
Hype man or hype?
Hype.
Okay, because he's pretty
Yeah.
tall.
Let's go.
All right. Well, I think it's important. I don't know how to turn this on. I think I do. I do not.
Let's see. Someone running the computer. Next slide, please.
Well, we can go back one. I was just trying to figure out how to work that. I wanted McHugh to stand up here with me because we're really demonstrating right now what a lot of people don't believe is possible, that tribes and corporations can work together. And, we've had over just 50 years of corporation, and we're about 90 years as a federally recognized tribe, and we've collectively been here since the beginning. So it's incredible that it's taken us this long, but it's happened. We can work together, and we're doing, I think, pretty incredible things, and I'm excited about it, and excited to talk about tribes. I think you've all heard me over the years stand before you and say healthy tribes make healthy communities. And I think that it's starting to be really self-evident to others. And there's places where we still miss the mark and we screw up. But old friend and mentor, Stan Marsden, used to say, it's okay when you make a mistake, just sign your name to it. And that's something we do, and we learn and we carry on. So I've served as the president of Tlingit Haida for just finishing up my 10th year. And during that time, we've experienced just exponential growth. We've gone from 190 employees to over 600. Yeah. I think our annual budget when I came on board was about 24 million. Now it's about 94 million. So, and we're creating jobs and opportunity, and that's really what we want to be doing. As I said, the Southeast by the numbers, and I want to thank our friend Meilani for, that's always an amazing document and one that she has really been inclusive of our tribes, our municipalities, our corporations, really trying to get that full snapshot of Southeast Alaska. Because while we appreciate our tourism and some of the other industries, some of this work really is year-round, long-time, important jobs that are creating, I think, real life changes for people. And so we're excited to be a part of that. But it takes building strong partnerships. It takes being committed to having a long-term vision. You're not going to change anything here if you're just thinking about this year and next year. We got to be thinking 5, 10, 25 years in our planning. And that's hard to do, but it's something we're incredibly committed to. I don't know what's happening, but we lost now in the corner. So I was going to say next slide. There we go. One of the things I wanted to say is talk about how big Tlingit Haida and our businesses and what we're doing, just some of the mergers and acquisitions. And I want Will Ware, who's our Chief Development Officer, and his team to stand up and be recognized. Sherry's not standing because she just had an operation, but wave your cane. There you go. Just in the last few years, we bought the building right outside here. We bought 40410 across the street. We've bought Alaska Seafoods. There's a Haynes property that we've purchased. That's the one on the bottom left. Of course, the Driftwood Lodge, and I don't know where Mr. Landfield is. If he's here, he must be up on the hill. I want to thank him. He's brought a lot of attention to our purchase of the Driftwood Lodge. And, you know, they say even bad press is good press. So I think the headline was Tribe Turns Charming Hotel, or like destroys Charming Hotel or something. And how many of you have stayed at the Driftwood? Who would call it a charming hotel? Shut up, RJ. I think we're turning it into a charming hotel, but we, you know, we have big goals there to make sure that it is fixed up and nice, but I don't think it was fixed up and nice since they built it like 60 years ago. So I don't know. But we lean into those things. You're always going to have your detractors. And you know what? That's okay too, honestly. I think I've seen Mr. Landfield even out there protesting this year. Good on him. Keep bringing that attention to us. Because Juneau has a sense of humor. We have a sense of humor, but we're really building, and I'm really proud of the team there, and I make light of it. But, you know, we're really turning what we're buying into better. If you look across the streets right now, you see this building under construction. I don't think that building's seen a rehab since it was built. And we're putting a facelift on everything we buy. We're taking care of deferred maintenance on facilities, and we're building healthy and strong businesses and making sure that folks have something to depend on and know that they're getting a good, strong paycheck. But you want to go ahead, next slide. Just some of the enterprises that we have here in Juneau, some of them you love very much, and depending on how you feel about fireworks, you either really have some strong feelings about that as well. But, you know, these enterprises employ so many people, and they're bringing unrestricted funds. You know, every time I hear somebody who doesn't like what the tribe does, it's my tax dollars. Well, guess what? These aren't tax dollars. We're making real live income that's putting people to work, and we're using to reinvest in our community and invest in our community in a way we weren't allowed to, driven by grants and other funding. Next slide. So again, the Driftwood Lodge, I think, expect in the coming years a very different landscape there, but we're in the middle of developing what that's going to look like. We have what we call the Gathering Place in Haynes, and we're developing that. Next slide. I'm really proud of Southeast General Contractors. If you start driving out to the valley and right before you get to the old Juneau Empire and DIPAC, there's a building there with a glass column in the middle, and a lot of people often wonder what the heck is that building, and that's Southeast General Contractors. And these are just some of the projects that we've been working on, but I'm really proud of the bottom right is a transitional housing unit for recently incarcerated women. And we bought what was called the Haven House, was ran by a local nonprofit. And we bought it and quickly realized the house was, even though it had been gone through with it by an engineer, really needed to come down. So we've tore that down. We're building this brand new house that is going to be just a stunning addition, I think, to the community, and one that really helps uplift and help some of our most vulnerable folks who, quite honestly, some people don't like that we have transitional housing for recently incarcerated folks. And then we just say unto you, well, what kind of neighbors do you want? Because if we don't do something, I can tell you the ones you'll get. And so we're taking folks and giving them that, like I like to say, we're the hand up tribe, not the handout tribe. And we're really helping give them the foundation for a better second, maybe third chance at life, depending on who, but everybody deserves to be successful. So we're really excited about that. And next slide. Tidal Network's one I'm really excited about. We got a young man who helps install and put fiber and satellites in rural communities. But we got a $49 million NTIA TVCP grant. We also put 13 million of our own dollars in there, and we're helping be that last mile for many communities in getting broadband. And we're really excited. We've been out in communities like Pelican, and we're working in Wrangell and Sitka, and we really want to work with all of our communities in Southeast. So again, Will, wave your hand. If you see Will and you're interested in talking about Tidal Network, go visit with him. Next. And that's really what we're up to. We have some other bigger projects that we're not quite ready to announce, but I'm really excited about what the next step brings for not only Tlingit Haida, not only Juneau, but again, we want to work with our partner communities, our local tribes, and even as far as we've just opened a new office in Linwood, Washington, where I think we have about 27 employees there. We have 2 offices in Anchorage. And so we're really growing, but the focus will always be on home of Southeast Alaska. So, say it with me, healthy tribes make healthy communities. Schijvens and McHugh.
Man. I didn't prepare slides. I want to be brief. So we have a responsibility to work together and to collaborate. And that's what we're doing at Gold Belt. We're working with our tribal partners. We're working with our community partners. Gold Belt is a forever company. And that's a very strange concept. A lot of businesses have a life cycle. They stood up, they sell, maybe they merge, something happens, but there's a beginning and an end. There is no end for Gold Belt. So we have to make very smart decisions to allow that to occur. One thing that I'm super proud of is our ability to communicate and collaborate and build together. Gold Belt this year is our first budget where we have planned to receive 500 million in revenue. Now that's pretty significant, and that's a demonstrated a big period of growth for Gold Belt. Thank you. But the important part of that is not what we do to earn the money. It's how much we keep and what we do with that money. And so we focused a lot of effort to make sure that we have a strong margin and our net income is invested back into the community. You saw us invest in Eagle Crest. We're looking to do more of that. We're looking to invest in environmental improvement, the business environment, right? We want you to have the opportunity to succeed. We want our shareholders to have the opportunity to succeed. And if we can invest appropriately, we do well, we make money, our families have a future. They see Juneau and Southeast Alaska as a place where they can grow and live and achieve their goals. And that's critical. It's critical for our shareholders. It's critical for our tribal members. It's critical for you and your families. And so I want everyone to have a sense of urgency here because we can't wait. We can't sleep on this. You know, Brian had a good report that came out. I mean, the numbers aren't great. There's more 60 and up than there is 20 and younger in Juneau. That's a problem. It's a dying community. It's time to get on it. We have to make some change. And so we're committed to investing to make change. We're going to do it. We need your help too. We need basic transportation that's consistent and capable. How come we don't have a daily connection to the Continental Roadway? Let's do it. I love it. We talked about garbage. Wade, my man, team captain. Let's solve the garbage problem for the whole region. Why not? And let's use our partners. You know, we can build new garbage and then the cruise ship companies want to sell their garbage to us. Great, right? Like, let's do that. Let's take advantage of all of our opportunities to lift everybody up and solve regional problems. I'm really excited to be here. It's awesome to see so many friends and familiar faces. Thank you for letting me share the stage with you, President Peterson. I'm super excited for us to build a resilient, strong, and healthy community. Our region has a bright future. Thank you.
And we love our elders.
You know, I think, you know, ever since the pandemic, one of the things that I've so appreciated about working with the tribe and is just the heartbeat, and McHugh also, you know, mentioned that towards getting healthy families, younger folks into the region, bring them home, bring them in, make it home, whatever it takes. It's not just about the money. The money certainly helps make things go around, but it's about giving people hope, giving people opportunity. And I think that's one of the things that I think has been a common thread of what we've tried to do since our theme of the pandemic's just, you know, Southeast strong. You know, we were just surviving, and then we getting through it, and now we're looking to thrive. We'll see the agenda over, you know, throughout today and tomorrow. There's things we'll celebrate. There's things that we need to figure out how to sustain. There are other things that we need to do CPR on. And so we're going to have a quite a, I think, challenge to kind of frame the work that we do over the next few months until our gathering again in the fall to see how we're doing. And so appreciate everyone's participation on that. We did have a couple of, as you know, some days you wake up and your life just gets totally changed to the plan. So we've had two speakers that happen to, and so we appreciate and support them in their absence. Elena's one of those. She was going to speak next, and I just want to say something about Spruce Root because they are probably one of the better arms for acting on what you just heard our two leaders speak to, and that is the ability to take your dreams and make them into a reality. The technical support, the business development, the entrepreneurial boot camps that Spruce puts on, their roles as a CDFI to help finance some of those dreams, so many different ways that they are able to help make Southeast a much stronger and better place to live over the last decade. So I want to just give them a shout out. I don't think there's any, is there any staff from the Spruce Root here today? Okay, because I would certainly give you the opportunity to say something, even if you didn't want the microphone. But I'll sense her regrets for not being able to be here. But we have a strong partnership with them on a number of fronts, including the mariculture venture, which you'll hear a little bit about later on the conference as well. So we're going to which is good because even though Meilani may not go terribly over, the following panel is just so chock full of speakers and information that we will fill your day with lots of opportunities. So please welcome Meilani to the stage.
I am plugging in. Let's see if this works. All right. I'm plugged in. There we go. Fantastic. All right. So thank you so much for having me. So what we're going to do, what we do is we put out our annual report in September, and that's when we've got the full like in-depth year of data from the year before. And then what we're going to do now is just do some updates on that report. So you can get that report in the back. I think there's copies that you can get a hold of, and then we'll just do a update for February. So this is our gorgeous economy. This is what it looked like in 2022. We're not going to focus on 2022, but I couldn't delete this slide because, you know, that is a gorgeous economy right there. I'm just saying. So I'm not going to bury the lead. I'm just going to come right out with it. 2023 was actually a great year for the economy. There's bumps in the road, as people mentioned, but when we just look at the economy overall, we did really well. So that's a thanks to so many of you in the room that work so hard. So what we're going to do today, we're going to have 5 updates. 3 of them are going to be great. 2 of them are not going to be so great. I'm not going to go as far as Robert and say that they're on life support and need CPR, but we'll just call them not so great updates. So the first update is a really big one, and that is jobs are up and they are growing. When we look at 2023 compared to 2022, these are preliminary numbers, but it looks like we added 2% of jobs to our Southeast Alaska communities. That's an increase of nearly 900 new jobs in the region. So that's just a fantastic, wow, that is a bright green. It doesn't look like that on my screen. That's just gonna wake you right up. So where are these jobs? So they are in transportation, is where we had the largest job growth, followed by construction, tourism, healthcare, local government, professional business and financial services, and retail. We had a handful of job losses in tribal government. I just want to point out for the record that in 2022, tribal government was our fastest growing sector of any sector in Southeast Alaska. So this is actually represents a preliminary loss of 8 jobs, which is really just having a trouble filling some positions. So, and same with federal government, just a loss of 8 jobs. Our loss leader continues to be state government. They really like to be in that role at the bottom of our employment charts. So another 120 jobs lost there. And I know that this is our good news update, but I'm just going to do our quick state job slide. We have lost in the last 12 years, we've lost a quarter of all state jobs in Southeast Alaska. That represents 1,400 jobs in the last 12 years that have been lost because of the state. But really, when we look at the past 5 years, we had tremendous losses, of course, during COVID. But in 2019, 2021, 2022, and 2023, we saw job increases across Southeast Alaska. And we are looking towards more job increases as we look forward into 2024. So just in terms of putting some rounded numbers on this, this means that we lost about 6,000 jobs during the pandemic in 2020. 6,000, that's just a huge number. And that in 2021, 2022, and 2023, we gained back 5,000 jobs. So we've made a good comeback. And now I'm gonna show you my favorite slide of the whole thing. I know you're like, what is going on in this slide? But it's so exciting that I'm going to make you like suffer through this. So what it is it looks at every month since the pandemic started and compares it back to the number of jobs pre-pandemic in our last normal period. So it compares it back to 2019. So for 42 months in a row, we were below our 2019 numbers until we got to November and December of 2023. And in November and December of 2023, we're actually up jobs, up where we were in 2019 in November and December. So that means after 42 months, we have made a full recovery from the pandemic economy. So this is actually really, really an exciting slide. And let me zoom in. So in November, we had 100 more jobs than we had in November of 2019. And in December, we had 400 more jobs than we had in December of 2019. So I can stop doing this slide every presentation I give because we have finally reached the end of it. This is my other favorite slide. So this is, and that green is crazy. So There's this group called Wallet Hub, and they do all these comparisons across all the cities in the U.S. And what they decided is that in 2023, Juneau, Alaska had the #2 best job youth market in the United States, and that's for the 16 to 24-year-olds. And Juneau also was the #3 best place in all of the USA to get a summer job. And having kids in that age group and having their friends be also in that age group, I can tell you the hype is real. It is just really a great time to be young in Southeast Alaska. There's so many job opportunities. The jobs pay well. They're good jobs that provide, career pathways into year-round employment. And so it is really exciting and invigorating to see the youth of Southeast Alaska have so many opportunities. And so it is a really exciting thing. And I had to include this slide again in here. This is based on 2022 data, but it is a brand new data point. It just came out, the GDP of Southeast Alaska. The GDP is 4.8 billion for 2022, and that was a 15% increase over the year before. So our GDP is up and it is rising. Inflation is stabilized. This was a big story in 2022 and in 2021. We said, what is up with all these prices? The prices have not come down. That's not going to happen, but the inflation has come down, which means the prices are not going up anymore. And so this is, from a business perspective or a state perspective, anyone working in Southeast Alaska, we want to have a business environment that is stable and predictable, and we have overcome inflation. Our wages are going up to keep track with inflation, so that's been really good as well. Our wages haven't stagnated. We've seen really strong wage growth in Southeast Alaska to match the inflation growth that we had. All right, so now for my not so good news story. And this is that the population in Southeast Alaska is down. And if you haven't seen the news yet, I want you to brace yourself for this next slide. Oof. So in the last 2 years, we lost 1,600 people in Southeast Alaska, and that is a big number. And what that means is that we've pretty much erased all the population gains that we've made in the past 15 years. So we're down to pre sort of 2010 numbers when it comes to our population. In terms of population losses, in terms of numbers, of course, we lost the most from our largest communities. So we saw a nearly 700 person loss in Juneau, a nearly 500 person loss in Ketchikan, and nearly 200 person loss in Sitka. When we look at communities by percentage of losses, we see Skagway lost the most, followed by Haines and Ketchikan. But there is a good news story on this slide. Who here is from Prince of Wales? Prince of Wales. You're from, yeah. So Prince of Wales had a 41 person increase. So so going in the opposite direction. So good job, Prince of Wales. Keep doing whatever you're doing. So how do our population losses look when we compare it to the rest of the state? So we actually look a lot like sort of northern region and southwest region, a little bit like interior region. Alaska, the population is basically flat, but we see tremendous growth in the Gulf Coast and of course the Mat-Su. Southeast is at the very bottom, not by a lot, but at the very bottom in terms of percentage of losses. So what is going on? So I called up our state demographer and he said there's really 5 things that are happening right now. One is Southeast Alaska's have an older age structure than the rest of the state. There's a lot of reasons for that. I won't go into all the history, but on average, we're older. The number of kids are declining. The older we get on average, that lowers our overall fertility rate. So it means that we're having less children. And because of that, for the first time ever, the number of deaths in Southeast Alaska outweighed the number of births. So that's not the direction that we need to be going in. I think McHugh mentioned something about this as well. And also our negative outmigration ramped up in 2021. So what happened is we have this really huge supply of baby boomers. The pandemic ended up being this event that sort of made people feel like maybe it was time to retire. We've always had a certain percentage of people retiring leave the region. That's normal. They're leaving in the same percentages they always have. It's just that the numbers are so much bigger because we have this huge age cohort age cohort that is all sort of retiring at the same time. This is another way of looking at demographics. If we look at the past 23 years, we see that those in their prime working age have decreased by 7,500 people. So we have about the same number of people in the region, but we have 7,500 people fewer that are in that sort of prime working 19 to 59-year-olds. There's a lot of people that are still, 60 plus and working, but this is a changing demographic that we need to be paying attention to. Just looking at the past 10 years where we've lost people in that prime working category in Southeast Alaska altogether, it's been a 11% shift. In Wrangell, we've saw a loss of 25% of people in that prime age category, followed by Prince of Wales, Hoonah Angoon, Sitka, and Haines. And so just something to be thinking about and paying attention to. We also have really low unemployment in Southeast Alaska right now, which is so funny because for so long, all we really wanted was just really low unemployment. Now we have it and we're like, oh, there's some issues associated with this too. And what it means is that it's we're having trouble finding really good people to fill the open jobs. The unemployment rate in the middle of winter in Southeast Alaska is 4.5%. It's just about where it is in Alaska as a whole. In the US, it's even lower. So it's even harder to find workers in the US as a whole. And what this really means, this is a great quote from Dan Robinson that he told me. He said, so what this really means is that over the last year, there was an estimated 2 open jobs for every 1 person actively looking for a job in Southeast Alaska or Alaska. So when you're having trouble hiring people, that feeling is real. I want to go back to this slide and look at the other numbers. So it means that we have 5,700, nearly 6,000 fewer kids than we did 23 years ago. And we have 11,000 more people in their 60s and higher. So what we need to do, and McHugh mentioned this already, we need to really figure out how to get younger people to come to Southeast Alaska. We need to figure out how to attract and retain younger families. And we know how to do this. We've done the surveys. We've done the analysis. What younger people need, they need access to housing, to housing that they can afford. They need access to child care that they can afford. They need access to transportation that they can afford. We need to make sure that we're keeping up that high quality of recreation. So continuing to invest in places like Eagle Crest. We need to make sure the quality of life is really high here. We need to continue to lean into those activities for kids and quality K through 12 education. But so it seems easy. We know what to do. We just need to do it. But obviously housing is a tough one. I just wanted to throw up this statistic on housing, which sort of helps underscore why housing has been such a problem in Southeast Alaska. In 2000, and this is because we had so many kids in the households, the average person per household was 2.6, and in 2022 it's 2.3. And those sort of feel like the same number. It's like 2.5 people. But what it really means is that to house, just simple math, to house 70,000 people, we need 3,500 more housing units in 2024 than we did in 2000 to house the exact same number of people. So we need to really rethink housing, how we're doing housing. The Juneau Assembly last night, I listened in for a minute, and they're on exactly the right track. So people are doing it, but it's not going to be. We're going to really have to rethink our policies. None of these demographic changes are going to happen without us really leaning in and making sweeping policy changes and being really intentional about attracting and retaining young families into Southeast Alaska. Average value of a single family home. So if you look at the US and compare it to Alaska, the average value of a single family home, it's about $15,000 higher in Alaska than the US altogether. But in Juneau, it's $150,000 higher than in the average US. And we also see high numbers in Sitka and Ketchikan. Petersburg, Haines, and Wrangell do have a little bit more affordable housing options. All right, now we're going back to the good news. And that is that the economic outlook remains strong. So as we look forward, and this is a Department of Labor projection, as we look forward, we think that we're going to keep adding jobs in 2024. We're expecting to add 1.4% more jobs in 2024. That's going to be about 600 new jobs in Southeast Alaska. So that's great news. The continuing federal investment into Southeast Alaska has been huge and has been these slides has been really important. It's been more than $1 billion in federal investment, and it is really something that we can really look at and give a lot of credit to pulling us out of the pandemic economy and really putting us on a good path, a good economic pathway moving forward. So that federal investment has been really meaningful and critical and important in Southeast. When we, every spring, we do a business climate survey. We survey all of our business leaders here in Southeast Alaska. When we did it last spring, so this is the spring of 2023, we had our best business climate report ever since we started doing this survey in 2010. So there was just a lot of confidence in the business climate, and also moving forward, the business climate was even better, and that brings us to about now. And we see from the numbers that our business leaders were right. They tend to be right, which is why we do this business climate survey every year. And so we're going to be doing this survey again in the spring, and we'll be able to understand what our business leaders think moving forward. All right, I'm going to go do a sector by sector projection. I have got a little note for myself on this slide. It says the Alaska Department of Labor rules. their data rules, and they really do. I just want to give a shout out to the Alaska Department of Labor. It's a great team there. They put out really fantastic data. It's really valuable, so valuable for me every time I'm putting together. Oh no. Touch something. Okay. Hopefully that'll work. But it's really important for me when I'm putting together any of this. So just a shout out to Alaska Department of Labor and their amazing team there. So tourism, we grew tourism in 2023. We think we added about 225 jobs, and we expect to add another 200 jobs in 2024. In terms of healthcare, we added 160 jobs. And the reason that this is a really big deal is there is a national shortage of healthcare workers that is also a shortage in Alaska. So this means that in Southeast Alaska, we competed with the rest of the nation and the rest of Alaska in terms of being able to attract those healthcare workers here to Southeast Alaska. And that took a lot of work. That was not easy. So a huge kudos to all of our healthcare providers who really did that hard work and were able to effectively compete and bring 160, grow the healthcare sector by another 160 people. And we expect that growth to continue. So we're expecting a growth of another 200 healthcare workers in 2024. Government, we already talked about the fact that the state government is down by 130, or our state government is down, bringing our government numbers down. We are actually hoping to turn that around and add another 100 government jobs altogether in Southeast Alaska in 2024. Mining, we added about 12 mining jobs in 2023. 12, it sounds like a small number, but the fact that our mining sector pays absolutely the highest wages of any sector, it means that every single one of those jobs has an economic impact. So 12 is a good number. We will take it. And we're looking at being flat in 2024, but that just means that we're going to continue to be strong within our mining sector. So we like to see those numbers be maintained and be strong. Our construction sector, we added another 100 jobs in 2023. We've got our infrastructure bill on the ground, so those construction jobs we're doing quite well with them. Again, we're expecting to maintain that higher level of jobs and just be strong in our construction sector in 2024. Transportation, here was an area that we was really hard hit during the pandemic. We lost a lot of jobs there. And so we're really seeing those jobs come back. They came back really in a very strong way in 2023. We added 340 transportation jobs about that. And again, we're expecting that sector to be able to maintain that high level of strong jobs in 2024. We have our preliminary airline traffic numbers in. It looks like in terms of jet traffic, we're just about at the top that we've ever been. Where it's actually the fourth strongest year. We're almost identical to 2022, really similar to 2019, a little bit under 2018, but a really good year in terms of jet traffic. And I have good news. Our ferry traffic is up. So we added 12%. We had a 12% increase in overall ferry passengers in 2023, as we're still trying to get back to the 2019 levels. Seafood processing is the last sector I'm going to go through. We were flat in 2023, but we are expecting job decreases there in 2024. And this is where I'm going to go into our next update, which is one of those not so good updates, and that is our seafood sector is struggling. Actually, seafood had a great year in 2022. Let's just remember that before we get into the into the harder slides. It was our #1 private sector industry in 2022 in terms of total wages paid out. So seafood is just a really big critical part of the overall Southeast economy. We processed about $900 million worth of seafood processing we had here. It was a great year for seafood processing. Really nice to have that value happening here in Southeast Alaska. And it was our most valuable catch since 2017 and 2022. So it was a really good year. I don't have any of the economic data yet for 2023. That's not going to come out until this summer. So I've got the value per pound per species on the left, and then I just pulled a quote from a newspaper that said, well, so in August of 2023, Trident announced that a reduction, a significant reduction in the value, what they were going to pay for different types of salmon. And then an article came out the nearly 50% price drop from 2022 levels shocked the fleet. And like I said, we don't exactly know where those numbers are going to end up for Southeast Alaska. We know they're not going to be great. And we also know that the issues that caused the price drop are not expected to improve in 2024. So what are the seafood challenges? We had a global downturn in seafood demand. People stopped going to restaurants globally during the pandemic. And after the pandemic, that demand for seafood didn't return. It returned for salmon, but not for other types of seafood. So just the seafood sector globally is down. But we were still fishing while the demand was down. So we've developed, and we had some good fishing years. So we've developed a really significant inventory backlog. We've had salmon overfishing in Russia. Fishing in Russia is how the Russians wanted to pay for Ukraine. So they did excess fishing there. And there was this loophole at the time where the Russians could send their salmon to China, have it processed in China, and get it sent back to the United States, flooding the US market. That loophole has been closed. So anybody in this room that has worked on that, thank you. That I think that's a really big deal that loophole has been closed. But all of that contributed to a sort of a global crash of salmon prices. So this is something that we're just going to continue to watch moving forward. And then in Trident, in December, Trident announced plans to divest itself from the Southeast Alaska assets of Ketchikan and Petersburg. So we don't yet quite know what all this means for Southeast Alaska, for Ketchikan and for Petersburg, but we are going to continue tracking it. And then our other seafood challenge is that our trawler fleet has been targeted by lower 48 groups in terms of lawsuits. In terms of the 2024 salmon run forecast, the salmon, we are expecting the pink salmon harvest to be about average. About 19 million fish are expected to be caught in Southeast Alaska in the pink species. And our Chinook stocks are expected to be low again in 2024. All right, back to one of our good stories. And that is that tourism is strong and tourism is steady. So when we finally got the final numbers for 2023, we see that we had about 1.67 million cruise ship passengers came to Southeast Alaska. And what we see, when we look at 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, and then 2023, we saw lots of volatility in the tourism sector. This is the type of volatility that we expect sometimes from other sectors, but not from tourism. So really exciting news moving forward. We are expecting to have a really predictable, sustainable, known supply of cruise ship visitors that are going to come. The numbers are going to be high, but they're going to come at a predictable level over the next couple of years. So we are projecting that in 2024, we're going to have 1.64 million cruise ship passengers come to Southeast Alaska, and just about that same number in 2025. And what's happening is what we had is a very critical, and I would almost say historic, agreement between the city and borough of Juneau and the cruise agencies themselves. Decided that a 5 cap per day cruise ship cap in Juneau was a good idea. And so the Juneau, the city of Juneau, and the cruise line agencies got together and decided on that cap. And what that effectively is going to do, it's going to cap the number of cruise passengers coming into Juneau, but it's also going to sort of effectively cap the number of cruise passengers coming into the region as a whole. So we're going to have, we're going to be able to build those business plans based on a known number of cruise ship tourists coming in. It's going to allow people to make those sort of long-term hiring decisions and build up that good planning process and build those shore excursions to a known quantity of numbers that should be the same every year. So that's good news when we're looking at this from an economic point of view. We also, I remember, like 25 years ago, sitting around the table and saying, we've got this 3-month cruise ship, or we've got this 3-month tourism season. Now it's 7 months. So that also makes it easier to build businesses around and build processes around. So we're expecting the first cruise ship to come to Southeast Alaska on April 8th, 2024, and the last cruise ship to leave on October 26th. So in summary, the summary is 2023 was really a fantastic year for Southeast Alaska from an economic point of view. We are fully recovered. We have, after 42 months, we have finally fully recovered from the pandemic economy. Jobs are up, wages are up, the GDP is up, and inflation is down. Nearly every sector is growing except for the state. We've got more than $1 billion in federal funding that has really been a strong help, really helped us get out of that pandemic economy, and also really just put us on good footing moving forward. We've got a strong business climate. Tourism is thriving with stable numbers projected moving forward. We have the second best youth job market in the United States. However, population is down. We are going to need to become attractive if we need to become attractive to young families if we want a prosperous future. So we need to really continue to think about housing, childcare, recreation, and education. That we had the state job cuts, and the seafood sector is, of course, facing significant challenges moving forward into 2024 and beyond. And that is my presentation. If you just arrived for my presentation, it was supposed to start now, but you missed it. Thank you so much.
Since we're running a little bit ahead, we can take a question or two if there is one. Did you say $1 billion just into Southeast?
Yeah.
That's significant. Remember, during the pandemic, we said there's a lot of money out there. If we get our share, shame on us. We're going to do better than that. So I think $1 billion sounds like a good.
Excellent, as always, Meilani. Thank you so much. I'm wondering if you would care to ruminate on some of the housing policy changes that you think might be necessary or you think we might need to confront in the coming years as we think about that housing crisis issue.
So, yeah, I mean, I think a lot about housing. And so one thing that I saw the City Assembly in Juneau did last night was it moved forward in terms of helping support the construction of, I think, 48 efficiency units. And so, one thing that we have right now, we have a lot of single people that need to be housed, and we have a lot of sort of big houses. And so putting a single person in a big house is not really good for us. We need to figure out workforce housing, and that may be a single efficiency unit. It may be micro units. They're just looking at a way that we can sort of, especially in the summer, relieve that stress from housing. I was just in Sitka doing a housing project, and their summer housing is just crazy. There's so many people that need housing during the summer, and so what's happening is you have employers that are buying up housing during buying up housing so that they have that summer housing. And you have a lot of people taking their homes or their rental properties and putting them into Airbnb, which is like an acceptable thing to do. It's perfectly allowed. But so we need to have housing that can be sort of micro housing, micro units, so that we're able to relieve that stress of the huge cohort of people coming in the summer, and be able to not be trying to use our year-round housing to solve our summer housing issues. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to. Yeah.
Another question? And we're going to tackle some of those issues at the end of the day tomorrow. It's kind of the economic impacts that are kind of not on the staff's work, still looming out there. So we're going to have a lot more of these discussions throughout today and tomorrow. So, well, thank you, Meilani. All right, it was easy. So as our next panel comes forward, there's lots of seating up front here for those of you that are standing in the back. You're welcome to stand in the back, but there are plenty of seats here. So we've got some familiar faces, and we have some new faces on the panel this time around to talk about some of the natural resource activities and the operations and opportunities. So Okay, I think everyone's got their coffee cups filled. If not, exploding pins. Hush. Okay, we have the winner of the exploding pin trick. Excuse her for a few minutes. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know if Helge has made it in. Sometimes logistics or travel are delayed, but we get his seat warmed. So this panel just kind of grew and grew and grew. And so I'm kind of glad to have a little bit more, time for this panel. So what we're good. The yeah, everything else gets blamed on them. Why not? Why not? I don't think Scott's here yet anyway. All right. Welcome back and good morning. So we will go ahead and get started and kick off with kind of an overview of maybe am I supposed to hold it closer? Does that make it more impactful? I see at least the first two rows can hear me. Maybe the third row can hear me. Keith Perkins. Can Keith Perkins hear me? No, Keith Perkins. He's okay. There he is. Thank you, Keith. All right. So I really look forward to this panel every year to kind of get a ground truth of, where's the state going? Because it doesn't go very far without the resources of our resources. And it's good to know where those resources are. And so we have our statewide leaders of organizations that are involved with that. So it's always good to get that update. And sometimes we're not always as connected at this part of the state as what's happening in other parts of the state. So I just really appreciate the effort that they make to join us. And then Karen has not often sat on this panel. I think she actually was on some safari last year at this time. But then we have a special guest next to her that she will introduce. And then if Helge will slip in there next to Steve, and then Tessa, who we all know, and then Kati will give us a kind of the economic overview recap and pull it all together with what's happening statewide at the chamber. So Kara, take it away.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Kara Moriarty, and I work for the Alaska Oil and Gas Association. We are the statewide professional trade association for the oil and gas industry. I have like many of us on the panel here, our missions may seem simple and straightforward, but it doesn't mean they're always easy to accomplish. Our mission is to advocate for the long-term viability of the oil and gas industry for the benefit of Alaskans. And so very straightforward, sounds pretty easy, isn't always easy. I represent the majority of explorers, producers, refiners, and transporters of oil and gas in Alaska. I have a counterpart in Anchorage that represents the contracting community, and I'm going to share with you some data. Meilani just went through, death by numbers and death by PowerPoint. I'm just going to give you the death by numbers, no PowerPoint presentation. So I think we're all going to add to the statistics that she shared specifically as it relates to Southeast. So my industry was not part of her slides because we don't have any production or manufacturing of oil and gas in Southeast Alaska. But it doesn't mean that we don't have a tremendous impact on the Southeast community because of the government revenue that we pay and how that supports our state. So McKinley Research Group, I see, oh, look, she just showed up. Like, it was just like on time. And so we have been working with them for 20 years now. And about every 3 years, we update our economic report. And we shared with the legislature 2-3 weeks ago when we were here our economic data. And we're going to share that again next Tuesday at a lunch and learn. So the House members missed most of it because of activity that was happening on the floor that day. But you can tune in and hear all of this on Tuesday, next Tuesday. So I'm just going to give you a couple highlights. Currently, the industry employs, for my 15 member companies, otherwise known as the primary companies, we directly employ about 4,100 people. Of that, and $1 billion in wages. And we, our member companies have about an 83% Alaska hire rate. And so that's a very, it may sound small in number, but when you think about the amount of money that is spent with vendors, we spend over $4.6 billion with over 1,000 Alaska businesses. So the jobs that are created that way in the contractor workforce and the vendors that support us. And then we paid in 2022 about $4.5 billion to state and local governments. And in 2022, that was about 47% of all state revenue. Though that, of course, generates another set of jobs, both direct and indirect. All told, about 70,000 jobs can be attributed back to the oil and gas industry. So no other industry, and this is the McKinley Research Group's quote, no other industry has that level of economic generation. So, you know, we remain a significant source of jobs. We are a significant source of government revenue. We have the highest economic impact, and we have an amazing future right now. I was pleased to hear Robert seeing some of our social media ads talking about what our future looks like. Over the next 5 years, the industry is predicted to spend an additional $14 billion in new projects, mainly driven by the Pica project on state land and the Willow project on federal land. Those two projects are working today. They've hired thousands of construction jobs. My friend Steve Nerland, as a small business example, he has sold over 500 mattresses at Sleep Comfort by Nerland's to support the camps on the North Slope. So we're excited to be part of Alaska's future. I always love being in Southeast, especially when you don't have 3 feet of snow today. So with that, thanks, Robert, for the invitation, and I'll pass it on to my friend Deantha.
So, Kara, will the new oil development spur Nordstrom coming back to Anchorage? You don't have to answer that. But I did really like the Steve Nerland. I love hearing those small business examples. My name is Deantha Skibinski. I'm the executive director of the Alaska Miners Association. Thank you, Robert and Southeast Conference, for the invitation to all of us. I love coming to Southeast. It's nice to see so many familiar faces. If any of you tell this to my Fairbanks branch, I'm going to call you all stinking liars, but I much prefer coming to the Southeast community. So I really appreciate the invitation to be here today. The Alaska Miners Association, for those of you who aren't familiar, we are the umbrella association for mining that happens in Alaska. So the large operations, the large development projects, the exploration projects, down to the vendors and contractors that support our industry. Anyone that does business with the mining industry and supports the mining industry is the kind of ideal member you will find at AMA. We have 8 statewide branches, including 3 down here in Southeast at Haines, Juneau, and Ketchikan, Prince of Wales Island. And fun fact, President Peterson here helped us open that branch on Ketchikan, Prince of Wales Island in 2013. Does that sound right? We're too young for that. So, but love to have the presence down here. I love presenting with Kara, and you're going to hear us say the same thing on a lot of our issues for this entire panel. But where we differ is the great discussion that Kara just had about the revenues to the state of Alaska. The mining industry certainly pales in comparison to the revenues to the state of Alaska. We just don't contribute to the state to the level that the oil industry does for a whole multitude of reasons. But what we do that is very important for an organization like Southeast Conference is that we are really the oil industry of Alaska to the communities where we have operations. So in Juneau, we are the largest private sector employer here. So we really have that regional impact in the Northwest Arctic Borough where the Red Dog Mine is, completely transformational, and it is the economic foundation of that local government. So we are very, very proud and happy to be community partners in the local organized governments around the state where we have operations and projects. I just want to share one little anecdote that's fun, and then everything else we'll talk about in Q&A, I'm sure. On my flight down here last night, I was really buried in a project, and the man next to me kept asking me questions. And at first I was trying to get my work done, but then he kept talking to me about what's going on in the mining industry. He is a manager at Costco down here, and he started talking to me about how he toured Hecla Greens Creek Mine this summer. And he was like, I didn't know, I fly over it, I boat by it. I didn't even know there was a mine there. I didn't like mining until I went on that tour. I went on that tour because I supervised my daughter's field trip out there. And I had no idea that's what happened at a mine. I was completely impressed, and it has changed my entire outlook on mining and whether I want it in my community or not. And I was just filled with joy to hear that story, because that is the reality of the situation. And it is something we're really, really proud of. And we would like to grow the economics and the environmental performance we do, which I think we'll get. I don't know where Robert is, but I'm assuming we'll get into those numbers at the Q&A. So I'll pass it on to Leila. Thank you again for the invitation today.
All right, thank you, Deantha. My name is Leila Kimbrell. I'm the Executive Director for the Resource Development Council for Alaska. Like my two predecessors here on stage, we are a trade association, and we represent, we're a little more diverse. We represent the oil and gas, the mining, the fishing, the timber and forest products, and the tourism industries. So collectively, we've been around since 1975. We are member-driven. We're comprised of not just large industry, but also small business owners from all sectors of industry, as well as support industry. We represent labor and non-labor interests. We also have all 12 regional Alaska Native corporations as part of our members, as well as several village corporations and several smaller government entities around the state. So we really take a kind of more that 30,000 foot view of where our industries can impact our statewide economy. And when we think about that, I was just thinking about what Deantha said. We need to tell our story better. We all say it. We hear it a lot in these type of forums. And so thank you, Robert, for continuing to host us and allow us to be here. But that story that Deantha just told is something that, you know, I want to repeat. And because it helps us connect those dots. So where does RDC help connect the dots? Last year we were here, Robert asked us to kind of think about what our biggest challenges are, and my answer was external. And at the time we were facing several federal permitting challenges. It seemed like everything we were doing, we were being blocked at the federal level. I think this year I'm bringing it back to a more positive approach. We've recognized we have to look within ourselves, and I'm seeing a lot more partnering within the state, across regions, not just within regions, but across regions too. So we've got some great examples of some great stories of partnerships, and I think we need to continue that. Some of the data that I've got subject matter experts here on the stage, but one area that's not represented, but you will hear from the experts later this afternoon, is in the fishing sector. And, you know, in terms of our fishing industry, we know historically that's always been important to Southeast. Where I'm from on the Kenai Peninsula, as well as around the state, you know, the fishing industry boasts one of the largest private sector employers statewide and is our largest manufacturing sector. So when we experience challenges in one region of the state, it has ripple effects. And so we've seen a lot more conversations about how fishing in one community has that impact statewide, and we see more collaboration coming around together in that. So I think that that's where we can help be a conduit and a sharer of messages and information. And so again, thank you for having us, Robert.
Well, thank you, everyone. For the folks back there behind the screen, if you guys can pop up my PowerPoint, that'd be awesome. Thank you very much. My name is Karen Peterson, and I'm the biomass coordinator for Southeast Conference. I think I've been coming to these conferences, since the 1990s, and I've been working for Robert and with Robert since 2017. We've been working across the state to promote wood energy as a solution for trying to replace fossil fuels in our homes, since that is becoming a precious commodity and we need it more for the transportation sector than we need it to heat stationary buildings. In any case, I'm going to be giving you an update about what Southeast Conference is doing specifically here in Southeast Alaska. Next slide, please. So I've been coming to Southeast Conference for the last several years talking about our pellet project. We have been trying to identify a way to utilize sawmill residues, slash from timber and logging operations, and actually also municipal solid waste that can be chipped up, such as pallets and lumber that goes to landfills, instead of burning that in place. And we have identified some small-scale technology that might work across Alaska. And folks are reluctant to invest money in a lot of equipment if they don't know it works. So this is intended purely as a demonstration project, but it's a containerized pellet mill that's going to be located in Ketchikan. And we're going to be making pellets for the residential and commercial heating market. But we hope to grow this production to utilizing residuals from sawmills and logging operations as well. So we put money down yesterday on buying this mill, and it is slated to be arriving in Ketchikan sometime late this summer. So I'm pretty excited, mostly because Southeast Conference is going to be in Ketchikan this next year, and we'll have the annual meeting, and perhaps we can drag people over to the Gravina Island site to take a look at this. Next slide, please. And because we have issues in the region on creating the material that needs to go to a small-scale pellet mill, we've purchased a chipper. This is actually the grinder, the roto chopper that is owned by the Tok School District. But one of the things that the Tok School District does is, along with creating the chips that they need to put through their own biomass heat system that they've got at their school, they lease this piece of equipment out to other operators to use for their purposes. Some of the people that lease that chipper then go and provide chips to the Tok School or chips to other entities. We don't have an ability to make chips on landings and on site in a lot of locations in Southeast Alaska because no one owns a piece of equipment like that. That sucker costs a lot of money. And we're going to have to figure out how to buy one economically. But we hope to purchase that and have that here in Southeast Alaska sometime early this summer. We already have interested parties looking at wanting to lease this to make chips for their own purposes. So this is something that will be available to folks that are needing to either break down material on site, like at jobs or in timber operations, or wanting to make chips to provide for whatever market they want to. The guy that sells this tells me that this particular chipper can be retrofitted to dye those chips for mulch for landscaping, which is something I don't know that anybody in Southeast Alaska would want to do, but it's an interesting side note. Next slide, please. Robert and I have been working for the last several months on creating a biomass development opportunity zone for Prince of Wales Island. This is something that we are working with a company called EcoStrat back east to develop. It's like a AAA rating for a bank, or the rating that the state of Alaska gets for its financial situation. A BDO zone rating gives an area a rating for biomass opportunity. It's intended to attract businesses to the region to work in biomass areas. We don't have any BDOs in Alaska. In fact, this is pretty new. The first one ever was in Montana, which is where my friend Steve is from, but they're cropping up here and there across the United States now. This is just a little bit of information regarding BDOs, but you can also go to the BDO zone website and read more about other areas that are developing these zones. Something that we're just in the early phases, and we'll probably have information at the annual meeting about where we are with that. Next slide. And finally, we're looking at a Prince of Wales Integrated Forest Products Campus. And what exactly is that? I don't know. This is, we've been hearing from both Richard and other folks here at the table about partnership. And really in Alaska, that's what our strength is. We're able to leverage partnerships to do what any one of us individually can't do. And so we are looking to form a collaborative effort with a bunch of organizations to put together a Prince of Wales integrated forest products campus that will have the equipment available to lease or rent by entities that, again, can't afford to purchase all of that equipment independently. We don't know what it looks like, and we don't know where it will be. So if you have any thoughts or want to be part of this, please let me know. And last slide. Yeah, questions. I think we're going to go to questions at the end of this panel. That's correct. So it's my pleasure to introduce my friend Steve Belinda next. He is with the Mule Deer Foundation, although when I met him years ago, he was with the other organizations, and he's going to be talking about their initiative here in Southeast Alaska.
So many years ago, is that on? Yeah, there you go. So if you'd pull up my slides, please. So many years ago, I was in Congressman Young's office advocating for wildlife. As a habitat biologist, I really care about deer and critters. And, he slammed his cane. If you ever was in there, you know what that was made of. And he said, "You're just a dang another special interest group." And he was right. I was in there advocating for deer, but I wasn't bringing all the other things that special interest groups commonly bring to elected officials. I was looking for solutions, opportunities, and the ability to work with folks at local levels to produce good deer habitat. Because if we produce good deer habitat, guess what? We're going to produce deer. So again, can you bring up the slide deck for Belinda? Thank you. So why is the Mule Deer Foundation in Southeast Alaska? Well, in 1988, when the Mule Deer Foundation was founded, it included black-tailed deer. If you look at the scientific name for black-tailed deer and mule deer, they're identical. And then you add Skibinski at the back. So back up, please, back up. So this is why I'm here. Just with a quick show of hands, how many folks in this room hunt black-tailed deer to put meat on the table or for sport? Yeah, that's what I thought. A lot of folks do. We are not here to bring more hunters to Southeast Alaska. What we're here to do is produce more deer in Southeast Alaska. And how do you do that? You do that by improving habitat. Now, there are many, many factors that affect black-tailed deer populations, and I won't go into those. That's what the experts at Alaska Fish and Game and those of us that sit around the watering hole talk about on a regular basis. But I do know this: if you address habitat issues, you will improve deer. If you think about it, improving 0.1 deer per acre across 1 million acres produces a lot of deer. So next slide, please. So this is out of the 3 populations of black-tailed deer in Alaska, which is Kodiak Island, Kodiak and Alfognak Island, Prince William Sound, in Southeast Alaska. There's really one population that stands out. That's the Prince of Wales population. And guess what? They're not doing well. I work across all of the black-tailed deer and mule deer states and know all the populations. And the population on Prince of Wales Island has experienced the steepest decline in the last 10 years of any population of mule deer, black-tailed deer that we manage. So why is that? Well, we had a ton of harvest timber on Prince of Wales Island for a long time. And the succession patterns of that forest regrowing create habitat opportunities and then habitat challenges for black-tailed deer. As you can see from the numbers on there, there's a lot. There's hundreds of thousands of acres that have been treated that are now entering into what we call stem exclusion phase. Next slide, please. So if you haven't seen stem exclusion phase, this is a picture of what it looks like. You have small trees, tightly spaced, and really nothing underneath them. This is the second growth forest that has come up behind a lot of our cuts. This is not great for deer. Why? Because sunlight does not get to the ground. Next slide, please. So as you can see from looking up, in the plant world, they compete for nutrients and sunlight and water. So if all of your sunlight is being intercepted at the top of the canopy, that means the things that live on the ground don't have a chance to grow. Next slide, please. And then when you do treat it, you get into things like dealing with the slash. So the Mule Deer Foundation, we work in about 19 states right now. We've done a little bit of work through some funding in Southeast Alaska many years ago. But we look at this as opportunity. About a dozen years ago when I first came up and met Jim Karen's husband and Karen, they showed me around Prince of Wales Island, and I was pretty astonished at what I saw because I saw opportunity. I saw opportunity for us to use the product that's the byproduct of habitat work, which is a forest product. And if you look at this slide, that slash becomes an issue for quite a few years until the snow crunches it down, and then deer and other animals and plants can get up through it. Now, it also provides a benefit. It can create a nursery situation where plants can thrive underneath it and not get browsed or eaten while they're growing. But if you've ever tried to walk through that, it's really hard. And all of that material there, that slash, could be used as feedstock to what Karen was talking about, biomass and other opportunities. And we have hundreds of thousands of acres out there on Prince of Wales alone. So a light went off. Hey, maybe we can do habitat work for deer while be providing long-term feedstock and opportunity for biomass, providing jobs, and increasing local economic opportunities. The Mule Deer Foundation last year spent about $7 million of funding that we secured. We leveraged another 27 million. So we had about 5-to-1 opportunity. So how do we do that? Well, we started looking at the Stewardship End Results Contracting Authority, which is was created in the Farm Bill, and now it's a permanent law, and that gives us the opportunity to have up to 20-year agreements with the Forest Service. And when you look at the problems associated with labor, the infrastructure, and market capital to create opportunities to treat fuel like this, you have to have a long-term plan. Otherwise, you're not going to get investments. So what we've been able to do in many regions of the country is create up to 10-year and in some cases 20-year agreements that allow us to work with the Forest Service to provide a schedule of product that we can be pulling off of the forest while we're doing our habitat work. And then that can be going to mills, that can be employing people that run chainsaws, drive trucks, drive skidders, run chipping operations, et cetera. And so we look at this as not just a benefit to deer, but a benefit to the local economy. Next slide, please. So that's what it should look like. That is second growth that has been thinned. I think these aren't my slides, so I apologize if I got them wrong. But it should look like that. As you can see, as when lights get to the forest ground, there's a lot of plants. Those plants provide groceries for deer, habitat for other things. Next slide, please. Here's why this concerns us on Prince of Wales Island. These are the scenarios that are put out there for what's going to happen with the deer underneath different scenarios. Under all cases, the deer decline with traditional approach to handling habitat issues. Therefore, in the Mule Deer Foundation, in my personal opinion, is that we need to change the way we're doing business. And in some cases, some people have called this radical change. I don't use the term radical. I'd rather say drastic change or major change. And I think with what's going on the Tongass National Forest and other opportunities that are out there, that we can do this together. If you think back to before we logged the old growth, someone had to figure out how to do that economically and provide opportunities for economy, job growth, and everything else. I think we can do that with the second growth. We're not here advocating one way or another. We're just looking at this. We know we can do this for deer. We're probably going to have to do things a little bit differently than we've done in other places, but we could think we can do anywhere from, 1 to 5,000 acres and, at significant cost to the organization, we can be turning that money back to the local economy, producing more deer, providing more opportunity for those of you who raise the hand that hunt deer in Southeast Alaska, and then turning it around and providing more reinvesting. We've been fortunate, along with 5 other organizations in the country, to be tagged as one of the Forest Service's keystone partners. And that means they took the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act funding and created large agreements at the national level with Washington so that we can go out into the regions that we work in and eliminate some administrative overhead with working at the local level all the time and think larger scale. So we got committed $60 million from the Forest Service, and we've actually have quite more of that working through the channels. but there's $4.5 million that we have identified with the agency for Southeast Alaska out of the bipartisan infrastructure law. That is a start. Here's the problem. Because of the section of the law that it's in, section 40804, which is watershed restoration, it's tied up until Congress actually passes a full appropriations bill. And so underneath the continuing resolution, that money is not available to us. So if you have contacts with members of Congress, please tell them to pass an appropriations bill so that we can open this $4.5 million to Southeast Alaska. But we're already working with the agency and with partners, state agencies and others to identify the projects. We know we're going to have to prove this up. One of the things we're looking at is looking at places where people are hunting deer the most. Can we do something along the infrastructure that's already there, the roads, where we don't have to spend any money on road building? All we have to do is harvest off of existing infrastructure, clean it up, create more deer habitat, which is probably going to create more sight distance for hunters, and you'll probably see an increase in harvest. That's a byproduct, but ultimately our goal here is to reinvest in the habitat and create opportunities that many of you here in the room create in your businesses. And, you know, looking at it from away, we all then get the chance to hunt deer because they're doing well, fill our freezers, and have that spiritual renewal that comes with the opportunity to go out and do that every year. That's why I'm here. We also, for the first time, we have a staffer in the back of the room, Scott Leorna, and then we work with Karen's husband, Jim Bachtel, who is known to most people in the black-tailed deer world. We've been through fits and starts in Southeast Alaska for about a decade now. We think we've got our feet underneath us. We are going to make something happen. We'd like to make it happen with you, and we like to look at the opportunities throughout the entire Southeast portion, not just on Prince Wales Island. So next slide, please. Well, it was our contact information. So I guess that's an easy way to say don't contact me. But thank you. Thanks to Karen. Thanks to Robert. And hopefully I didn't bore you too much. Oh, there is, Karen did bring some magazines. We put out a quarterly magazine with mule deer. There's copies in the back if you want to know more of what we do. And also you can just go to muledeer.org and you can see all the great things that are doing. But we're looking to increase with the infrastructure law and the BIL about another 10 million a year on the ground. We want to make Alaska part of that.
Right. How about this?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. My name is Helge. I'm the director of the Division of Forestry and Fire Protection, and I work for the state, for the governor. And I'm also the Alaska State Forester. And in addition to deer, we are laser focused on timber. And that's in addition to fire protection, of course. That's my major one of the major tasks for me is to work towards a sustainable supply of young growth timber in the Southeast, high quality young growth timber, and ensure that there is a viable, thriving, sustainable timber industry in the Southeast, in fact, all of Alaska, basically forever. It's a renewable resource, and it should be a cornerstone of a continued diverse economy in the Southeast. And I should add as a side note, I've been here for a few years now, and what I like about the Southeast Conference, it's a really good documentation of how change is actually happening in the Southeast. We're not just talking about it sitting around the water hole. Karen and others have been working on biomass, and Robert has been talking for years about the pellet mill on Gravina Island and thinking about applying for a grant, and here we are. Things are actually happening, and that's really rewarding to me to see how these new ideas come up, the integrated forest products campus on Prince of Wales. Who knows, it may be a success, it may not, but people are trying, and I think that's incredibly rewarding, and I think it's characteristic of the Southeast. So we are working with the Mental Health Trust, and I should mention the Mental Health Trust. Jeff Hermans in particular is interested in a biomass heating facility at the high school in Ketchikan, and working with Karen and others to make that happen. And I think that's another example of how the state, working with partners, can in fact achieve these local solutions and be successful. So we are managing about 50,000 acres of state forests in the Southeast in scattered parcels. Mental Health Trust has about 60,000 acres. Between the two of us, we are charged with essentially maintaining a timber supply to keep the industry going until federal timber from Tongass National Forest comes online. And we have been talking about this for a few years now, Tessa and I and others. And I'm hopeful. I'm an eternal optimist. I think we have, or many of us have, heard about the latest federal initiative from the administration, the notice of intent to amend all of the land management plans for all the national forests to, and I quote, include consistent direction to conserve and steward existing and recruit future old-growth forest conditions across the national forest system. And what does that mean for sustainable young growth timber supply from the Tongass? Nobody really knows, but I think the November election will be illuminating, and we will find out what is going to happen to the Tongass. And again, I'm optimistic. We put in our comments to this initiative for the notice of intent for land management plan revisions. As some of you know, the Tongass National Forest is already working on revising their land management plan and updating it. And it's not clear how this will affect that effort. But we are prepared for essentially creating a basis for a long-term, perpetual, non-declining flow of sustainable timber to industry in the Southeast. And it may not be the same level that it was back in the glory days, but again, I'm an eternal optimist. I think that between Mental Health Trust, Division of Forestry and Fire Protection, and the Tongass National Forest, and other players, that we can in fact do that. We have several initiatives with the Forest Service, and I like to think that the Good Neighbor Authority is one of the more promising solutions going forward. It's certainly not the most efficient way to manage a timber estate. The red tape and paperwork is, shall we say, ambitious, but once you get it going, we have been able to get timber out of the woods and to the mill, and we'd like to continue that. And if that takes a lot of meetings, a lot of forms, a lot of applications, so be it. We will aim to make that happen. On our state forest, we have dedicated funding to do some pre-commercial thinning, and not just for deer, but for timber production. As many of you know, being foresters, there is a big difference in the quality of the timber going to the mill at harvest time if you're able to afford pre-commercial thinning and redistribute growth onto fewer, higher quality stems on the ground. So that's going to be one of our major efforts going forward. We have plans to allocate roughly $1.5 to $2 million to do that over the next 5 years. And again, setting ourselves up for a sustainable long-term supply of timber to the industry. It's not just large timber companies, although they are the established players. They are the major job creators in the region. They are our major customer. But there's also small operators trying to get established that do not yet have a mill but are working towards setting up an operation. And we are shifting gears to also support that client base. And we are looking at longer-term timber sales where a buyer can take a commitment from the state, take that to the bank, and get a loan for equipment and infrastructure and get started. As many of you know, there's a huge advantage in having a guaranteed raw material supply when you go to the bank and try to convince them to give you a loan. So that's part of our efforts. It's not just the quantity of timber, but it's the way that you put it on the market. We are working on solutions for low interest loans, kind of like the revolving fund agriculture loans. We are looking at hopefully reforming workers' comp. That's an ambitious effort, but I think there are ways of recognizing, as in other states, recognizing safety and good operators that have a track record of safety. So we are focused on that. We are focused on making the local lumber grading program a success. That was a bill that passed in the legislature last year, Senator Bjorkman. And we have now hired a forest product specialist at University of Alaska Fairbanks, Matt Labrentz, and he's a great guy. He's ambitious and he's energetic. He's updating the handbook. And we are getting the first class ready for a July start date. So if you want to sign up for the first local lumber getting class, the inaugural class of 2024, see me afterwards. We'll get you into the class. We are, not to steal Robert's thunder, but we are also continuing to work on House Bill 104, expedited timber sales. And Representative Kronk is spearheading that. And again, the effort is getting timber to market with a minimum of red tape and a minimum of delays. And the governor is right. We have an incredible amount of timber in Alaska. We have more timber than any other state in the nation. The challenge is, well, part of the challenge is getting to it. There's not always a road to it. And that's another one of our challenges. And one of the things we're working on is building new roads, creating road access. And that takes planning as well as funding, as well as equipment and staff. We are lucky in the sense that we are the Division of Forestry and Fire Protection. So a lot of the heavy equipment that's used to fight fire in the fire season can be put to good use creating roads outside of the fire season. And we have that competitive advantage, and we're taking full advantage of that. And lastly, I might mention the Haines State Forest, which has not to date been as active as the Southeast State Forest in producing timber sales, but we hope that will change. We have a fairly significant sale that has been sold and is in the process of securing access to transfer facilities. We have succeeded in that, as well as creating access 20 million board feet, we hope will be coming to market here fairly soon. And we are working with partners on rewriting the management plan and making it compatible with the carbon offset legislation to, again, open up possibilities for other new and non-traditional revenue generating opportunities in the Southeast. And it's quite conceivable that there might be a carbon offset project on the Haines State Forest. So we are making sure that we have the opportunity to do that. And again, this is implementing the governor's vision. He is very much focused on creating a legacy of a sustainable, significant forestry economic sector in the state. And we are fully behind that and putting all our efforts into making that happen. So with that, I'll hand it over to Tessa and let her talk more about timber.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tessa Axelson. I'm the Executive Director for the Alaska Forest Association. Mid-session summit is always about what are we thinking about what's happening in the legislature? What are our priorities as individual entities and then collectively? And we are more as a group than what we're doing here for work. So I need to begin today by saying that both of my sons have recently written letters to the governor, and they are really concerned about limitations on fireworks. I'm not sure what you all are talking about in your communities, but these are the things that my 9 and 11-year-old are worried about. And this is related, I promise, to the things I need to share with you today. If Helge is an eternal optimist, I am so proud to represent a membership across this state that must be eternal realists. That's what you're forced to be if you are a small business owner in the state of Alaska. And I think it's also what you have the privilege to be if you are any one of the entities or members or individuals that are here with me on this panel. We operate in incredibly complex environments that are dynamic, that require us to constantly be innovative. If you have the privilege to step onto an active oil site, an active mining operation, to a small business that's operating a mill, to any of the small businesses that Kati's organization has across the state, you're going to see individuals who are doing things that are complex and dynamic with a lot of challenges, and they do that while they provide the undergirding to the economies of many of our communities, and specifically in Southeast Alaska. I was born and raised in Southeast Alaska. I continue to be so proud to live in Southeast Alaska and raise my kiddos in Southeast Alaska. Our communities are a network, a fabric of lots of different inputs and different components, and that includes businesses, small businesses. The AFA was created in the early 60s. It's one of Alaska's longest standing industry associations. We used to say we were a timber industry association. What we say now is that we're a forest products industry association because things have changed for all of our industries. We have business that is done differently now than it was in the 1960s or the 1970s. Sometimes our detractors forget about that when they post pictures of what our businesses look like now. Things are changing in our industry also, and we are excited about some of those opportunities, but we also face some of the same challenges that we have faced for decades. One of Alaska's biggest challenges is that so little of our land is held in private ownership by the state or by others. The vast majority of land in Alaska is held by the federal government. And you can provide feedback to me later about whether you think that's good or bad. What I'm going to say is that for the vast majority of us here, it creates many challenges. And certainly for our membership and our industry, the most important issue for us, whether it's going to a bank, Matt Hagen is in the audience, you want to go to First Bank, you want to start a new logging venture. Bankers are also realists. They want to know, do you have a guaranteed supply that is coming to the business that you are proposing in order for us to provide financing to your business? Oh, you're operating in an environment where one piece of equipment will cost $1 to $8 million for you to purchase. We need to know about what the supply is in your industry. And unfortunately, supply continues to be a primary challenge. Without supply, The forest products industry in Alaska does not exist. And forest products is integrally part of a bunch of different things that we talk about. Karen mentioned biomass. We're really excited about the movement that Southeast Conference has made, which really started more than a decade ago when we were talking about amalgamated energy around the state and how we needed to move away from diesel and how we could look to alternative energy solutions, biomass where it made sense. Biomass doesn't exist without wood products. You need wood products for biomass. Biomass is also really exciting. The photos that were up are of Ketchikan. We have membership that is interested in engaging with Southeast Conference on the mill. The pictures from Toke, one of our members up in Toke, Joe Young with Young's Timber, is actively involved in providing biomass. The products that they provide are supporting the districts. They also support Tetland Village Council with products. They also produce a product that is used in place of traditional wood sources. It is substantially less expensive. It's easier to deliver. It provides access for elders and others in communities that need alternative sources of heat. That's all really exciting. You need a wood product to deliver that, though. We're talking about development that is really exciting with the division and with the state around a lumber grading bill. How exciting that the new class is starting in July, that we've hired someone who's passionate about that we have the potential to have small mill operators across Alaska producing a product that could be used for housing, which we all know is a primary concern in every one of our communities. That's exciting. Without supply to different components of the industry, though, you can't have products produced. You need to have supply. We continue to be challenged by the fact that the Forest Service, while it is, I recognize, doing many exciting things and partnerships and collaborations that are changing communities and providing opportunities, has failed to provide the timber in Southeast Alaska that is necessary for the industry. Recently, we provided a request to both Commissioner Boyle, to Frank Sherman, who's the forest supervisor on the Tongass, indicating it is critical that we move forward with expedited sales for timber. And it's critical because we face the reality that we've been talking about with you all for some time. There are 3 primary contract operators in Southeast Alaska that do timber operations. One of those operators is within 3 to 6 months of ending business entirely, leaving the state and being done after decades of operating. And that sounds dramatic, perhaps. Here's why it's real and it's not dramatic. That operator has 30 direct employees. Those employees are purchasing mortgages in local communities. They have students in local schools. Those jobs are directly related to the economies of local communities in Southeast Alaska. The operators also are purchasing all of those well-priced tickets that our friends in the back from Alaska Airlines offer to us every year. They're purchasing millions of dollars worth of fuel from local operators that provide fuel. They are purchasing millions of dollars worth of groceries from local stores or from Costco, for example, in the region. Those things matter. And it's important that Kara can give us the perspective of this is the amount of funding that comes to the state of Alaska from the oil industry. Another grade of that is what Deantha's entities provide to our state. And forest products are also part of that. Without this integrated system of all of us, we don't have functional economic development in our communities. We need small business. We need business interests to have economic development, and we're part of that. But without supply, that won't continue. One of the other reasons that it's really important is the expertise and experience operationally that all of our industries have matter to this state, and it should matter to all of us in our communities. If existing operators in the industry go away, you will lose decades of experience in operations that will not easily be brought back. And that's critical because everyone's talking about what a transition means, what young growth harvest is going to look like, how that will move forward in our communities. The primary operator that I'm referring to that may go out of business is one of the few entities that has equipment, tower logging, cable logging operations, and also knows how to do road building. If you and any of your communities recently have been trying to do small scale road building and you're looking for individuals who have the experience to do it, the workforce, and can do it within your cost, schedule, and scope of your projects, tell me who you got, because this is a really challenging place. And we're not talking about large scale DOT road development. We still need small operators and contractors to do road development. How are we going to build housing in our community without road development contractors? Our industry, the mining industry, we know how to do this really well. we do it environmentally smart, and we can do it really well from a cost perspective. But when we lose operators, we are not going to simply be able to bring contractors from the lower 48 up who understand how to do this work. And that should matter to us. The other piece of this is 70% of the transition to young growth in the Tongass will require the expertise of the existing timber operators in Southeast Alaska. Cable logging, 70% of what's going to be with young growth. We need our industries. We need to value them. We need to think about how they can transition, but we also need to recognize that without supply, we're going to lose critical components of our economies. So that's the reality. That's some of the bad news that we have to think about all the time. I, like Leila, am always reminded that there are good things too that we want to celebrate. So I want to just conclude really quickly before Kati does a wrap up of talking about what we're really happy about. We're really excited that our membership in AFA in the last 3 years has expanded pretty substantially to growth across the state. We have a significant number of new members in different parts of the state. Small mill operators in Tok do business very differently and need a different type of product and supply than what those on Prince of Wales Island do. And we are having the privilege of getting to talk with our legislators about what those differences are and what their needs are. We are also thinking about how we can benefit from developments like biomass, how we can think about in coordination with Division of Forestry about the timber grading bill and looking for expedited sales like what Representative Cronk is trying to do. Being really cognizant of what carbon credits can mean, both challenging and what those opportunities are for us. So we're really pleased about that. And then finally, I would just say we are constantly, like many of you, and I know like my colleagues here in front of the microphones, thinking about workforce development. I cannot underscore how much our industry and other industries are being challenged by workforce development. Reform to workers' comp. I'm interested to hear more about that. Workers' comp is a major issue for businesses across the state of Alaska. So I continue to be very proud to represent the folks who are working to be dynamic and innovative in really complex environments. There are always going to be external pressures in the state of Alaska if we're speaking about industry, because there's a lot of folks who think they know who Alaska is. They don't happen to live in our state or work in our state, and they have a lot of ideas about what we should be. And particularly for our industry, we need to be thinking about how we ensure we are the ones making decisions about our resources, our land management in the future.
That started off really depressing. I'm glad you ended on a positive note, Tessa. Good morning. My name is Kati Capozzi, and I proudly serve as the president and CEO of the Alaska Chamber of Commerce. The Alaska Chamber is the statewide business advocacy organization. We have members of all sizes across the entire state. A misconception I have to bust all the time is that people think of the Alaska Chamber as really only representing the big businesses across the state of Alaska. And that couldn't be farther from the truth. Actually, more than 60% of our members are small businesses with 50 or fewer employees. And we're not heavy on one industry. We have a very diverse membership. And so it's a blessing and a little bit of a curse too. I kind of have to be a jack of all trades, master of none sometimes. So I'm so appreciative for my colleagues at this table that I can lean on all the time when there's an issue that pops up that I need to understand quickly a little bit better. But really wonderful membership. And our mission is to promote a healthy business environment in the state of Alaska. So because this is the mid-session summit, I'll just quickly dive in and talk about a few of the things that we're working on. The number one priority for the Alaska Chamber is for there to be a sustainable fiscal plan in the state of Alaska. That has been our priority for more than 20 years. I suspect I will be blue in the face and dead before that priority ever changes. Maybe not. Perhaps I could be pleasantly surprised one day, but that is our top priority. I don't think I need to explain to anyone in this audience why. We need to have a stable investment climate in the state to continue to grow our businesses and attract new investment in the state of Alaska. So I want to dive into a couple of more narrow topics that might be of interest to you. Tessa talked about workforce. That is, I'd say, the number one thing that we're focused on at the Alaska Chamber right now. I don't have a single member. Well, that's not true, actually. Most of my members are dealing with workforce challenges across the board. We are competing for workforce, not just within our state, but across the country. We used to have some really cool, big, sexy projects where we could throw a lot of money at people and say, come to Alaska. and it's worth your time and money to come up. And that's not the case anymore. We are in massive competition with the rest of the country and honestly the rest of the world. One of the things the chamber is working specifically on is childcare. There are a couple of things when I was hired in April of 2019, if you told me I would have been working on at this level, I would have laughed in your face. Childcare is one of them. So were vaccines and masks. Thank God I'm not talking about that anymore. But childcare has become one of the top issues for my member companies. And it was obviously an issue during COVID. So I heard lots of it during COVID and many other issues too. But then this is one of those issues that has continued on and is becoming actually even worse. And so I sit on the child care task force that the governor created last spring. We just put forth a very robust set of recommendations in December. The good news is many of them are regulatory in nature and they're already in action. And we're looking forward to seeing what the governor puts forward soon on some of the other topics. And we are continuing our work. We actually have 6 more months of meetings. We're waiting on a couple of big studies, particularly the true cost of care study that I think will help guide the task force and hopefully make some healthy recommendations. I see Commissioner Munoz here who sits on the task force with me. I'm not sure if there are others in the room, but it has been an enlightening experience for sure. I knew nothing about childcare leading up to this task force. And so I'm proud to represent the business community and hope to see some really meaningful changes there. We have to see it. There are childcare centers closing all over the state almost every day. I just heard that Wasila's Head Start Center has announced a closure. So that's 50 kids that their parents are going to have to find childcare in order to go to work. So big issue, big problem, something that the state is not going to be able to solve on its own. This has to happen at every single level of government. Let's see, a couple other things that we are working on from a policy perspective. This is not related to session, but the chamber has recently taken a position of opposition to the ballot measure that we will be seeing probably in November. It's oftenly referred to as the minimum wage ballot measure. The actual title is the Alaska Labor Standards Act, I think. We will have more on that soon. Robert, I'm just going to ask for an invitation to speak in September, where we'll probably have a lot more, but I would encourage everyone to take a look at that and read it. It has a lot more to do than just minimum wage. So there are a couple other sections, particularly the required sick leave element that would apply to all employers, no matter how many employees you have. There are no exceptions for industries. And it's just a lot of red tape and confusing language, as often happens with ballot measures. So I will have more on that, I'm sure, soon. But the chamber did recently officially take a position of opposition on that. Listening to all my colleagues speak this morning, you know, Leila talked about how last year she talked about the external problems, and that was our biggest challenge. And I agree. I think everyone here recognizes the external challenges we have. Tessa talked a lot about that at the end, that a lot of people think they know how we should be running our businesses. They want to tell Alaskans how to do it. But something that we know through polling and through just talking among the different industry groups is we also have a really big problem with Alaskans understanding how our economy works. I think you all know we have a highly transitory population. So something, you know, that was really new to me when I jumped into a ballot measure discussion, I guess we could call it, about 5 or so years ago, is learning that we actually have to educate, I think it's something like 80,000 new Alaskans a year on just how the economy works, because that's how many new Alaskans are coming in. And so when you're talking about ballot measures or any other policy issue, a lot of times you're starting from scratch, and that costs money. And there's people who, you know, understand how the economy works in Southeast Alaska, but for example, had no idea until maybe they heard Kara this morning say that 47% of the state revenue comes from the oil and gas industry. And Deantha had the gentleman who sat next to her on the plane last night who didn't understand the impact the mine had to Juneau. So I am really proud and excited that the Alaska Chamber has partnered with the Department of Commerce. You may have heard of the Alaska Marketing Plan, the $5 million that the legislature allocated to the Department of Commerce to do marketing to show the world, but also Alaskans, that Alaska is a good place to do business, and here are the reasons why. So the Alaska Chamber got a very small portion of that $5 million, and our mission over the next several months is to help explain to Alaskans across the board what makes our economy work. Because we know, like I said, through polling, that many Alaskans have no idea, or they're just extremely hyper-focused on their area and don't understand how a mine in Northwest Alaska, for example, benefits shareholders across the state, or how oil and gas contributes to teachers being able to be hired in Southeast Alaska. So that's that's the bright news I'll end on. I'm really excited to be able to really just further the mission of the Alaska Chamber, and helping spread the word about what makes our economy tick and how we can continue to grow the economy. So I will end there, and I think we're ready for question and answers.
Great. Thank you so much. And, staying in that legislative theme, maybe the three of you representing statewide concerns, what are your top legislative hopes, expectations too hard, bills that you're tracking? What's maybe the top one or two that you all are tracking? And if you have a question out here, just raise your hand.
I'm it. Well, one of the themes I didn't mention earlier, but this segues into it nicely, is kind of as we're looking internally and looking at other partnerships where we can we're looking at other technology and opportunities to bring it local. So our timber partners touched on this earlier, the small lumber grading program and the expedited timber sales program. Ways of looking at what we can do with what we have, I think is important. Those were two bills that RDC has gone on record in support of. One has passed. Another area of technology which crosses multiple industries that RDC represents, and I think Kara can agree on this, is the carbon capture, utilization, and storage technology. That's a package of bills that the governor put forward last year. That is making its way through the legislature still, and we have heard a lot of interest, not just from the oil and gas industry, but some of our mining industry partners, and I'm sure there's a lot of other application for that technology that is kind of a win-win, if you will. So we're looking for opportunities like that and looking to work with our legislators to build those policies.
I would add, you're going to hear similar things from all of us that represent specific resource industries. We don't have any specific asks for the legislature right now in terms of this will help the mining industry grow. I think it's no secret that the majority of our challenges are on the federal level and not with what is a great state administration and legislature. There are a couple of things that really cover all of us on an umbrella level. We are also very, very interested in a long-term sustainable fiscal plan. You think all these years I'd be able to say that. But one of the things that we seek, Kati talked about workforce challenges, and that's very true across the board, particularly at the state agencies. We rely on very qualified, skilled expertise at the resource agencies that permit our mines and that continue to do oversight and compliance. And it is important that those jobs are retained and those good people are retained. So that is something that we follow very closely. And just one specific thing, this isn't really an ask. There are two bills in the legislature on the Senate side that's sponsored by Senator Merrick, and the House side sponsored by Representative Sadler, that is about elevating critical minerals. I'm not going to bore you with the details of that, but I will tell you that when there is discussion in the legislature about how we can prioritize critical minerals and elevate the discussion and send a message that we care, we want to have more minerals produced here in Alaska, that does send a very positive message to investors that are looking at where they are going to invest in mining projects across the world. And if there is a bill passed by a legislature that says we want more mining here, that is something that does bode very well across the global mining community in terms of that is a good place. We should go look there. We should see we should go look at their deposits and see if this is a place that we want to invest the hundreds of millions to billions of dollars to further a mining project. So that's a great thing. Kudos to those folks and the committees that have heard it. But other than that, we don't have any real asks. We just want to keep doing what we're doing.
I think for us, to further add to what Leila mentioned about the carbon capture, utilization, and storage bill, Helge mentioned there was a bill that passed last year to get into agreements for carbon credits with our partners in the forestry industry. However, the bill that's currently still under consideration on the utilization and storage, it's really interesting. Like a lot of things, the people who are against it are on polar opposites of the political spectrum. And the reality is, it is a tool that the state should develop the framework for to see if it's something that will work in Alaska. Other states are already ahead of us. They are doing it in North Dakota. They are doing it in Wyoming. Texas just passed the framework to start doing it there. Louisiana did. And so we have the opportunity to use old basins, maybe potentially in the Cook Inlet, to convert those platforms into storage facilities. And the technology works. And so it's working. And what the bill doesn't mean that it's automatically going to happen, but it sets the framework where it can happen and can be a tool in the toolbox. So we know it's a priority of the legislature. We know it's a priority of the governor, and it is something that we're supportive of. Secondly, I think, we have a lot of exciting opportunities in the oil and gas industry with the PICA project, with Willow. However, Alaska can't just rest on its laurels and rely on those two projects to maintain the long-term viability of our industry. Alaska has to make sure that we don't miss out on more opportunities. There is oil and gas to be had, and the world is going to continue to demand the products, and Alaska has those resources. So we need a competitive and stable fiscal environment to make sure that we can continue to attract those investments. We can't just stop trying to recruit investment. And to that end, I think what you're going to hear from the legislators later today and tomorrow, one of the issues from my industry that's going to dominate the conversation is around Cook Inlet energy. Just like we saw from the utilities, I found the slide, just shows I've been doing this job for a while because I was probably in the room in 2010 when they were giving this report. But about 12 years ago, the rail belt utilities said almost exactly what they're saying today. We do not have the natural gas under contract in a few years to meet the energy demands of the rail belt, unless there's more investment in Cook Inlet. The projection was by 2020, if there was no investment in Cook Inlet gas production was going to be down to 20 BCF, and the demand, it was 70 to 75 BCF. The reality is, investment came, the legislature created a structure to attract that investment. The investment came, and production today is still 70 to 75 BCF a day, and we didn't have that shortfall that was predicted. Now the utilities are saying something very similar, looking out to 2040 to 2041. And some contracts expire sooner. So, I don't know what the silver bullet's going to be to create that investment climate again. But I think it's important to remember that there is gas that remains in Cook Inlet to meet that demand. We just lack the investment to bring that to market. Cook Inlet's always been a challenging investment area. We've always had a separate tax structure, for example, in Cook Inlet than we've had on the North Slope for that reason. So tomorrow, there will be a panel conversation in Joint House and Senate Resources by the largest utility and the 3 gas suppliers in Cook Inlet. We've seen a couple bills introduced already by the House Energy Chair, Representative Rauscher. The governor has a bill. We know Representative McKay is interested in maybe introducing some concepts. So I think that's going to be the issue for our industry that's going to dominate this legislative session.
Great, thanks. We're going to take 2 quick questions before the break.
Thank you. Glenn Thompson from Ketchikan. I would like the panel to comment and or possibly offer solutions that you might come up with for the transboundary issue and how we balance the needs of fishing, timber, and mining.
I think that one's for me. So to capture your question, how to balance the multiple uses in the transboundary watershed? Is that, okay. So is there a general understanding of the transboundary watershed issue?
I think this room understands it.
Okay,
It's a
great.
Southeast issue.
Great. I would say, from a mining industry perspective, a lot of the mines that operate here in Alaska do operate on both sides of the border. We have operations in Canada as well. And for a long time, there has been an excellent working relationship between the state of Alaska and the provinces of British Columbia and the Yukon. The regulators, I know they met as recently as the week of January 24th. Because there was a convention in Vancouver. And I know that our DEC, Fish and Game, and DNR had specific representatives that met with the Canadian province governments to talk about those issues. At those meetings, they generally, I don't know if anyone is here from the state that participates in those, but my understanding from what they tell me is at those meetings, they talk about the standards on both sides and what they do to protect the environment and the water and the fisheries on both sides. And they have that great working relationship, and they continue to talk about what happens on both sides. I don't think the public narrative of Canada's mines polluting the waters is accurate. I don't believe, and I know that Fish and Game has done a number of tests on rivers that flow into Alaska that have mines on the other side of the border to monitor the fish species, et cetera. And those the monitor results have come back in the positive. But I think this is an issue that's all about communication and collaboration between the state and the province. And as long as that collaboration continues and the communication is two-sided, frankly, that's what we want to see in any permitting process. We want to see that here in Alaska as well. If you have a resource development project, you want to be sure that the regulators are communicating between industry and the state and the general public around it. And that's really what the permitting process is predicated upon.
Thank you.
Hi, Royal Hill, Central Council, Clinton and Haida. Just kind of got statement, oil industry, you do impact Southeast Alaska. I know several people who have jobs up on the slope, and they're posting on Facebook of frosted beards and eyelashes and eyebrows because of the nice cold weather we've had. Of course, the mining industry. I support the mining industry. That's a lot of jobs here in Southeast Alaska and contributions. And of course, older mines have a bad rap compared to the newer mines that are self-conscious of the environment stuff. And hopefully that keeps the trend on that one. And as far as the biomass, I have a pellet stove in my house and I love using that biofuel. So it's easy to pack a bag in, pour it in there. It lasts 2 days unless it's 0 degrees, and then it'll last a day, but still it's a lot cheaper than burning up your electricity. And just curious on the type of timber that would be used for the biomass, because I know hemlock has a greater moisture content. You'll split hemlock and that'll shoot out water.
We can talk offline. I can go on and on.
Oh no, I'm still going. I'm working my way down the line here. Well, this is why we should break in between each speaker. Now, I'll just end it there, though. We could talk offline, though. Thank you.
Well, that's a good note to conclude on. Get ready for our break. We're going to be back here at quarter till. So if the next panel wants to migrate this way, when you see them seated, you'll know that'll be the time I start chatting. Our break Claire.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marco Shear, Mr. Kelp is in the house. Good morning. My name is Scott Habberstad. I'm the Managing Director, Alaska Market for Alaska Airlines, and we're here to talk all things tourism right now. We've got a fantastic panel up here, but just to look back a little bit, tourism has evolved throughout Alaska significantly over the last, half a century. I remember growing up in Ketchikan, riding the school bus to elementary school, downtown past the Spruce Mill Dock, past the Totem Outlet Store, past Little Dipper, going on my way to school, and there would be one cruise ship out in the harbor a week. And it was when the Spruce Mill was going, fishing permits were prolific everywhere, seiners were going, gilders were going. It was a really nice balanced economy. I mean, today our economy continues to evolve and change, and tourism has played a huge role within the region to drive our economy. And here with me today, we've got a panel of folks that are here to tell you about where we've been, where we're going, and some opportunities coming down the pipe. First off, my good friend, longtime Alaska resident who doesn't live here anymore, gonna call her out, but she's always a part of us. Heather Haugland, senior consultant with McKinley Research, has done a fantastic research presentation on the economy here in Southeast and the things that drive it associated with guest reaction to tourism. She's going to give us a little bit of information on that, and I'll introduce the rest of the panel after that presentation.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Scott. Boy, you really busted me on my residency. I did live in Sitka and Juneau 13 years, but I am an expat in Bellingham now. I try to get up here as often as possible. McKinley Research Group, we've been studying Alaska's tourism industry now for 51 or so years. Myself, a part of that for 25 years. So happy to be here and share a few reports that we recently did for City and Borough of Juneau, 3 reports. So I am going to bombard you with data for the next few minutes. Brace yourselves. I do want to say that these slides an extended version of these slides will be provided on Southeast Conference's website. We only had time to just hit the highlights here, but if you want some extra information, the reports are on CBJ's website, and the extended version of the slides will be available on Southeast Conference's. We're going to talk about 3 reports. Could you do the next slide, please? So a little bit on methodology first. We surveyed this fall 517 households in Juneau. The data was weighted by age and neighborhood to reflect the population. The differences by neighborhood and age were just off by 3 or 4%, but we always want to make those adjustments because older people always are more likely to take a survey than younger people. And for example, the Valley residents are slightly less likely. So we just want to make sure that the data reflects the population. The second report I'll talk about is the Juneau Passenger Survey. So we did an intercept survey of over 500 cruise ship passengers July to September of this last season. We really were careful about our sample to be representative of all of the cruise ships. We did not include small cruise ships. That's those of less than 250 passengers for various reasons. But most importantly, those passengers, they represent 1% of the total market. They're really tricky because they're usually turning in Juneau. So they're getting off and getting on their boats, and they definitely don't want to be surveyed at that moment. They're busy getting to their hotels or the airport. We had done another study of those guys a few years ago, so they are accounted for in our economic impact study, which is the next one I'll talk about. So we calculated our spending for the tourism industry, cruise tourism industry passenger survey, as I just mentioned. We also did a survey of crew members to find out how much they're spending. And cruise lines, 5 cruise lines representing over 2/3 of the market provided their spending data. We extrapolated that to make sure we were accounting for all cruise lines. And we also did that previous small cruise ship study. We used Implan to make our calculations on the multiplier effects, and of course had a lot of other sources. So moving on to the next slide. On the resident survey, our sort of number one question that we always kick off this survey with is, do you feel the visitor industry has an overall positive impact, negative impact, both negative and positive impacts, or no impact at all on your household? And the most popular response was nearly half, both positive and negative impacts at 46%, followed by about 1/3 of folks, positive impact, 11% saying negative impact, and 11% saying no impact at all. Those folks who said both positive and negative impacts were asked, do you feel the positive impacts outweigh the negative or the negative outweigh the positive? And the majority, or not majority, the most popular response was that the positive outweighs the negative at 38%. About a quarter said negative outweighs the positive. So that's kind of our main question that has stayed the same. We've been doing this survey since 1992 or 96, I believe. So over a long period of time, and just most recently over the last 3 years, this question has stayed exactly the same. We can see the changes in that on the next slide, please. So overall impact on households, you can see that positive has gradually tended down, starting in 2002 at 40% down to 31% in 2023. Negative has inched a bit up from 6% in 2002 to 11% in 2023. Both positive and negative has increased, and no impact at all has kind of gone up and down over the years. We do provide also the cruise passenger volume on the bottom there, just to give a little context. As you can see, 2023 volume at 1.7 million is over twice as much volume back in 2002. So you're not seeing
I guess, as much difference in the responses as you might expect with such a big increase in the traffic numbers. Let's move on to the next slide, please. For each of the following visitor-related impacts, was your household very affected, somewhat affected, or not affected? So you can see how these kind of relate to each other or compare against each other. The most impact or most affected was crowding at Mendenhall Glacier, followed by vehicle congestion downtown, crowding on sidewalks downtown, and down onto air emissions from cruise ships. People were least affected by that. But you can see, you know, a good half of households in many of these cases are feeling somewhat or very affected by tourism or cruise ship tourism. Let's move on to the next page. As we saw on the other slide, you can see a slight uptick over the last few years over impacts. This is combining very plus somewhat affected. A couple of these a little higher, you know, increases than others, like vehicle congestion downtown and vehicle congestion outside of downtown with a little bit more increase there. Let's move on to the next slide, please. This is the first time we've asked this question. We read to respondents earlier this year, CBJ and the cruise industry agreed to a limit of 5 large ships per day. As a result, cruise passenger volume is projected to flatten over the next 2 years. What is your preference for future cruise passenger volume in Juneau? And the most popular response was keep it the same at 1/3 of respondents, followed closely by slightly lower at 31%, followed by much lower at 19%. Just 11% wanted the cruise ship volume to be higher, and 5% didn't know or didn't have an opinion. That question has shifted over the last few years as sort of efforts to, you know, put a limit on cruise ships has moved forward. So this is the first time we've asked it in exact this way. Let's move on to the next. Oh, wait, go back one. Sorry. Okay, just to wrap up, there's a lot more questions in this survey. One thing we did in 2023 was our surveyors were saying, wow, people want to talk a lot. And I know that must be shocking that people want to talk a lot to our surveyors about tourism. And we said, well, why don't we record what they say? So we allowed a field for our surveyors to just record as people talked about how they felt about cruise ship tourism. Those verbatim responses are all included in the study. So if you would like to amuse yourself with several pages of Juneau residents' feelings about tourism, feel free. All right, let's move on to the next study, the cruise passenger survey. So one of the first things we asked was, did you purchase a paid tour in Juneau? And 70% said they did. Then we asked them, what was that tour? And you can see the top 10 or so paid tours with the tram, whale watching, the bus tour to the glacier, salmon bake, helicopter tours. Another 10 or a dozen tours are included in the study that were like at the 1% or less than 1% range. We also asked, what attractions did you visit? Again, this is just those over 1%, but we did really capture a wide range of information on what they did while they were in town. We asked another follow-up saying, did you shop? Did you go to restaurants? Did you hike? An alarming amount of people thought that they hiked in Juneau. We thought, well, your version of hiking might be different than ours. So I did check in with the surveyors. I was like, did people really say they hiked? Yes, they did. So yeah, a lot of good information on what they did. Moving on to the next slide. We asked, how much did you spend? So the number one thing was on tours and activities at $129 per person, followed by $84 on gifts, souvenirs, and clothing, $17 per person on food and beverage, and $2 per person on transportation, for a total per person amount of $232. This is, resembles, previous studies we've done in 2016. We had about 1,000 people in our sample that reported their spending in Juneau. If you adjust those numbers for inflation, which was huge between 2016 and 2023, it's about a 13% increase. The increase was more centered in retail than in tours. We know that in 2023, there were some limitations on the tours. People ran out of space. There were the glacier limitations on those permits. So we think that there was a little bit of a cap or a downward influence on tour spending in 2023 as opposed to retail. And if anyone has gone around downtown Juneau and seen that all the t-shirts are $27 right now, you can appreciate the increase in retail. Let's see, I think that's it one more question from this study. Go on to the next slide. We wanted to find out about crowding and how people felt. So how would you describe Juneau as a place to visit in terms of crowding? The most common response was somewhat crowded at 44%, followed by not very crowded at 30%, not at all crowded at 13%, and very crowded at 12%. And the key question that we followed that up with, we asked everyone, did you feel negatively impacted by crowding during your Juneau visit? And just 7% said that they felt negatively impacted. And, you know, sort of thinking about that, you think people are rather crowded on these cruise ships, or they come from rather crowded places. So we think that that's not a surprising finding, you know, when you look at it in that context. We did follow up with where did you feel crowded, and some of the things people said were in line for the tram or in shops, but that was a very small number of people who did say yes. I think that's it for the cruise survey, but we do have satisfaction ratings and all kinds of things in the study. So moving on to the next slide, please. All right, so economic impact study, we just have a slide of the cruise passenger volume and how that's gone, up 43% in 2023 from 2022, compared to the previous peak, up 28%. So 2023 was a good time to study this. The cruise industry represented over 700 port calls in 2023. They brought 36,000 crew members. Something that is always interesting to look at is the size of ships. I mentioned the small ships of less than 250 passengers. They represent 1%. The mid-sized luxury ships, another 1%. So those large ships do represent 98% of the volume. Moving on to the next page. So the ingredients for economic impact, we start with direct spending. What are the dollars doing? They leave the pockets of people coming in from outside and go to our local economy. So the direct spending is largely attributable to the passengers at $320 million. We determined this by those cruise passenger surveys, but we made adjustments. We know that not every cruise passenger gets off the boat, right? Some people are sick. Some people want to go to the spa. We also know that some of them are buying tours through their cruise line, and some of that amount of money that they spend, that they report spending, is going to the cruise line for commissions. So we're really, really careful not to double count anything and to chase down every dollar, but really, you know, we have account for those kinds of factors. Another factor, of course, is cruise lines. They spent over almost $40 million in Juneau. These are dockage, moorage, the CPV, you know, tax. They're also paying local artists. They're getting local provisions. So that sort of is how you explain the $40 million spent by cruise lines. And crew members, by the way, that crew member survey revealed a lot of happy crew members are very happy with Juneau and said, keep up the good work. So that was nice to hear from crew members. They all wanted free Wi-Fi, right? What else did they say? They all wanted free Wi-Fi. It was really sweet. Those responses are great. Anyway, so we 60 million attributable to crew members. The big chunks, and you remember back to the passenger spending slide, a lot of their spending is concentrated in tourism activities and retail. So that accounts for really the bulk, 152 million, 144 million. But of course, a lot of money going to local restaurants and bars, 31 million. 22 million to the state and local government, 14 million to transportation, and 12 million to other. And do note there is in that other the spending on local hotels, and we did account for that, those small cruise ship passengers who do spend nights before and after. Also, cruise lines buy hotel nights for their crew members, or when people get sick and need to stay in port and those sorts of things. So local hotels do get an impact from the cruise industry. All right, let's move on to the next page. So as I talked about, you know, we have our direct impacts. Those are all the dollars flowing directly into the cruise industry via the passengers, the crew members, and the cruise lines. When those dollars enter into our economy, they create indirect and induced impacts. And indirect is when the local businesses in the tourism industry make additional purchases. So when they buy fuel or when they buy groceries. The induced impacts, which is included in indirect in this slide, is when those employees of those companies spend their local wages. So when a guide might go and spend his wages on clothing or groceries. So that's kind of a quick and dirty economic impact lesson. When you add them all together, total job number of 3,850 jobs attributable to the cruise industry in Juneau, almost 200 million in labor income, and almost 500 in total spending. Moving on to the next slide, please. Another sort of side element or side analysis is what is CBJ getting from the cruise industry? CBJ shared with us all of their revenues associated with the cruise industry, 22 million. A good chunk of that is the marine passenger fees, followed by CPV revenues, port development fees, and there's a whole range of other fees and taxes that are collected via the cruise industry. We did analyze also about $20 million in sales tax revenues just based on all that direct spending that we talked about. Over $500,000 in bed tax revenues. The property tax revenue analysis is quite tricky. It wasn't included in our scope. I just wanted to mention the last time we went through the property tax rolls, which I don't recommend to anyone, we found over $2 million attributable to the cruise industry. So just keep that in mind as another additional source of impacts. That is it for my presentation. Did I talk long enough? Too long? Oh, yeah, I know. They wanted me to go long. Okay, well, thank you very much. And Alix is going to explain what she does with this data. Thank you.
You don't mind? No, I don't. I have a big mouth and it's not a problem. Next up, there was a fantastic presentation by Heather. Next up is Alix Pierce. Alix is the tourism manager for the CVJ. As a guy who grew up in Ketchikan, went to high school at Ketchikan High School, proud graduate of Ketchikan High School, it's hard to give Juneau props. But one thing I've been incredibly passionate about at Juneau is their ability to. I can't hear you online. Oh, all right. There we go. How about now? You know, Juneau and CBJ has been incredibly proactive since the beginning of tourism to manage both guest expectation and experience and local expectations and experience. And I'm looking forward to hearing what's coming down the pipe tomorrow and the rest of the year.
Thank you, Scott. Does this work? Yeah. And as Scott mentioned, I'm Alix Pierce. I do all things tourism for City and Borough of Juneau. And I have the dubious task of following Heather Haugland, which I have been doing a lot lately as we roll out this data. But it's important to frame this discussion by talking about how we use this data and why it's so valuable. So as Scott alluded to, and his characterization of our management of tourism, if I could hire you for on retainer for PR, that would be fantastic. Because I hear a lot, Juneau has never done anything to manage tourism. And I am staring at Kirby Day in the back, who knows better than anyone else in the room how untrue that is. Over the last 30 years or so, we've had various committees, projects, working groups, Attack, a Twig, a Collaboration Juneau, countless studies, reports, analyses of different industries and how different parts of the industry and how we can productively manage tourism. And something that we have done well from the beginning is working with McKinley, formerly McDowell, to do surveys with year-over-year data where we're asking some of the same questions, particularly around resident sentiment around tourism. And we started doing this back in 1995. We haven't done them every year. We took like a 15-year hiatus between 2006 and 2021, but we're back on track with annual surveys now. And it's really helpful to see how resident sentiment shifts as cruise volume has shifted. And so putting into context what you just saw on the screen, yeah, things have trended a little bit towards a little bit more discontent in the community, but we've also seen 43% growth over last year and 28% growth over our next busiest year. And so then our job is to figure out what to do and how to manage that. And part of the value of the surveys that we've been doing with McKinley is the methodology. Doing statistically valid random sample surveys has helped us to pinpoint the feelings of the residents that we don't hear from all the time. There are a lot of local municipal officials, state officials in the room, and we know that you hear from people who feel very strongly a lot. And when you do an online Survey Monkey or something of that nature, you tend to just hear more from those people. Like, what was it? It was like 28 times or something. The one year we tried to do an online survey as an experiment, that one IP address that traced back to a local tour company, I will not name names, took the survey. And we're able to correct for that, but it still kind of speaks to the challenges with getting self-selected data. So, this year, I was especially excited because we had 3 different studies, and I always get kind of unreasonably excited to see the results of these. And as I said, we've had big growth. Resident discontent is up a little bit. Passengers absolutely love Juneau. Crew loves Juneau. And so we have to figure out in that context how to maximize the benefits of what is locally a $500 million industry while trying to identify and resolve the pain points for residents. And that's clearly not an easy task. So one of the tools that we've used to kind of help manage tourism and achieve some of our goals based on these survey results are MOAs with the cruise industry. And that's something that we've worked in partnership with CLIA on. It's something we're really proud of. We're one of very few ports in the world that is doing this type of work. And we're one of the few ports with a negotiated limit. We also of 5 ships a day. We also have an MOA around kind of cruise ship behavior, which a lot of those provisions directly came out of the survey. And so this year, recognizing that we had a big year, recognizing that visitor numbers are flat for the next 2 years, we have the 5-ship limit going into effect. We asked that question about passenger growth, and we saw that about 2/3 of people want us to keep things the same or for things to go slightly down. That's really valuable feedback for us. And so we continue to work with our partners in the industry on further negotiated agreements. Another thing, from a past survey, we asked people whether or not we should spread visitors out across the landscape or concentrate them in a few key areas. And like exactly 50% said spread them out, and exactly 50% of people said concentrate them. So we're now doing a further study to kind of do a neighborhood by neighborhood, parks, trails, cities, city lands, deep dive into where can we put more high volume shore excursion opportunities, recognizing that some of the things that we're seeing in terms of crowding is coming from a shore excursion supply and demand problem. And so with that, the secret sauce of visitor industry management is maximizing economic benefits while reducing community impacts. And we will be doing that work forever as we continue to be a destination. And as we continue to be a destination, we need to consider what we look like as a sustainable region into the future, and what that actually means to residents, to industry leaders, to tribal leaders, to local governments. And this kind of work is hugely critical in our ability to do that and really kind of get a sense of what the average person that might not engage with their local government that often thinks and feels, because those people matter. And sometimes we get kind of caught in the vocal few. So I can't say enough for doing good sound methodology surveys to try to capture resident sentiment or passenger sentiment, whatever, in your communities. It's so valuable. And with that, I will pass this on to Russell, who, whether he likes it or not, is a proponent of a major development on our waterfront, is affected by this work, and has a role in shaping CBJ and regional tourism policy, begrudgingly, I'm sure.
Hey, Russell. I remember in the early 90s when I was flying for TAC 1, I had the opportunity to go to Hoonah quite a bit with log scalers, bringing them out there. And and then again, 2 years ago, I got an opportunity to go back out to Hoonah and see the community again. And the stark difference in energy and experience and how locals were reacting was amazing. I mean, what you and your organization have done to bring something new to a small town Alaska is pretty special. And so folks that don't know this gentleman, his name's, what is your name again? Mr. Russell Dick. He's president and CEO of Huna Totem, and he's brought to life something pretty special in a small community and made a difference in a lot of people's lives. So look forward to hearing what you have to say, sir.
Thank you, Scott. Is this on? Yeah? Good, you can hear me? Okay, all right, good. Well, it's not begrudgingly. We look forward to working with Juneau. It's, of course, it's a main destination in Southeast Alaska. You know, you listen to this and to me, the opportunities that come from this kind of industry are incredible. To be able to talk about these kinds of problems, a lot of places don't get to, right? And I look at this industry and I go, okay, we want to put ship limits in Juneau. We want to put ship limits in Sitka. I want more industry. I want more for this region because there are other communities that could benefit from tourism. You know, in Huna, when we started this 20 years ago, to your point, Scott, I mean, the ups and downs and the challenges and the necessity of partnerships and collaboration and working through a ton of issues and things you didn't get right some days, right? You got them wrong and you have to go back and reset the table and start again. But we've learned a lot over 20 years of operating Icy Strait Point. You know, we're 80% of the tax base in Huna. We've got a great relationship with the city of Huna, great relationship with the tribe. This year will be another record-setting year for us. We're going to employ 320 people in a community of 800. The economic impact, direct economic impact to the city will be well over $7 million this year for a community that small. And to be able to do it in a way that we like to say we've kept Huna, right? It is the village of Huna. And what was important about our model is that Huna did not become a tourism town, right? We took the values of that community and we imprinted those values on Icy Strait Point so that everything that we deliver at Icy Strait Point brings the values and the life and the culture of Huna and the Huna Tlingit. It brings that to life for all of our guests. And we just see that. I remember 20 years ago pounding the table about culture and needing to incorporate more of our culture and our values and who we are as Native people into our tours and into our operation, right? But I was told over and over again, nobody wants to pay for that. They like it when they get there, but they don't want to pay for that. We just finished a conference in Seattle last week where a major theme of that conference was cultural tourism. The demographic is changing. The experiences that people want when they come to places like Alaska is changing. They are looking for it. They want to be immersed. They want to learn. They want to be able to take something back home to say, I've learned something deep, and to share that culture with the rest of the world. I mean, that's what we should all be trying to do, right? I mean, we're a state of 220 something different tribes with different languages and art and everything else, right? And we should be sharing that with the world. So Icy Strait Point has allowed us to do that, to build a model that's been really successful. You all know we were Sea Trade Port of the Year in 2020. What you may not know is we were on the New York Times. I think we were number 11 on the New York Times 52 places in a changed world that travelers need to visit, right? And that's pretty cool. And that's something that when you look at our model and our philosophy, we feel like you can take to other communities around Southeast and the state of Alaska. We've got some big projects we're working on, and I love projects, and hopefully we'll be working on this project with Juneau very, very soon. But you know, we've taken that model and we've gone to Klawock, right? A greenfield site, brand new development, nothing there. We're working from scratch, but in a very short period of time, we've been able to put the partnerships together with Seabourn, with Oceania and Regent, and we will have calls in the Klawock starting May 5th or May 6th this year. And that's, yeah, Ed, you like that. But it'll be great for Klawock, and it's a good way to introduce this industry to a community that's never had it, right? You've got Klawock is on a road system. It's connected to a number of different communities, and we want to make sure we get it right. So we're starting with the upper premium luxury brands. You get, you know, 700 passenger ships. It allows us to ensure that we're curating an experience that is deep and meaningful for those guests. We're ensuring that the community itself doesn't get overrun which I think is really important because that just puts a bad taste in everybody's mouth. And workforce, and that we're training people to deliver the right kind of experience that the guests expect, and to do it in a way that's meaningful for the workforce as well. So really, really excited about that. Going to Whittier. We talked about Whittier. We're finally going to have that open this year. Another project, big project, over $90 million of investment, building a dock, a terminal. And you want to talk about complicated politics and working with the community. We did it very, very quickly, but we took another greenfield site, and like I said, we're putting in the dock, we're putting in a terminal building, we're negotiating with the railroad, and the city of Whittier is a very complicated land management and land ownership structure up in Whittier. We have to put in gas utilities, we're putting in electrical utilities, water, sewer, dealing with NSTAR, all these guys. I mean, it's a complicated environment, but we're able to get it done relatively quickly because we did it in a way where we're partnering with the community, we're working through the values, or working through the issues that the community sees with a development like that, and making sure that everybody has their input, right? Everybody has a say on what this development looks like and what it can do for the community in the future. So really, really excited about Whittier. Our first ship, we have some construction challenges, but I think our first ship will be sometime mid-May, maybe early June. We're really excited about that. Brings another, a lot of opportunity, job opportunity, economic opportunity to the community of Whittier. So with that, we can talk about Juneau. And we're very, very excited about Juneau. Remember, it's close to Hoonah. A significant portion of our shareholders live here. We're taking a property that, for all I can remember, has always been a dirt lot in downtown Juneau, and turning it into something that's truly meaningful for this community. And not just to put a building and a dock, but it's putting something that incorporates the values of this community. It talks to the history of the Occoquan people and their values, and why that's important. And it's creating year-round opportunities for not just visitors, but for locals here in Juneau, which is why we're extremely excited about it. I mean, we're putting in a 1-acre park, green space, right? We've committed to that. And as a developer, I can ask anybody out here who invests in projects, who puts in a 1-acre park that doesn't generate any money for you, right? We do, because it's important to the community. It's important to all of us who have families who live here. So we're really, really excited about that. I was looking at your numbers, and you look at things like congestion, right? It's a big issue for the community. Our project pulls a lot of traffic from downtown Juneau, puts it in northern downtown. You think about tour products and people who jump on buses to go on tours. I won't get into a lot of the data and how we got here, but they're effectively taking 56 buses a day from downtown Juneau and not having to travel through the Franklin Street corridor, right? And I think everybody who's been in downtown Juneau in the middle of the tour season, it's a lot of bus traffic, right? And that equates to like 8,400 buses a season.
Sorry.
What? What did I say?
We'll get to that later.
Thanks, Scott. Anyway, I think as we go through this, and we'll start, many of you have been paying attention to this. We've been through the conditional use permit process. We got both of those issued by planning and zoning. Of course, the dock got appealed by an anti-tourism group, and so we're working through that process. We had our hearing with the hearing officer, and I think we have 30 days left for the hearing officer to issue their opinion, and hopefully, God willing, it's going to be positive for us, and we get to sit down with the city and start talking about what this looks like, negotiating a tidelands lease and getting a project done that we truly believe is in the best interest of this community, and provides a lot of opportunity for the industry, and actually does another thing. It takes your 5-ship limit, right? We got the 5-ship limit. You have 4 docks in Juneau, which means on any given day, you have 5 large ships. One is going to be anchored in the middle of that channel, right? Its generators are going to be running. It's going to be running tenders back and forth, right? Just to move people. And it's going to be dropping people off where you already have 2 other ships That's not the kind of experience we want to give guests visiting Juneau, right? This project allows us to pull that ship off tender, put it on a dock, shut down some of its generators. It's not tendering back and forth, and it gives guests the right kind of experience that they want to see when they visit Juneau. And not only that, you know, we've committed to shore power. It'll be plumbed. It'll be ready to go for shore power as soon as AEL&P can actually provide the power, right? And that's obviously another challenge here in Juneau. But and then the other thing, the last thing I'll say, and I'm going to shut up.
No, keep going. You're good.
Underground parking. If anybody's been in Juneau during the summer or even in the winter, finding parking is a challenge. This will have a lot of parking underground, out of the elements. A good place for locals year round to come visit. We'll have dining, you know, food and beverage retail. Our commitment is to have year round retail and food and beverage vendors in this property. So it's developing a project for the industry, but it's developing a beautiful project for the community of Juneau and the residents of Juneau as well. So with that, a lot of fun, a lot of money, but it's exciting to build because you know if you're building, you're creating infrastructure, you're creating opportunities for the entire region. And I think that's where we're focused on is how do we grow the industry responsibly, spread guests out, and give other communities opportunities to benefit from an industry like tourism. Thank you.
Thanks, Russell. You'll notice that I interrupted you right after Whittier. I'm concerned I won't be able to launch my boat in Whittier. And so I've been giving Russell a bad time about that, but he says I'll be able to do it. So thank you.
Well, what I tell Scott is I'm more interested in the well-being of the people who live in Whittier than Scott driving his boat down.
I'm going to take over before you get yourself in trouble.
Next, I would like to introduce Renee Limoge Reeve, who is VP Government and Community Affairs for CLIA. She's a great lady, has history working with Senator Sullivan's office, longtime Alaska named family, great person. The state of Alaska, while cruising seems to be a big part for us, we're really just a small piece of the world market. And so I look forward to hearing what Renee has to say.
Thanks, Scott, and thanks for having us here today. I would like to start kind of piggybacking off of what Russell said. The 5-ship limit will still apply even if he gets his dock, because that's a lovely misconception that cruise ship detractors are putting out there. So I want everyone to hear it from us. The 5-ship limit will still apply. Start there. And the event that he referenced last week was actually our event. It was a Cruise Lines International Association event. It was down in Seattle. In the beginning, we had some folks say we would get 75 people. And I said, you don't know Alaskans in the winter, we'll get 175. And we had over 322 registrations, and everyone at this table was there. So I think when you look at Alaska and what we have people committed to those conversations and the hard conversations about how we maintain this industry, how we allow it to grow responsibly. And when I say grow responsibly, grow the pie. Giving opportunities to places like Kloak. We know that there are communities that are saying, okay, 5 ships is enough for us, but there is opportunity for people who are looking for those immersive experiences in travel that we can still provide to them in other areas. And I think that's exciting. And I think part of that was Wrangell, Adak, and Whittier were all there last week. Adak. I have a new friend in Adak who's like, bring me people. To do what? We'd love to. And he said, I think we could really do some great things. We had one trip last year and it was amazing. So I think, there are still communities. It's really easy to get bogged down in the negative. It's really easy to feel like you're getting the crap beat out of you every day in these jobs where you're feeling like you're fighting the detractors. But there are people who still want to see this economy and this part of the economy that remains so vibrant remain there. So I'm really happy to work in a place that still has a lot of love to give each other as far as, good job, kudos, keep it going. We want the 5th dock, all of those things that we need to hear. So 2023, great year for us. Record numbers, which I know is a controversy for some people, but it was record numbers and it was a successful season. As an industry, cruise line, all of our cruise line members are committed to net zero carbon cruising by 2050. Ridiculously ambitious goal, so much happening behind the scenes to make that happen, from fuel trials to all of the different innovations that we're finding on board that ensure that our members are reducing their carbon footprint every day. It takes innovation and it takes investment. So this year, as we're in the off season, we're continuing to work with our partners every day. I talk to Alix more than weekly. I talk to John very frequently. I talk to Ketchikan. I was in Ketchikan last night presenting to the assembly. You know, it is a huge part of our job to committing to working with those communities, to having the hard conversations, to finding the solutions together. And we do it best when we work together. We don't do it best when we have a community saying one thing or industry saying another. We need to sit at the table and work it out. And I'm really thankful that we have those relationships and in a lot of communities, and we're building them stronger and better every day. The coming years, our numbers remain flat in the next couple of years. And I think that's great for us. I think that's great because it gives us the time to work together, to find the solutions, to collaborate, because it is not a one size fits all. What Sitka wants from us is different than what Juneau wants from us, is different than what Wrangell needs from us. So how do we have each of those, you know, Lainey and I are a two-person team. We do our best, but how do we have those conversations and bring our member lines to the table? Wendy, Ralph, the people, the faces that you're used to, we're all there having those conversations and figuring out what's going to work and what's going to be a solution. Next, I would thank and commend Heather and Alix for their study. Real studies with real data encourage data-driven decision-making. And for me, picking an arbitrary number out of a hat to decide that that's how many cruise ship visitors you should have in a year is not the way to go about it, because you're leaving off the table the fact that people's economies rely on this. You may not feel like you're in the cruise industry if you live in Southeast Alaska, but you are. The same way every Alaskan is in the oil industry and every Alaskan is in the mining industry, because it affects us all. So let's have data-driven, real conversations. And I think that's what those local studies are able to do. When you talk about, okay, maybe we don't want ships on the 4th of July, but what does that mean? What does that mean for your business owners? What does that mean for your tax base? What does that mean for your sales tax? So I want to see those data-driven conversations. And to that end, CLIA will be partnering this coming season with a number of communities here, 2 in Canada and 1 in Seattle, because now we're looking at it as a region. We learned during COVID, you'll hear me say it multiple times, our cruise industry does not exist without Seattle and Canada. The way it works now, they're usually starting in Seattle, coming up through Southeast and making a stop in Canada, or they're coming round trip out of Canada. But we have to work in this together. So if we can have an economic snapshot of what this means with passenger intercept studies of what did you spend, job data, business data, but also passenger habits. Where did you go? What did you see? The Mendenhall, all of the stuff that you saw presented by Heather is what we're looking for from a regional perspective. And Heather's helping. We got her in touch with our main research guy last week, so you can have the confidence that it will be done properly. And I think that that's going to help us tell our story better, which brings me to telling the story. We're terrible at it. I've worked in trade associations and have been in Alaska for 20 years. And how many times have oil, gas, mining, timber, visitor industry say we're terrible at telling our story? Because it's hard to tell. Because when a company sits up here and tells you we donate this or we provide this, a lot of people will look at us and they're skeptical and they're not quite sure. But what we do know, I mean, we know about the tax base, we know about sales tax, we know about direct and indirect jobs, but you know, you think about what happened during COVID. Our industry didn't have the money to be donating cruises to causes. Our industry didn't have the money to be donating round trip tickets, which Scott's Santa Claus to Alaska, if you haven't noticed. I mean, he is so willing, but it's a company that is so willing to always support an event with round trip tickets somewhere. But it trickles down beyond that, because my friends in Juneau, who I was in touch with every day during COVID, we were talking each other off the ledges or away from the ropes. You know, they would say, we don't have the money anymore to donate to the Little League team. And all of those things trickle down. I mean, philanthropy is a story that we need to be telling better. I'm not taking your thunder, but trend. There you go. But Heather, your Carol's, event trend is all tourism based. And that's money that goes back into the economy, but we're not great about telling that story. And that really needs to change. So I think part of that for me spoke at the Ketchikan Borough Assembly last night, got some very, very friendly questions, some pretty tough questions. My palms sweated for 45 minutes because I can do this easy, but when I don't know what's coming at me, I get all like sweaty and palmy. And so I was definitely a little, and they were really nice. But one of the things they said is, are you willing to come speak at this? Are you willing to come speak at that? My friends will tell you, I have a really hard time saying no to any invitation. I'm like, I am overly social. So yes, we want to have the hard conversations. We want to take us to the group that you think may beat us up a little bit. It's fine. We need to be able to answer the questions and we need to be willing to have the conversation. And so we love to do the rotaries. We love to do the chambers, but if you've got people, I mean, preferably not a firing squad, but like if you have people who are going to be generally positive, that would be fantastic. And we want to do that. We're never going to turn down the invitation. And I can't end without thanking Jeremy and the folks at ASME. One of the reasons our event was so successful last week was ASME donated so much seafood, including the big bear. I have a picture of myself with the governor and the bear, which, it's going to be on social somewhere. But, we were able to showcase Alaska seafood and as we were promoting Alaska as a cruise destination. And again, it's those partnerships and ones that might not be one that you would think of right off the bat, right? ASME gave a bunch of, seafood to the cruise industry. They sure did. And we were able to showcase everything that we do here in Alaska and everything that we're proud of. Are you really?
It was not me. I don't have index.
So apparently Scott hates Alaska seafood. Anyway, that's my presentation and I will turn it over to my friend Carol.
Wow. Okay, Robert, where's the other mic? With that, Renee, that was a phenomenal presentation. Thank you very much. And again, I will go on keto, I promise. Next, we've got Carol Fraser. She's the Vice President of Aspen Hotels. Aspen, if you don't know, has properties here in Southeast, here in Juneau and Haines, as well as South Central and Anchorage, and down on the Seward Peninsula in Homer and Soldotna. What'd I miss? Sitka. Dang it, one of the nicest properties too. There's it's hard to believe, but there is more to tourism than cruise. Independent travel is throughout Alaska, and Carol's properties greet a lot of visitors. So I turn it over to Carol Fraser.
Thanks, Scott. Good morning, everybody. I'm really excited to be here. I love speaking to Southeast Conference because we are kind of all family. We're all in this together, and you've always been such a great group to speak to. Robert asked me to speak on 3 different things, talking about tourism as a compass, independent travelers, and community engagement. And I love our theme this year of be the compass, lead the way. And so you think about what is a compass, and the easy definition is it's a device that gives you directions. It can also be a person. It can be someone that guides you and helps you find your way. She was my compass in helping me find my perfect dream job. And I really think that tourism is the same. It is a compass to guide people to different lives and different ways of seeing our world. Travel is incredible. People find themselves and they lose themselves in travel. And when you travel, you can do 2 things. You can see this amazing world, and you can come back home and go, I'm home. This is where I belong. And it can complete you and fill you up that way. It can also show you an entirely different world where you go, wow, I got to see more of that. I want to see the world. I want to see where they go, how they live, what they eat, how they die. And it can open up your life to so many different dreams and opportunities. And tourism, in my humble opinion, is one of the most renewable resources, because our travelers come to Alaska and they see an experience and then they leave, and the mountains and the glaciers and the bears and the wildlife are still there for the next traveler. I think the world is magnificent, and I think Juneau and Sitka and Haines and Klawock And all the Southeast communities are absolutely incredible. And I represent the Aspen hotels, and we love Southeast Alaska. And we have 3 hotels. Scott only remembers 2 of them, though I book him in Sitka all the time. But our hotels in Sitka, Juneau, and Haines are very, very important to us. And we put in millions and millions and millions of dollars into those 3 hotels. And we continue to put more into those hotels. We just remodeled Haines. I think we spent about $500,000 remodeling that hotel. And we are almost finished on employee housing in Sitka, which was another, I think, $1.5 million. And this June, we're going to start on employee housing in Juneau, a 9-unit complex, which will be about another $1.5 million. So we continue to support the tourism industry and the economy in Southeast as much as we can. You know, to talk about tourism as an impact, I can only think of positive impacts. I know that there's a lot of communication and verbiage and town halls and lots of people talking about their ideas of the community impact, whether it's positive or negative. I think it's only positive. But then I'm the glass half full kind of girl. When Heather was talking, Heather or Alix, I think it was Alix, was talking about the survey and that the positive impacts have been declining. And I have to quote one of my favorite people, Buddy the Elf, that's shocking. And because I can speak to what Aspen Hotels does for our communities, and it's massive, massive, massive. And if what just our tiny little company does is massive, I think all of the tourism industry contributes even more. One of my favorite phrases is doing well by doing good. And it's a very cyclical phrase. So when my company does well and makes a lot of money, then we can give more back to all of our communities. And then they do better. And then they love Aspen Hotels because we give, and then they book more rooms. Wonderful cyclical phrase, doing well by doing good. And some of the things that we do throughout the year is we actually give $40,000 in cash every year to different nonprofits. We give hundreds and hundreds of complimentary rooms to Alaskans going through cancer treatments. And we have a very incredible and something I'm really proud of, cancer care program for Alaskans. We give money to every little league and playgrounds and complimentary rooms to the Juneau Chamber and to Perseverance Theater and to every chamber, it seems. And that is really getting annoying. And you know, if we're talking about limiting tourism and cutting it down, that only negatively affects our communities. I don't think there's anything any of us can do, any event that you can go to that doesn't have tourism involved. And look at today, of the top 5 sponsors of this event, 2 of them are industry people. And everyone raise your hand. I'm not going to make you stand up, but raise your hand if you're in the tourism industry. And then raise your hand, keep it up, keep it up. Raise your hand if your kids are in the tourism industry. And raise your hand if you've been to a restaurant recently in the middle of winter. That's probably open because of the tourism impact in the summer. How many of you are staying at an Aspen hotel today? I know not many of you because I looked at the arrivals list yesterday. So all y'all who aren't staying at the Juneau Aspen, well, good luck with that. Yeah, you're paying double. You know, and some of the things that we're involved in that positively affect the communities in Alaska, I got asked, and all of us in the tourism industry get asked every single day for a free something or money every single day. And I got asked a couple years ago to be a part of this group. And whenever I speak, my nose itches. I got asked to be a part of this group. It's the Alaska High School Basketball Coaches Association. And they wanted all these free rooms. And of course, you know, I roll my eyes. Ugh, here's another group who wants a free room. And I sat down and talked to them. and immediately said yes. And this association is a statewide association. They bring up college basketball coaches, and I give all the free rooms. It's about 50 free rooms for one weekend. And then the best of the best basketball players in the state come to Anchorage, and they play in front of these basketball coaches. And sounds like a cool thing, kind of, right? Last April, they gave 29 scholarships to Alaska's kids to go to college. And that is so super cool. And they wouldn't do that if they didn't have the free rooms for me. They wouldn't do that if they didn't have support from Alaska Airlines. It's the tourism industry that supports our children, not only the jobs that we provide, but also the opportunities like that. You know, in this economic environment, it's a new employee that we're living with now, and not the kind of work ethic that my father instilled in me at all. And it's hard to get employees. It's hard to get them to come to work. And I need a lot of employees. Unfortunately, AI and robots probably will never clean toilets or check somebody in. So I rely on humans. And I've come up with a couple of programs because I love youth. I love Alaska's youth. We've come up with some programs to help Alaska's youth. And here in Juneau, and especially at our Homer Hotel, which is a huge cruise ship supported hotel, I called up the athletic director of Homer High School last year, and I said, hey, I've got a little opportunity I'm hoping you could do. And I could hear him roll his eyes, just like, oh, here we go. And I said that we need guys to do our bag pulls for the cruise lines. And sometimes it's 5 in the morning, sometimes it's 9 o'clock at night. It's a big deal. It'll be scheduled. Everything will be set. And by the end of the summer, I'll probably write you a $12,000 check, which is a lot of bake sales and car washes they don't have to do. And they jumped at it. And we did write that big check for them. We do it here in Juneau with Thunder Mountain High School with some of their teams, so that they can raise some serious money, because travel in the state of Alaska for high school teams is super expensive. And our company also has a Aspen Cares for Alaska's Kids program that actually it was Scott Habberstad who encouraged me to put that together a few years ago to keep travel for sport teams and drama teams and theater teams, everything really affordable. So talking about independent travelers, everybody here on the panel has talked about cruise ships. And Aspen isn't really a cruise ship supported hotel. We do in Homer, absolutely 100%. And, but we have so much off business from the cruise lines. One of our biggest clients is Cruise Line Industry, or Cruise Line Association of Alaska, the Burdos family. They give us thousands of room nights a year to support the cruise lines. And one thing a lot of non-tourism people don't know is how much the cruise industry affects positively independent travel. So with your other hand that you didn't raise earlier, how many of you own a business? How many of you manage a business? So all of us who have just raised our hand understand the economics behind trying to get a new customer. It's cheaper to maintain your customer base than it is to get a new customer, much cheaper. Once you have a customer that falls in love with your business and you continue to provide great service, good pricing, they'll probably be with you for a long time. You don't have to do any additional marketing. They're coming in every week. To get a new customer costs a lot of money. And what many people don't know is all these cruise customers, I think there's 1.6 million coming in Southeast next year or statewide. 1/3 of all those cruise ship passengers come back within the next 3 to 5 years on their own to do a land package. So they fall in love with Alaska because they took a cruise. There's no marketing needed to get them back. They're already in love. And so they come back and go, wow, we love Juneau. We love Ketchikan. Now let's go see Denali on our own and stay at an Aspen hotel in Anchorage. And those are customers I don't have to market to, and my marketing budget isn't strained by that. So when you talk about, and we hear that a lot, let's limit cruise passengers and focus on independent travelers. The easiest way to get independent travelers is through the cruise passengers eventually. And that's a really, really important statistic that I think a lot of people don't quite understand. The other thing is the cruise lines themselves spend tens of millions of dollars. I think I'm going to lie to you, it's about $80 million a year that the cruise lines spend on marketing Alaska. Again, I don't have to have that kind of marketing budget. I don't have that kind of budget. And throughout the state, the convention visitors bureaus, the tourism budgets, the Alaska Travel Industry Association budget is getting cut. And but the cruise lines are still marketing the state to Alaska. That's a big thing, that they're spending their own money to bring their passengers here that will eventually become independent travelers. And I think that's really important. I do want to just touch base a little bit on partnering with our communities. And Robert asked, do communities need to partner better? And the answer is absolutely yes. But then the tourism industry needs to partner better with the communities too. It's a two-way dialogue. I think, again, it was in the presentation earlier with the statistics. It showed, I think the number one thing that people do in Juneau is go to on Gold Belt Tram or to Mendenhall Glacier. And at the very bottom, I don't know if you noticed, 2% of the travelers actually took a taxi tour. How did they get a taxi? Because I can never get a taxi in Juneau, Alaska. And I say this every time I'm at this table. Sitka needs help on transportation. I steal my general manager's car every time I'm in Sitka. And usually, oh yeah, I think all my girlfriends steal my general manager's car in Juneau because there is no reliable transportation to or from the airport. We need assistance with employee housing. Talking with transportation, many of you know where the Juneau Aspen is by the airport. Many of you know that we used to own the Aspen. We built the Aspen Hotel that's now the extended stay right across the street from the airport, and we sold it years ago. So both those hotels are pretty close to the airport, right? It will cost us about $150,000 a year to run an airport shuttle a half a mile from my existing Aspen. 14 years ago, before we sold the hotel that's now an extended stay, it was over $100,000 a year to go across the street because of payroll and insurance and the van and tires, all that stuff. So I desperately need transportation in Sitka, desperately. I'm the only hotel in Sitka that doesn't provide it to the airport. And so if I do that, that's going to be $150,000 off the bottom line. I'm also spending $1.5 million on employee housing. We now pay all of our hourly employees $21 an hour, which is almost double minimum wage, to try and retain and attract the best talent. And my question to our leaders of our communities is, how much more do we have to take off our bottom line? And how, when we pay our taxes and our bed tax and our property tax and our sales tax, how can we partner better? And I think that's not just a Aspen Hotel question. I think that's a question that most tourism industry partners have with the communities. How can we partner better with all of you? In closing, Renee talked a little bit about how the tourism industry doesn't tell our story well, and we don't. We give, and we partner and we sponsor. You can't go to any event from your son's softball tournament to the governor's ball without a tourism logo on that program. But we don't tell the story at all. And I was asked to speak on tourism philanthropy a couple months ago, and mainly because of the Trend Alaska fashion show that I started a few years ago. But I wanted to kind of lead into it because I love talking about Aspen, because I adore our company so much. And so I thought, well, you know, I'm sure everybody knows what Aspen gives. And then I thought of all the things that we do, and I started putting a list together. And I was really proud of what we do for our communities and giving over 800 free rooms a year and financial contributions and on and on and on. And yet I never tell that story. And I have a cancer program that is changing and hopefully saving people's lives by providing complimentary housing, but I never tell that story. I've been doing it for 7 years. And October was the first time I got up in front of a microphone and said, this is kind of cool. But I do have to tell the short story about our Trend Alaska fashion show because our event is next week, and that's why I look so haggard right now. And this is our 4th show, and every year we partner with a nonprofit, and each year we've gained traction. We've gotten more people at the event, more designers, only Alaskan designers, and we raise more money for a nonprofit. And if we reach our goal next week, which we are absolutely on track for and will reach our goal, in 4 years, we will have raised $580,000 for nonprofits in Alaska. That's $500,000. Thank you. And I say that because the group that puts on the Trend Alaska Fashion Show, we call ourselves the Trendettes, is made up of tourism industry leaders. And 2 of them are here right now, Laura McDonald and Casey Hostetler. I love you 2 so much. And we are absolutely changing people's lives. We have helped programs to support suicide prevention with Alaska's youth, gynecologic cancer for women. And this year we are sponsoring Victims for Justice, which helps victims of violent crime. $580,000 because tourism wants to make a difference. And I'm really proud of that. I'm proud of our industry and hope that this message about partnership, philanthropy, and actually caring can really resonate with all of our community leaders and all of you in this room. So thanks again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Carol. So we've gone over our time a little bit. So Robert, I don't want to miss Larry's presentation and I want to be respectful of the senator. So what do you want us to do, sir? Can we take questions? Or are we going to Larry?
Go ahead and take a question. I think the senator is going to be roughly on time, is to quote my real-time text. So yeah, take a quick question. And if we need to, we'll have Larry go after the senator.
Okay, because again, Larry does an amazing job and I don't want to miss his stand-up routine. So with that, any questions of our panelists? They're all open and you can get them right now or later. Oh,
I have a question. Laura McDonald from here in Juneau. And first of all, Heather, you might have to correct my math, but on that slide, economic impacts into the CBJ, I think I calculated 42 million, if I'm adding those together correctly. And then listening to, going down the line of all the tourism impacts and then finishing on how we don't tell our story. And so with all the hands that I saw raised in this room and the panel before talking about how we're not good at telling our stories, I'm wondering if you guys can offer any bits of advice to all of us in the room. How do we better tell our story? Because almost every hand in this room was raised. That's a lot of stories. So what can we do to help you tell these good stories?
Alex.
Thank you, Laura. And I really wanted to jump in and start on this one because I say privately to people like Laura, if I hear another person from the industry tell me we just need to do better at telling our story, I'm going to lose my mind. But I think the challenge with storytelling in this industry is how complex the issues are. When I joked that Russell was a begrudging participant in tourism policy, we have the unique challenge of designing a public process that explains what is practical, what is possible, and what is kind of reasonable and beneficial, while also articulating why we can't pave your street in the valley and how how we can make sure that we're managing area-wide impacts with one development. And so that, in a small way, is a storytelling challenge. And then you have every single person from every individual business who is face down in their business and is so busy. But those people aren't getting out in front of decision makers, in front of elected officials, in front of assemblies, and saying, this is who I am, this is how many people I employ, this is how many year-round jobs I bring to the community. You know, Juneau, what was it, Meilani, is the best place in the country to have a summer job. And this is what I'm doing to convert those people into long-term residents who might put kids in school here. And, you know, those are the individual stories that we need to be telling, and we need to be, and, you know, local businesses should be proud of, because, you know, we can talk a lot about economic impacts and the cruise industry, but I think when it's brought down to a personal and local level, for people in whatever industry to get in front of your assembly, get in front of the legislature, write an email. It's boroughAssembly@juneau.org, by the way, if you live in Juneau, or juneau.gov now. Those things matter and help. It provides balance to the conversation, and I think that balance and nuance is really important, because there's a lot of good information out there about tourism. There's healthy concern about growth, and there's a lot of disinformation too. And it's incumbent upon our local business leaders to be out there publicly correcting that information if they, you know, if you feel like that's a problem. And, you know, I think that provides balance, it provides nuance, it provides depth to the conversation that, you know, helps us as leaders in local government make informed decisions, and is really critical to the dialogue. And I think, you know, people are focused on their day-to-day and what they're doing and managing their companies, and that's really busy, and I understand that. But I think there's a really important role for business owners in the public discourse and in some of these challenging conversations about how we convert this amazing resource of people we have into full-time residents, how we help solve the housing challenges and the long-term employment challenges for those people so that they can stay here.
Renee?
I think it's really tough in the world of social media, because it's really hard. You know, I worked with someone who now is a legislator who used to say to me, you know, don't wrestle with pigs. You get dirty and the pig likes it. And I think that's what happens in a lot of these social media conversations. But I think it's not just people in the tourism. What? I'll explain later. But I think, you know, I think it's really hard, even if you're not a tourism business owner, you know, the 5-ship thing really got me when our detractors here were saying, you know, this is going to blow the 5-ship thing out of the way. And side note, I don't know that anybody in this room other than that woman and I know how hard it was to get that across the line. It was not easy. It was painful, and it went to the highest levels of the international companies that we work with. And so that was not and nobody cared. It felt like nobody cared, but they sure as hell cared when they thought there might be another dock that would screw it up. So as a resident, you know, be the other person who says, no, you know, go and read it if you don't believe Alix and me, but go and read it. It will apply to whatever else. So we need to be willing to have the hard conversations, but unfortunately they are hard. You don't want to be at dinner at your friend's house and have to pick a fight with them about whether or not it applies to the fifth dock. But we have to be having those conversations sometime. It can't be me. It can't be Russell. It can't sometimes be Alix because we are so ingrained in it that they don't necessarily believe us or give us the credibility. So, educate yourself, ask the questions, and then be willing to say to your friend, with all due respect, I think you're wrong. And I think we can have those conversations, but they're hard. And like Alix said, when you're a business owner and you're trying to get through a season where we're dropping 1.6 million people, do you really have the energy to stand up and fight? Maybe not, but maybe put that proud Juneau tourism family sign up again that says, remember who you're talking about. You're talking about your friends and your neighbors.
Robert?
That's great. No, I think it's so important to have these conversations, and so for folks in the room to see that these conversations are happening and to know who to partner with, who to talk with. And I really appreciate you all being here and engaging and extending yourselves for that. I think it's really unfair for Scott to get off with at least one question about Alaska Airlines. Okay, seriously, come on. So I get this email. And it says Valentine's is, I love you, or whatever. It's February, and there's like EQMs. What's an EQM?
Well, let's clear the air. It wasn't a personal email from him about love is in the air. No, what is an EQM? Thank you for the softball. Appreciate that. Elite qualifying miles. If you travel for the month of February in Alaska Airlines, we're going to do a double elite qualifying miles. So those of you who flew in, you're that much closer to your next status for the following year. So thank you for your business. More importantly, thank you, Robert, but let's get a big round of applause for these folks. The visitor industry is a significant part of our economy, and I really love the way we closed out this conversation. The only way we're going to advance it and be able to continue to grow to where it works for everybody is if we do have the conversation. So thank you for the questions, and thank you for the great presentations, you guys.
Thank you. So this really is a defective mic. Kind of between the two of them, it balances out really nice, almost normal, right? That one can hear you breathe, and this one. Oh, okay. Thank you. So the senator is moving from her meeting to this location. So she will be on the screen momentarily. So I am told by text. So we were, and she will be seeing you. So okay, here we go. New text. Okay. They're dialing in now. So we'll just stand by for just one moment. If we sent them the right link, they should be to the wonders of technology and networks like Tidal Network, be joining us here directly. So what was the event that you sent fish to that had the, is this, I know.
The award. Oh, ASME was very happy to sponsor seafood for Clea's event last week.
Just checking. There's something fishy going on here. But I'll do another shout out for Alaska Airlines just because it's my favorite airline and the only one I put my body on to go anywhere above 5 feet. They are doing a special on miles. So you can get, here we go. Senator, welcome. Good afternoon. And thank you for joining us. Can you see the crowd in the back of my head, and can we see you? Let's get the senator on the screen so we can see her as well.
So I can see, let's see. I can see everybody. I can see you. Can you see me?
Yes,
can you
we
hear
see
me?
you. We hear you well. Please welcome Senator Lisa Murkowski.
Thank
The
you.
floor is yours, ma'am.
All right. Well, Robert, thank you. And thanks to everybody that is there at Southeast Conference. I know that these meetings are always informative. You get to visit with your friends. You get to commiserate about the weather. And I don't know, I was looking at the agenda before I got on, and I see that I am following Larry Persily, who has been giving you his predictions. So I'm sure that he has said, yeah, the forecast for the legislative session this year is we're going to have a fiscal plan and we're going to see the gas line advance. So if Larry is still there, I know he's probably snickering at me for that remark, but I did just have to just share. I do love reading about Larry's prognostications. He comes to the table with a lot of history, and sometimes you feel like it's kind of a dose of cold water on things, but you know, we got to be pragmatic, and we have to recognize our opportunities, but we also need to confront the challenges that we have. And believe you me, I am walking in a world of challenges right now in Washington, D.C. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't have a magic wand, but I will tell you, it's not a very upbeat environment here in Washington right now. So let's just start with that. You're asking for the latest in Congress. So we're in the midst now of what we have labeled the security supplemental. And some months back, when the war in Ukraine was just really tough, and we knew that the United States needed to stand by its friend, providing some support for Ukraine. Then we saw literally the situation in the Middle East just take on fire with the atrocities there in Israel, the ongoing threat in Taiwan. So much that was really in front of us, and the debate was, how might we package together a security supplemental that would address these multiple concerns. And the Republicans said, hey, let's not just talk about the borders that are far away from us, but let's recognize that we have our own chaos at our own southern border. And so let's try to work a package or a proposal that's going to provide for new authorities, some additional funding to stop illegal immigration. And they did it. They worked on it for months. And it isn't a bill that I would have written. It is a negotiated product, and I will just underscore it's a negotiated product. It was a bill that was worked out with the appropriators, but a representative from the Democrats, Chris Murphy, who is from Connecticut, and another Republican from Oklahoma, James Lankford, very conservative, and then independent Kirsten Sinema from Arizona. Her state is obviously very impacted by the border. But I will tell you, this is a situation where we have in front of us a not perfect bill when it comes to securing the border, but definitely better than where we are today. It's a bill that, as we think about our friends and allies, Israel is counting on us as they're fighting this multi-front war. Taiwan needs our assistance to help bolster their defenses, and the threats and provocation from China. The situation in Ukraine right now, I will tell you, is really tough. It's dire. They tell us that effectively 98 to 99% of what we have sent to Ukraine has been expended, has been dispersed, and they need our help. They need us to stand with them as an ally, instead of just saying, we stand with you. Demonstrate it with your actions. You have the Ukrainian people are giving up their lives for their country, but this is a fight for democracy, and I feel pretty strongly about this. So we've got all that. We've got the southern border in crisis. We've seen illegal crossings to about 2.4 million people last year alone, which is staggering to us. It's a humanitarian crisis. It's an economic crisis. It's a security crisis. On the humanitarian side, we're seeing the families separated. We're seeing children trafficked. We're seeing the level of fentanyl and other drugs coming in. We see that in our communities around the state. So I'm giving you this by way of background because there's been a lot of chatter about what is and what is not in this bill. The fact of the matter is the text, the full legislative language on this didn't come down until Sunday night at 7 o'clock. But well before Sunday night at 7 o'clock, you had people that were dismissing this, that were basically trash talking it, saying it's not enough or it's too much. I took the position that it makes sense to actually see what the negotiated package is and to determine if what is negotiated between the Republicans and the Democrats here, if on balance there is enough positive there where we can say we have moved the ball forward when it comes to border security. We have stood with our friends and our allies in more than just words, but in actual support. So in my view, these aren't issues that we can just allow to fail and just go back to our respective corners and say, you know, it's not good enough. These are situations that are impacting life and death and impacting the security of our country and really around the world. And I just feel pretty strongly that we can't abandon our allies and allow crisis to spiral just because we've got a presidential election coming up here. Because right now, I'll tell you, we're not talking about the policies themselves so much as we are talking about the politics of all of this. And I'll just go political on you for 1 second if I can before we get into other policy. But quite honestly, I don't care when the election is. I don't care who the president is. I don't care who holds the majority in Congress. If we have an opportunity to make progress on an issue that has stalled us out for so long, then I think it makes sense and it's a responsible thing to do to take advantage of that and then get back to work doing everything else that we need to do. We can make this better. It's negotiated. That means we don't get everything that we like. But right now we're poised to not even allow us to get on the bill to take up amendments to try to make it better. That's the place that we're at right now. We'll know that more tomorrow. So let me move to another cheery subject, and that is appropriations. You all have watched it with great interest because it's not just appropriations for one fiscal year, it's FY24 and FY25. You know that we had to pass a continuing resolution, actually, what we're calling laddered continuing resolution. We extend 4 budget accounts through the 1st of March and then the remaining 8 through the 8th of March. So that's not a lot of time. That's like less than a month here. We have made some good progress. We've gotten our number, our allocations, our subcommittees are fully underway. It's going to be tough as the ranking member on Interior Probes. It's a tough budget. And we're looking at a path where we got 12 appropriations bills that we've got to pass in this next month. So some are saying, does that mean we're going to have a shutdown? Hey, it's a possibility. But again, it's incumbent on us to avoid that. It's incumbent on us to keep the government open, to make sure that we process our appropriations bills. They won't be individually. They may be in a series of minibuses or perhaps larger, but a continuing resolution is not a good way to run the country. And we want to avoid that. But there's some good things. There's some programmatic wins in it for Alaska. Congressionally directed spending. We're looking at $70 million in congressionally directed spending coming to Southeast alone. This is not inconsequential. And these are things, again, I remind you, these are not things that Lisa Murkowski has concocted in a daydream here. These are things that you brought to me. This is the public safety building for Haines. This is a new fire and EMS building for Craig. This is to help remediate the contaminated school building down there in Cake, to help with a landfill and waste management in Angoon. So these are just small examples of some of the things that you come to us and said, these are a priority. We need your help. And so we need to get those enacted into law with these approaches. So I know that this uncertainty on timing for FY24 has created uncertainty for FY25. I wish that I could tell you exactly when we're going to finish this current budget up in March. But we'll open the appropriations portal right after that, and we'll leave it open for the usual month or so. Wait. That's the way that we want it to be. That's the way that we want it to be. So I want to make sure that I don't misinform. Because we don't know when we're going to be able to finish things up, what we have to do is be prepared to open the portal cycle. Once this cycle closes, and we can open up the portal. I don't know for sure if we're going to be able to keep it open for a month. The best I can do is to really encourage you to check in on our approps page on our website. We're going to be posting updates to that. I would encourage you, though, if you haven't already talked with people on my staff, fill out what we're calling a project interest form. It's posted on my website if you've got a project for FY25. And also, if this is new, set up a meeting with staff to familiarize them with the project. You know the folks down there in Southeast. Dana Herndon, of course, was in Juneau. She's now here in DC handling the prop stuff. Sherry Klein there in Ketchikan, and then Kara Holtz in Juneau. So talk with them about these. So other things that we're working on that are relevant to you there in Southeast, certainly landslides. The tragedy that we saw in Wrangell at the end of November just left a hole in everybody's heart, and just a lot of tragedy with the families lost, the Hellers, Mr. Florschutz, but it goes beyond that. It's the anxiety that is created in a community that has had this tragedy. So we need to be there to help in every way possible, whether it's the FEMA response afterwards or moving forward. But I know it's not just Wrangell that is anxious about this. You used to think these are like 100-year events, but now it seems like they're happening every few years, killing family and friends and neighbors. You think about the event in Sitka back in 2015, and then in 2020 in Haines when we lost 2 lives there, and then just a couple of months ago in Wrangell. So these are hard issues that again not only leave physical damage but mental damage as well, and that requires healing. So one of the things that we're doing here is I've introduced, previously I had established what we had put into law at the USGS, a landslides program. We're looking to expand that now to get monitors in place for communities across the Southeast area, gather the data needed to build out baselines, really dramatically improve our ability to better detect and to forecast these. So I'm working through the appropriations. We're going to try to move some more federal dollars to Alaska to address the landslides, but we're going to be introducing this bipartisan bill to renew USGS's program. I'm working with Senator Cantwell on that. It is a challenge for us in Southeast, and I know that again there's great anxiety, but know that we're working in different ways to try to ensure that there is better safety and protection for our residents. Another hard issue, since we're just kind of sticking with the hard things here, is with our fisheries. We don't need to recite some of the challenges that we've seen, but the salmon runs are small, the prices down, outside lawsuits that threaten entire fisheries. There's just so much uncertainty that is out there right now. And we're starting to see the impacts of that uncertainty, first with Trident announcing the sale of the 4 processing facilities there, including in Ketchikan and in Petersburg. And then most recently, the decision of Peter Pan down in King Cove to close for a season. We're no stranger to the cycles and the ups and downs in Alaska. We've had ups and downs between our our processors and our harvesters. But one thing that we've learned is that one depends on the other. The processors need the fish and the harvesters need a market, but we're certainly learning that our communities depend on both of those. We have seen some good news on this front, though. The Treasury Department is closing the loophole on U.S. sanctions on Russian seafood. That is significant, but I don't trust the Russians for a minute on this, thinking that they're going to try to further evade things. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We have been able to fund some important fisheries projects through the CDS process, so we'll keep doing that. You've heard me talk for a while now about our working waterfronts legislation. It's now ready for introduction. And this is something that it's been a long time in coming, because we really are trying to take a comprehensive approach. We want to try to help our coastal communities, whether it's through USDA loan guarantees for commercial fishermen and for our fish processors. We're looking to expand the farm credit eligibility for fish industry support businesses, new tax credit for marine energy, support for community infrastructure like cold storage and cooperative processing facilities, things like this. So we've been working through that. We've been taking a lot of input, and we're looking to gain co-sponsors on that and to be able to introduce. But it's been good as we've watched Robert and others really reimagine how seafood is processed in Southeast as mariculture and other emergent industries are coming on. That's exactly what we need. And we want to be able to give you good tools to do that. So always a bright spot, or I shouldn't say always, but certainly now is tourism in Southeast. Many of your communities are thinking about how much capacity to plan for and how beneficial investments in shoreside power infrastructure have been for places like Juneau and Ketchikan. I think those are good conversations to be had. Not too many years ago, you can't erase from your mind things were not so good within the tourism industry. So I'm not ever one who says if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of a thing. But I do think that there are some things that we can still adjust to help the industry. One of those is to fix the PVSA, the Passenger Services Vessel Act. I think we need a permanent waiver from that for cruises that are transiting passengers to Alaska from ports in the lower 48. So you have seen my legislation before, the Cruising for Alaska's Workforce Act. So we've introduced a new version of that just last week. I think we got a little bit better drafting this time. So we'll see what we can't do to advance that. The other area where things are going well is infrastructure. It's been great to see so many Southeast communities applying for funding, especially for port development and broadband. That's great to see so many awards coming out. Right now, our estimates show that the bipartisan infrastructure bill has brought more than $6.3 billion to Alaska. That's more per capita than any other state in the nation. I think part of it is because of the good work that goes on, but I think we all know that so much of it is based on the need. With regards to infrastructure, we continue to see good things on broadband. Last June, there was more than $1 billion in BEAD allocations announced. Then in October, there was an announcement for port improvement grants for Metlakatla, Wrangell, and Yakutat. And then in November, we were able to announce a second substantial round of funding for Alaska Marine Highway System. So we're now at $416 million and counting for AMHS. We got 3 more years of funding ahead. It's great. But again, I'm going to ask for your help here. I need you to push the legislature to provide state match for the infrastructure dollars that head our way, especially for AMHS, because the matches, much as I know we don't like them, but it just can't happen without the match. So I need you to help push all of our state stakeholders from Alaska DOT onward to develop a long-term plan to meet the goals of this funding. modernized ferries, better service. That's, you know what we need. You get it. But I worry that we're a little bit behind schedule. And if you don't mind, I'll be a little pushy on this, because I think we have to have a sense of urgency when it comes to setting AMHS up for the next generation. So as I reminded the legislature last year, we can't mess this up. So don't you let anybody off the hook for not doing their part. The clock's ticking, and we have work to do. And I appreciate the fact that so many are just putting their shoulder in to make this happen, because we realize this opportunity is in front of us now. I've talked way too long. I got more that I could talk about. I will share with you that our annual grant symposium is going to be held in Anchorage on April 5th. We're doing this in coordination with ML and AFN, just because I'm thinking about it all the time, because I'd like to be able to get out there and do a hike this summer. I'm pushing Park Service to reopen the Chilkoot Trail. It's 4 years now. We can do better than this in getting some trail repairs done. So that's one where I'm pushing some urgency. I know you're talking about things like childcare and the challenges there. It's too early to talk about whether or not we may have an expanded child tax credit here in the Senate. Been meeting with a lot of folks just today on the housing issues. So I know that that's a big challenge there. But we're making some headway. Borough of Wrangell, Petersburg Indian Association are taking some steps to develop some local solutions. So good for you there. And we're seeing good partnering going on for economic development, like Southeast Conference, City of Craig Tribal, Sean Seat, for the Mariculture Center there at Craig's industrial site. So there's good things. There's good things that are happening, but they don't happen by accident. They don't happen just because you will them into being. They happen because of the good hard work. So thank you all for what you're doing. I've talked way too long, Robert, and so I'm happy if your schedule allows to field questions. I'm going to be in Juneau, Sitka, and Ketchikan next week. I'll do my ledge speech and then spend a day each in Ketchikan and Sitka. I'm looking forward to seeing folks down there. So back to you.
Well, Senator, it never ceases to amaze me the grasp you have on the granularity of the details of what we wrestle with here on so many different fronts. And we certainly are amazed and very appreciative of what you've opened the door for the Marine Highway System. That those resources, we are engaged individually, collectively, and we have maybe more of a sense of urgency than others, but we are certainly doing what we can, and we will continue to push forward on that and all the other fronts. We're going to have a robust conversation this afternoon about the fisheries, and so we'll continue those conversations as well. Both of your staff are here in the room with us and very much available to us, and we really appreciate it. I know you came out of a meeting to engage us here, and you have another one to go back to. So can we just give our senior senator a hearty welcome? Thank you.
See you all in Southeast next week. Take care and keep shoveling.
Thank you. All right. Well, with that, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get through the lunch line, because there's nothing worse than delaying that. Maybe tonight when we have reception. But then we'll come in and we're going to have a few words from our lunch sponsor, Sea Alaska. Mr. Nelson, chairman, is here. And then we'll have Larry, and then we're going to have the university as well. So let's get through the lunch line quickly and back to our tables, do a little networking, and then we'll be right back.
Conference. Okay, thank you, Siri. So I'll keep my real brief. I know most of you, but I know a lot of you might not know me, so I'm just going to wrap it in a nutshell, just me. I'm a brown bear from Yakutat and been living here in Juneau since 2001, but I grew up at a time when Yakutat was still a two-way school, as were a lot of our other villages. And that comes to mind to me because we all grew up on that ferry system, and just trying to underscore that and the message from Senator Murkowski. And part of that message from Senator Murkowski is it is up to us right here to wake up all of our policymakers to do right by our next generations. So our kids can be riding those ferries, in perpetuity here. And Senator Murkowski's been pulling her weight. As you know, she's been doing her thing. And I distill that to there's not an aisle. They talk about crossing the aisle. As Native people, we're just the common sense in the middle. We've been here from the beginning. We'll be here to the end. We'll be here from administration. And so I'm from Yakutat, grew up that whole coast fishing from dry bay to icy bay. But I've been on the Sealaska board since 2001. I don't admit this often, but I won't make others raise hands, I guess. I'm a lawyer. But I spend a lot of time working at the university because we have got lots of lawyers around. We don't have enough educators around, especially those higher degree professional PhD ones. And I know we got the new chancellor coming on stage in a little bit here, and hopefully everybody gives her a warm welcome. One of my other jobs is co-chair at AFN. We're having an AFN board meeting right now, so sorry I'm not going to be here for this afternoon. I'm going to run over and help finish running that meeting over there. But I bring that up because Chancellor Aparna Palmer, fresh to Alaska, and then came in to visit with us in Sealaska and wanted to engage because she very quickly understood that the success of this university system depends on the Native community's participation, not just enrollment and headcount, but on many other levels, to be the staff, to be the faculty, all these things. So we've been having regular conversations. And she went to AFN convention and participated like no other chancellor, I guarantee you, has participated at AFN by being right there embedded in the whole convention through the banquet. So not here to brag about our new chancellor, but I'm just saying, all of you, I know you wear these kinds of hats and you do this kind of work, and it takes systems change to make change real. And that's really the core of Sealaska, what we're trying to do. You probably witnessed our logo change over the last couple of years. It's the round, hopefully folks know what it is right now. I think it's probably down here. It's a salmon egg. And if you were to distill, we had to go through this process, a year-long process, and get down to the brand essence of what are we about as a corporation. And we had to get it to one word. And that brand essence we agreed upon was balance. It was balance. Though if we had to put it in one word, and there's other Native terminologies and words for all these things, but that was the one word we came up with for the logo. And all these Native corporations, they do have a couple big jobs. Yeah, we have to make money. That's just a given because we're for-profit entities, but we have to make a difference. So even more than making the money, because that's a given, we have to make a difference. And you find a way to do that by being thoughtful about the future generations and always investing in the future with everything you do, not looking at everything as a cost center with a deficit mindset and staying on your side of the aisle and just kind of wait until you get to May 15th or whatever they get to the end of the show on this up the Capitol Hill here, just negotiating. So I'm excited that you're meeting here, that you do this regularly with the Capitol building here, and I just wishing everybody luck as far as not missing the moment, because all of you know it's unprecedented federal dollars, and there will be dollars left on the table if we're not working together to grab as much as we can, because Senator Murkowski and others are doing their part. And at Sealaska, we're going to continue to do our part. Everybody knows about Sealaska Heritage, that they've actually grown, as you know, a lot bigger footprint than Sealaska headquarters downtown. And part of that is we're all the same family. So that was my point. I saw that USDA is now using the one USDA thing. One Sealaska isn't a new thing. That's literally our address, but it's also the family of entities there that are there to make money, not just to make money and put it out the door in dividends, because we have 25,000 shareholders all over the world, but really to make a difference and take care of our homelands and the communities. And we all have this common bond to the place that all of you are, champions of. So thank you. I know my little soundbite is supposed to be a soundbite. Thank you, Robert, for your leadership. feel free to track us down and enjoy the rest of the conference. I'll miss later today, but I'll be out the next couple of days. So, yeah, thanks for cooking Smokehouse, feeding us.
Thank you very much. You know, it's been heartening to see Alaska do so well, not just because they are great investors and corporate ventures, but the way they invest in people. And, you know, they've that's been their heartbeat. And we've seen that expression through Sea Alaska Heritage Institute. We've seen that through Spruce Root. We've seen that in so many different ways. And we really appreciate that leadership and partnership as well. So we're going to hear from Larry Persily, and then we're going to hear from the Chancellor, and then we'll give you a little bit of break before the next session. So without any further ado, and you know, the Senator Albert Kukesh told me once after I introduced him, he said, if my introduction is longer than my remarks, then it's time for me to retire. So I always remember that fondly. And so I'm not going to introduce Mr. Larry Persily because you all know him and we're looking forward to his remarks. So thank you. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you. I was worried that you were going to have me speak right before lunch. And I thought, no one wants to hear me if they're waiting in line and the food's there. So I thought I'd distill my 15 minutes into 5 words just in case I had to give my presentation before lunch and had to shorten it. So the 5-word version is, if you look upon what's going to happen this year, ain't nothing good going to happen. That pretty much sums it up. So I appreciate you inviting me back. You know, I was afraid you'd say, oh, don't come back. You'd want a more optimistic speaker, someone who is cheerfully motivational. And I realize sometimes I ooze pessimism and cynicism and sarcasm. So I was on a Zoom call with some college friends last week, and I told them, I'm really trying to be nicer. These people have known me for 55 years, and they started laughing, and they weren't laughing with me. They were laughing at me because they knew it wasn't going to happen. So without any further to do about optimism, I'm going to talk to you about Alaska politics, the legislature, the governor. Can't go in Southeast without talking about the governor. So let's first look at the Republican-led House majority, because that's going to be the stumbling block this year in Juneau in the legislature. They share a lot in common with their colleagues in the U.S. House, where there's a Republican-led majority, very slim majority in the U.S. House that is just, you know, I call them the Republicans quasi-control the House. They really don't have enough of a majority to get things done. They're at a loss to govern, and same problem here with the Alaska House. So the congressional Republicans divided more than ever. A lot of the moderates are just throwing their hands up and saying, I'm retiring, I'm out of here. It just isn't worth it. We're not getting anything done. The U.S. House Republicans are in a position with that very slim majority. They have to accommodate the loudest of their members, the loudest of the voices, hoping to hold things together enough to get passage. We're seeing that's not working. So in the case of something really important like the budget, they take in Democrats to form enough votes, to put together enough votes to get something passed, which just pisses off the hardcore conservative Republicans. You know, it's similar in the House. There are 23 members of the Republican-led House majority out of 40 members. So that means you can lose only 2 and still get anything passed. Those 23, you know, they agree they want to be in control. They agree on limited government, but they don't agree on the size of the dividend. They don't agree on school funding. They don't agree on contentious social issues, which means many of those issues will not make it to the House floor. Because if you're House leadership, you don't want to bring something to the floor that's not going to pass, or that the Democrats will take over, peel off a few of your members, and then win passage for something that's, you know, more favorable to the Democrats. So you don't take the chance, you don't bring it to the floor. It's not so much with that slim of a majority, it's not so much you're governing by a solid agenda. It's more like you're governing on thin ice, hoping nothing breaks underneath you. You know, school funding is one of those examples. School funding, important, certainly, but it's really on thin ice. You know, we saw it last year. They finally got something through. Governor vetoed half of it. So that thin ice under school funding, and the government's there, or the governor's there just throwing hot water on the thin ice, hoping to break it. So we've got a problem, and let's talk about that. So the governor, in his State of the State, he was big on this anti-no kick. He said, too many in the state have gotten very good at saying no. No to mining, no to oil and gas, no to harvesting timber, no to renewables, no to growing more food, no to trucks on the roads, no to roads, period. He must have been thinking no to ferries, but he left that out of his speech. He said, unless we change this no attitude, north to the future will become no to the future. Well, that's an inspiring speech. You know, but yet he started the session even before his State of the State speech saying no to any permanent increase in school funding formula, the base student allocation, BSA, unless the legislature piles on several of his favorite public education issues, such as taking local control away on charter schools. And he won't say how much of an increase in the state formula that he supports, which makes it hard for legislators to negotiate hidden invisible target. So the House majority, that thin Republican-controlled majority, even before the governor said, no permanent increase unless you jam all this other stuff in there, the House majority got a jump on this just say no theme in a hastily called Rules Committee where they rewrote a Senate education bill dealing with internet in schools. Short notice, one day's hearing on a weekend, and they took that internet bill and they jammed in all the governor's education priorities, bonuses for teachers, more state control, less local control on homeschooling. And they turned into something that some of them liked, right? Oh, and it did have a very small permanent increase in the base student allocation, 5%. Right? That's nothing. Well, speaking on behalf of school districts, teachers, and parents in Alaska, 5% is nothing. Okay, I don't have kids. I didn't go to school in Alaska, but so the House majority said, okay, this is the answer, right? We're going to take this small increase, but if you're going to get that, you got to take all this other stuff that school supporters didn't want. It's like the governor, either knowingly or unwittingly, was trying to give something to that fractured House majority, something they could coalesce around. You know, they can't agree on PFD, they can't agree on a lot of other things, but they can all agree, we're going to tie school funding to all these other things that the districts, teachers, parents don't necessarily want. The third one, besides for teacher bonuses, one time only, and less local control on charter schools, more money for homeschooling, which is certainly an emotional issue. So if he thought this bill that was conjured up on a Saturday hearing would help bring the House together, it actually hasn't. That bill has not come to the floor because they don't have enough votes to pass it. Pure and simple. It's just not there. They've got enough members of the House majority who are looking ahead. They either want more money for schools, pro-education, or they don't want to be tagged as anti-education in the November election. So they look at that bill and say, I'm not going to vote for that. Well, if you're the majority leadership, you're not going to bring it to the floor and have it fail, or bring it to the floor and risk that a few of your members will side up with the Democrats, amend the bill to something more palatable to their liking that you don't like, and then either you got rolled on the floor or you pull the bill off the floor. It's a bad situation. So that one's going to take a while to resolve itself. You know, that just with 23 members in the House majority, there's just not that much they can give. Now, the Senate kind of looked at that and thought, oh, it's the House playing games again. The Senate takes the long view of things. They'll just wait it out. The House has its weekly and daily tiffs and tussles, and press conferences, the Senate is much more patient. So question is, what's going to happen on school funding before they adjourn, assuming they adjourn in time in mid-May? I expect there will be some permanent increase in the student funding formula. Probably not, well, not probably, certainly not as much as the districts want. And there'll probably be other things in there to reach a political compromise to get enough votes, whether it's teacher bonuses, whether it's charter schools, whether it's something more for homeschooling. You're going to have to put together a package to get it through. The question will be, so let's say they pass an omnibus education bill that's got every piece of caca rolled in and it passes. The governor, if he signs it, he can still veto the appropriation. He can sign the bill that sets the BSA higher, but then in the budget, there's a dollar amount to pay that higher BSA. He can veto that down. You can just have an unfunded mandate, which is a great expression I never heard till I came to Alaska. We have lots of unfunded mandates around here where it says you got to do it, but we're not going to give you the money. So it's not just the bill. You're going to have to watch and see what happens with the veto. So I'm trying to cut this down because I know we're getting to time. So it gets down to money, right? Well, I would expect there's no talk this year of taxes. You know, we've all gone through the sales tax, income tax, oil tax debate, fiscal plan. It's not going to happen this year. I think a good example is an election year and oil prices are high enough that we're not panicky. We're just sort of broke. Difference, right? Panicky, you do something, broke, you just put it on a credit card. Yesterday, there's a hearing in the House Labor and Commerce Committee on a bill to raise the state business license fee by $50, right? Most business owners blow more than that on pizza, or many, depending where you buy your pizza. Opposition in committee to this bill was, oh, that sounds like a tax. And a lot of us pledged no new taxes. If you can't get over a $50 increase in a business license because you think it looks like a tax, you're not going to talk about anything else that raises money for the state. So, you know, I think the wish list from legislators or from wish lists for legislators from communities is going to be more than the Treasury can afford. Oil prices are down $15 a barrel from when I talked to you in September in Sitka, back when I had no voice. I'll have a voice and I can tell you they are down $15. Mideast and Ukraine turmoil, sure, but there's more oil on the market than the world needs at the moment. China's economy is not very strong. US every month keeps hitting a new production record for oil. So no shortage. Even at $78 an barrel, there's still enough for a healthy capital budget, just not a lush, overflowing capital budget. So some requests, not a lot, but probably more than some years will get approved. Like I said, there will be no talk this year of state sales tax, state income tax, oil taxes. There's a lot of talk last year about expanding the reach of the state corporate income tax so we could take money from Hillcorp, one of the largest oil producers in the state. That's not going to go anywhere either. Just not going to happen. So one thing I think that will happen, the legislature last year in the budget set up this structure that said, well, if in the fiscal year that ends June 30, the state takes in more than they need, half of it goes to savings, half of it goes out in a, quote, energy relief payment this fall. It's looking like that might be a couple $100 Alaskans will get added on to their PFD this fall, assuming oil prices stay where they are for the next few months. So I think the legislature can put together a balanced budget, even with lower prices, as long as they, for the 6th year in a row, reject the governor's supersized permanent fund dividend. And I expect they will. There just is not, in fact, there's less support every year for a big dividend, or bigger, I should say. Sure, everyone would like a big one, but the governors, where you're talking 3,000, 3,500, that support is whittling away. He seems oblivious to it or just doesn't care. But even before you get to the end of session negotiations, school funding and dividend and budget and capital projects, the governor, the first week of the session, issued a dozen executive orders. this is like 10% of all the executive orders issued by governors since statehood. And I don't know if maybe someone on his staff didn't say, you know, Gov, after 12, you get the 13th for free as a baker's dozen. They could have found a 13th. So of those dozen, you know, they're not exactly enthusiastically received. There's the one that would change state statutes so the governor kicks the legislature out of the room and the governor gets to appoint the entire 9 members of the Alaska Marine Highway Advisory or Operations Board, Advisory Board. You know, look, the governor didn't like a couple of legislative appointments, but he still had the votes to win on the 9-member board. Just wait him out instead of picking a fight. I don't understand that. Or he wants to abolish the, I forgot this right, Chilkat Bald Eagle Preserve Advisory Council, which has been around 40 years to help manage it. There again, is that a fight you want to pick? Not everyone in Haines loves it, but people who like that council, the thought of abolishing it is about as popular as your dog rolling in dead salmon. It's just, you know, why, Governor, if you're trying to reach consensus, but as much as a lot of legislators, particularly coastal legislators on the Marine Highway Board, want to overturn or reject those executive orders, and under the law, they have till mid-March to meet in a joint session. If 31 out of 60 legislators vote to reject an executive order, it doesn't go into effect. Like I say, as much as many legislators don't like them, I kind of expect they're not going to overturn them. They'll look at it and say, yeah, that's not good, but I got bigger fights with the governor. Dividend, school funding, capital budget, you know, social legislation. You can only pick so many fights with a governor who's got a veto pen and live to see the next day. So I'm thinking, probably they'll leave the executive orders. Now, the governor, his State of the State was almost 7,000 words long. Toward the very end, he got to the dividend. And his statement was, as long as I'm governor, I will continue to fight for the PFD. Okay, bold move. Not a word how to pay for his dividend. Nothing about how to change the unaffordable formula in state law. Nothing about the self-inflicted billion-dollar hole in the budget he presented to legislators. So, you know, no doubt he's going to continue fighting for the dividend, but it'd be nice if at some point in that fight, he took off his political boxing gloves and actually built up a sweat to try to find an answer. Though, I got to tell you, no one in the legislature, few in the legislature are talking about a fiscal plan anymore. It's just kind of off the table, waiting for another election to see if the numbers change. I think one, besides for dividend school budget, or school funding budget, certainly the continuing fight in the legislature to return to defined benefit retirement plan for public employees. The Senate has passed legislation to bring back defined benefit for state municipal school teachers. Wasn't even a close vote. Goes to the House. I don't think the House will even bring it to the floor. I think House majority looks at that like school funding and says, well, there's a few of us in this room among the Republicans who would vote for this if it gets to the floor, and we don't want it to pass. We don't want to give a victory to the Senate. We don't want to give a victory to public employees. So I think they'll keep it off the floor. Now, the Senate thinks in terms of like operas, long operas where you know how they end. The House is a series of ad libs and one-act plays. So I think the Senate understands this probably won't go anywhere in the House, and they'll just wait it out and try again the next year. It doesn't mean they don't want it to happen, but I don't see that. There will be, just a couple more points, there's going to be a lot of talk this year about creating jobs, right? Not just because it's an election year, but who's argues with creating jobs. I think, to me, it's a mismatch. We're losing population. The workforce is aging and declining. Who the hell is going to fill the jobs you're creating? It just, I'm not sure I understand this. Hey, jobs are great. We need to create them, but you also need to have people to fill them. And as we hear today and everywhere, it's that there is a shortage of workers out there. So if you want to talk about creating jobs, you should be talking about better schools, university, housing, childcare, all the other things that would help attract and keep people here. I think the legislature will appropriate more money for childcare again this year. Probably the governor will veto it again, like he did last year. The governor will say the same thing he did last year is, well, we can't have everything we want. Got to be frugal. And tell that to the kids. So it'll be, the last week, as it is every year. It's a tradition, right? It's May, the weather's nice, baseball season's underway, and the legislature's in the final negotiations over a budget. How much is the dividend? What's school funding? It never gets done early, no matter how much they all say we're going to do this early. I think the House majority is still, their nose is out of joint that the Senate kind of took control of the budget last year and kind of did a take it or leave it to the House. But it's hard to imagine the House getting that organized to not be in that position this year. This is the last year of a 2-year legislative session, so anything that doesn't pass this year dies. You got to start over. You're going back home to campaign. You want to show your voters you got something passed. So look for a lot of personal interest legislation to make it to the floor in the House and Senate for passage. But given the division between House and Senate, don't look for anything of great consequence to make it to the floor. It'll be a lot of bike trail namings and bridge namings and things like that. Well-meaning, but not going to change anything. So I guess in the end, I think also we need to remember the governor's going to keep his stack of veto pens handy if he doesn't like things. He's obviously not that interested in making friends in the legislature, seems more concerned with national political issues like telling Texas, great job, fight the federal government over razor wire at the border. So I think legislators are aware of that, and they don't want to work hard, call in, make political deals, and have the governor cut it down with a veto pen. So they're going to try to get some indication from the governor what he would accept, so they don't have that risk. One last comment. Last week, and this one really discouraged me, and I don't get discouraged easily. So last week, the governor's budget director, which is in charge of the numbers, right, told the finance committee that the state, and they were talking about the constitutional budget reserve. That's the one savings account we have before we have to go into the permanent fund to pay the bills. So she told them, we need to, spend that money out of the budget reserve. She said, to maintain the operations of the state. We have no choice. We have to take it. And therefore, we're going to pull more money out of that budget reserve, driving it lower than it's ever been, is the number she was talking about. I think dangerously low. If oil prices drop and you don't have that shock absorber, you don't have $1 billion or $2 billion there if prices crash because you've been spending it, you got real problems here. So she said, we're going to have to spend that stuff. We need the money to operate the state. And then she said, yeah, there's a risk. Quote, the state is in a position that we do not have a fiscal plan. I'm not sure I would acknowledge that in public for the rating agencies to see, but she did. Look, in closing, don't look for a fiscal plan this year. It's just not going to happen. There's just not enough political push behind it. And I guess in closing, I really want to be optimistic, and I guess I failed. So. Did I take questions, or do you have to go to the next? So the rail belt is running short on natural gas, which warms my heart. Even though I own a condo in Anchorage, it's like, oh, now that South Central, where the political and population powers, now that they're going to have to pay more for energy, all of a sudden it's an issue, even though everyone else in the state has been aware of affordability and accessibility to energy for years. So there will be, well, two things the legislature can have to do with the notion that Cook Inlet is short of gas. The legislature more than a decade ago said, well, we'll throw tax credits at it. We'll write checks. And after a couple $1 billion in checks, they realized, well, that didn't do anything, didn't get any return on that. I think what they'll do is there's legislation that would reduce the state royalty. So when you produce oil and gas in Alaska, the state gets a portion of it as their royalty. You could cut that royalty. In theory, maybe the company would say, well, if I don't have to pay you 12.5% of what comes out of the ground, I'll go invest to produce more. The problem with that is you don't know it's going to result in more gas. There's no way to guarantee that that reduced royalty flows through to consumers. So, but on the other hand, it doesn't cost the state anything. So I think they'll do something like that. Well, we tried, we cut the royalty rate, makes it more attractive, and they won't have to write any checks. The other thing is the federal government gave the state almost $250 million to rebuild and strengthen and make a more robust electrical transmission grid on the rail belt, talking Fairbanks down to Seward. As Senator Murkowski talked about, there's a match required. Everything's a match with feds. So to get that $250 million from the feds, they need $250 million from the state. Thankfully, the state doesn't have to cough it up all at once. They can pay it out over time, over several years. So I think that one they'll appropriate, they'll cover. Whether there's anything left for Southeast after that, I don't know.
That's the question. Okay, time for a quick question or two.
Yeah, Larry, do you think we'll get the capital match for the Marine Highway that Lisa was talking about?
I do. Senator Stedman, who runs Senate Finance Committee, and I mean this graciously as his own personal, well, how would I put it? Well, anyway, he's in charge. Senator Stedman will not let that budget go through without the federal match for it. The state is,
Yeah.
and I don't think the governor will veto it, just because you're right, it's so easy to get a match. The state is trying, instead of putting general fund money, the state wants to count fare box revenues as their match. I don't know, it's sort of the same thing. It all goes in the state checking account. I can't imagine the feds would say no to that. But that way, it's more palatable to the governor. He doesn't have to think he's giving state dollars. He's just taking your revenue from the fare box and using it. But it all adds up the same. Yeah, so I think we'll get that match.
All right.
Whispering.
Yeah.
Is this a cabal in the making?
Yeah, it is. It's a fishy situation.
A
All right.
situation? Do we need to call authorities?
Well, we do have the Alaska Energy Authority.
Okay.
We'll call them. I think they're in the room too. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Larry. So if I could call on our board president and our two auctioneers to come explain themselves, and also invite Chancellor to come on up and hear from them, and then we get to hear from her. So, Madam President, and the auctioneers, what have you done? Can you use that mic right there?
Oh. We need Chancellor Palmer. So as you all know, during the annual meeting, Southeast Conference has a scholarship auction. And every year, these two, Casey Hostetler and Marco Scheer, raise the bar a little higher. This year, I think it had absolutely everything to do with pirate costumes and fur thongs. It's a pretty winning combination.
You'll get no argument from me.
So at this year's conference annual meeting, we raised $60,000, an all-time high. So on behalf of Southeast Conference and all those that participated, I'd like to present this to Chancellor Palmer.
I am so grateful for this donation. It is going to help our students so much. And, as I talk a little bit about kind of UAS and UA, you will see why it is so important that we raise funds to support students to pursue education, whether it is to go and learn how to weld, or whether it is to work on the Marine Highway, or whether it is to earn a degree in accounting or a master's degree in marine policy. We are so grateful to all of you. And I know there are some people who were at the Southeast Conference earlier this fall or this past fall who aren't here. And if you are listening remotely or joining us remotely, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
So I just want to make a couple of quick things. First, thank you to Sitka for hosting and for donations and all of the things that made that environment so wonderful. And thank everybody who attended the annual meeting for their generosity again and again and again. And we had a lot of fun, and we had great participation. We even, in a very Alaskan way, we even had a rifle donated by one mayor. And now we're going to the annual meeting in Ketchikan in September. And the goal is to do better. Mayor Dial has pledged that he's going to donate a rifle even better. So I'm excited to see that. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, I might as well. I'm already up here. So just thank you again to everyone who donated. A special thanks, especially to Huna Totem Corporation, Corey Baggin, Simpson Tug and Barge, and of Alaska Airlines. We together were each able to give $5,000 as a general, raising your hand this year, which really put us at the $60,000 level. So I want to thank everyone for that. And also just encourage, for those of you who are coming to Ketchikan and those of you who are from Ketchikan, are you out there? All right. Kind of. We're looking forward to really being able to top this year. 75,000 is our goal. Let's really make it happen. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. Can we do it? All right. All right. We'll see you guys in September.
Well, I know that after Larry spoke, you thought to yourself, who's going to come up here and follow him? Is it going to be someone optimistic? And yes, you have that person in front of you. So it was about a year ago today that I interviewed for the position of chancellor at the University of Alaska Southeast. My husband and I were sitting this weekend recounting that trip and how wonderful it was. We landed in Juneau, spent a couple of days here. We went to Ketchikan next, and then we went to Sitka and then flew back. It was, for us, a trip of a lifetime. I remember after I received the offer from our president, Pat Pitney, my husband shared with me, he said, you know, when I was in Juneau, we stayed at Grandma's feather bed. He gets up at 4 a.m. He's an early bird. He said he walked out onto the porch and he said, I hope she gets this job. Because it was just so beautiful. And it was a very snowy weekend at that point as well. And so we really, really appreciated the beautiful landscape here. And we feel very, very lucky to be here. I've been here about 6 months, and I feel a deep sense of belonging and pride to be here in Southeast Alaska and to be a citizen of Alaska. You know, today when the flag song was sung, I thought to myself, that is the most beautiful flag song I've ever heard. And I thought, wow, I am in the right place. And my husband is a retired school teacher. He is also a poet. And he not only publishes his own poetry, he also is the editor of a creative writing journal. And the other day he said to me, you know, your name is like Alaska. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he said, your name has 3 A's, and so does Alaska. And you have consonants in the same pattern between the A's, like Alaska. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I am in the right place. So I'm here to give you a little bit of an update on the University of Alaska system, but also to give you an update on UAS, which is part of the heart of Southeast, and I'm proud of that. So I'll begin with some enrollment figures. Our system, the UA system, is actually for this spring up 5% in headcount compared to last year, which is great news. And UAS, as part of that system, if you look just at our university, we're actually up 2% in headcount. This is great news, especially for UAS, but of course also for the University of Alaska system. In past years, we've seen a decline in headcount and credit hours, and now we are slowly making our way up. The University of Alaska Fairbanks, the University of Alaska Anchorage are doing a great job, and UAS is also in that group. In terms of credit hours, which is really a reflection of how many classes people are taking, the system for spring is up 6% in its credit hours. And remember that credit hours really translate into tuition and fees. And so that means we're actually increasing our revenue as a university system. Here at UAS, we're flat. So we're very similar to the credit hours that we had last spring. But I feel very optimistic because for many years, as one of the board members told me, it wasn't flat, it was down. And here we see kind of a stability that it feels really, really good. Now, I'm going to switch to the fall because even though it's still about February, we already look at the fall enrollment and we start kind of making our plans. For UAS, we are up 3% in our applicants and we are up 5% in our admitted students. So we're looking at the fall and we are feeling optimistic. This includes an increase in our full-time freshmen. Our first-time freshmen, which translates into full-time students in many cases. And so bringing those traditional students back, in addition to serving our part-time students, is an important goal for us. And we're feeling really good that we are up 3% in that category. So I think this is really good news. And I'll return to this in a few moments, but I want to cover a few other things. So jumping to system priorities, we have an incredibly energized board of regents. We have 3 very energized chancellors in our system, and we have a very energized president. And we're all working in lockstep together to really elevate the University of Alaska system. The system has set some priorities that we are working on. They include financial sustainability, prosperity, in that case as well, leadership in the Arctic, offering a high level of education and raising our reputation and our brand and our visibility across the country, and remaining workforce focused. So those are the system priorities that we are working on together at all 3 universities and at the system. And what's nice is that we are in alignment that is really important. So at each university, we are working on those goals in concert with our Board of Regents. In terms of specific priorities, we're working on several projects that include modernization. So one of the most important things to modernize is the system that actually stores much of our data, whether it is student data or employee data. It's stored within a system that desperately needed an upgrade, and we are working to upgrade to the newest version of that system. It's a delicate operation. It's not easy, but we are moving forward with the leadership of Pat Pitney. We're also looking at our deferred maintenance. We want modern facilities that can really draw students to our 3 universities. And so this has been a focus for us. Problem solving, perhaps with the help of the legislature, is a priority for us. Another priority for the system is really looking at our scholarships. In this day and age, providing funding for students is critical. And this is an issue that I will come back to as well. But improving our scholarship processes, improving our scholarship opportunities is a high priority for our system as well. And then finally, retention, recruitment, and graduation. Those are 3 really important areas of focus for us, and I will talk a little bit more specifically about some of those areas. But what we want to do is really have a robust recruitment of students, not only in the state of Alaska, because for them, we are an excellent proposition financially and educationally, but also drawing people from other areas of the country and other areas of the world to Alaska by offering them that quality education and offering them something that is economically feasible, that they have a good return on their investment. And so those are some of the priorities that the system is working on in concert with the 3 universities. I want to switch gears and talk a little bit about highlights at UAS. You might wonder, what are the programs that are really thriving at UAS? Well, I gave you a little bit of a look, I think, when I was here at the Southeast Conference when we met in Sitka, but I want to talk a little bit about the programs that are really thriving. Number 1, our mariculture semester. We are very serious about helping develop a workforce that can contribute to the mariculture industry. And on our Sitka campus, we have a special sort of semester called the mariculture semester. Interestingly, students from all across the country, but also in Alaska, come, spend a semester with us, take a certain number of credits, and at the end of that semester, they have an occupational endorsement that allows them to work in the mariculture industry. And I will tell you that nearly every single one of them is hired even before they finish the program because the need is so great. This is a program, this is an area that we would like to be a leader in, and we are hoping to expand not only on the Sitka campus, but also here in Juneau. Our maritime program is at capacity. So maritime training is critically important to the state of Alaska. It is very workforce focused. And so we are very, very busy training students to enter the maritime industry. We have the ability to work with the Alaska Marine Highway System, with corporations, so that they can actually come to that center in Ketchikan and get specialized training if they need, in addition to going through several programs that prepare them to work in the industry. Another program that's really booming at UAS is marine biology. Here in the Juneau area, on the Juneau campus, it is one of our fastest growing majors, and we are drawing students not only from Alaska, but from all over the country to come and learn how to be a marine biologist with practical applications, but also applications that would involve research. We have magnificent facilities. We obviously have a magnificent location. Students in Ketchikan and in Sitka can start their programs at those campuses and then come to the Juneau campus to finish their education in marine biology. We have world-class professors who have dedicated their lives to excellence in teaching, but also really becoming or being leaders in their disciplines when it comes to research, which in turn gives our students opportunities to get that hands-on learning. We also are experiencing a surge in our Indigenous studies programs. We are so proud to be a university in which you can come and learn the languages, of the indigenous peoples of Southeast Alaska. Language is so important to the preservation of culture. In addition to language, there are many other classes that help us understand the world of indigenous studies. Just on a personal note, many of you know that I immigrated from India halfway through my childhood. I brought with me my mother language, which is one of 23 or so official languages in India, one of 400 languages that exist on that subcontinent. Language is so important to the preservation of culture. And I see it as an immigrant that although I love speaking English, I have a degree in English actually, my mother language is important as well, and it forms much of the way in which I view the world. I have several different lenses that I view the world in, and a couple of them come from the languages that I speak. I love languages, ended up taking German, Spanish, classical Greek as some of the languages during my education. So I'm really, really proud to be at a university where we have a strong Indigenous Studies program. And I should say that one of the reasons it is so strong is because we get great support from our tribal organizations here in this area and in Sitka and in Ketchikan. We also have a new building that we are opening on campus. We are proud that we funded this building entirely with UAS saved funds. So for many, many years, UAS saved money in order to fund a new building that will be on the ocean side part of our campus in Auk Bay, next to the Anderson building, and it will host many programs, including our environmental sciences programs, but of course, because of the crossover that exists in the sciences, it will also host a lot of marine biology, it will host our diving program, things like that. So we're really excited. The building is close to completion. It should be relatively close to completion later this spring. We will have a soft opening, and then it will be ready to go for the fall, where we will have a hard opening to really introduce and celebrate that building. What I'm extremely proud of as well is it is the first building on our campus that has a name in Tlingit, and it is known as the Auk Tahit building. So we're really, really proud of that. A couple of other areas to highlight: education. We are proud to be one of the universities in Alaska that really is looking at the educational pathway, the pathway in which people become teachers. And we're asking the question, how can we make that pathway more accessible? There are so many people, whether they work at as paraprofessionals in districts or whether they are students in middle school or high school thinking about being teachers, who really need a clean pathway to becoming a teacher. They need to be supported as they go through that process. And so our faculty and our new dean are working on streamlining those pathways with the leadership of our provost, who happens to be here today. And we are also looking at other educational opportunities that we can offer through the university. Finally, I don't want to neglect CTE. Career and technical education is really important to our workforce. And we have career and technical education at each and every one of our 3 amazing campuses. And we are working very hard to make sure that we are providing relevant and efficient pathways for people to receive the training that they need. It could be in the short term, they just need an occupational endorsement or some training in order to enter an industry. It could be in the long term that they need to add to their education in order to advance in their industry. And we are interested in providing both of those pathways. Our focus is being accessible in a number of different ways, really being responsive to what the workforce needs are, and providing education that meets the needs of today's students. To kind of end my talk, I want to talk a little bit about what UAS is focused on for the near and distant future. First of all, we're interested in being financially sustainable. I like sustainable. I like prosperous even better. So I'm aiming high for us. I'm aiming for us to really grow our university on all three campuses, really being that destination of choice for Alaskans, but also for the rest of the country. And that translates into financial sustainability because as we bring in students, as we build up our credit hours, we build up our revenue that comes from tuition, which allows us to have agency in the direction that we want to take in the future. Related to that, I am laser focused on enrollment. I'm focused on the two ends of enrollment, recruitment and retention. And so really working on ways in which we can recruit more effectively. I would welcome any suggestions from all of you in the audience. You can write to me at my chancellor email and let us know if you have some great ideas or would like to partner with us. Retention is the other end, where we keep our students, they persist, they graduate with the degree or credential that they want. We have several initiatives that are led by our provost on really making sure that our students are able to enter UAS, but also complete the goal that they have set for themselves. Our final goal as we sort of look into the future is excellence in education. We have so many programs where you can get hands-on experience in that field, whether it is through internships that you do with a degree in business or accounting, whether it is research that you do on one of our many glaciers here, or as my mom says, glacier, because that's the British pronunciation. She's like, she comes and visits often. She's like, let's go to the glacier. And I was like, oh, that sounds wonderful. Let's do. And also through practicums, you know, we have education practicums. And so there are so many ways in which we are really engaging our students in the community. We know that if we can bring students to Alaska, educate them here, and then give them a really great hands-on opportunity like that, they are more likely to stay here. They are more likely to settle here. They are more likely to become lifelong Alaskans. A note about partnerships. So when I first spoke at this conference in the fall, I talked about how the university cannot be a silo. It's really important for the university to prosper in concert with its communities. And in this case, UAS prospers when Southeast Alaska prospers, when Alaska prospers. That connection is critical. I've seen it in my previous institutions. I've seen how successful we can all be as a community when everybody works together in order to improve the economic vitality or the really energy of a community. And I have to say that it's been a wonderful experience. I've been here for a very short time. We've been able to strengthen our existing partnerships. And thanks to industries who have been very open to us, companies who have been very open to us, the city has been very open to us in each of our three communities. And importantly, our tribal entities have been open to us to help us create a lot of amazing partnerships so that we can enrich the education that we are offering our students and really support our community in ways other than reliant solely on state funding. So I'm very, very proud of that. That I cannot take all of the credit for. We have an amazing extended leadership team that is really working so hard at those partnerships. We are going to think about, as we move into the future, how we can collaborate even further on the talent pipeline and on workforce development in Southeast Alaska. This is something that I have experience in from my previous positions, and I really want to be part of that talent pipeline. I want UAS to be really critical to that, no matter what we are doing in Southeast Alaska, or if UAS can't meet that need, UAA or UAF can come in and really be an economic engine for our area. This fall, we are going to embark on a strategic planning process. I mentioned this here because we cannot do strategic planning without the help of our community. And so we are going to reach out to our communities here in Southeast Alaska that we serve and ask them, what do you want for the future of UAS? It's critical to have a very sharp vision, a very sharp brand, and measurable goals that will guide us into the next 5 years, into the next 10 years. And so if we can be part of what you want, if we can prosper with you in Southeast Alaska, that's success. That's what we want. My final thought, I will just leave you with this. One of the things that we are engaging in and we need to be better at is our value proposition. Why go to college? What is the return on investment if I go to college? What is the debt I am taking on? These are really important questions that people are asking themselves today. It doesn't matter where you are on the political spectrum, this is a question or these questions occur to you. Partly it's due to the fact that we've come through a number of years where students have built up so much debt that when they graduate, they aren't able to achieve their dreams, simple dreams like owning a house or even buying a car because of the amount of debt they have accumulated. I remember at one of my previous institutions, I was talking to the president about this issue, and she turned to me and she said, that was absolutely true of me. So it doesn't matter who you are. I think these last few years, people have asked themselves, given the debt that you incur by going to college or university, is it really worth it? Does it really meet my needs? And I think that's a reasonable question. I'm not afraid of that question. I think we need to do a better job of really helping people to see what our value is as a university system, as a university. I think it's incredibly important to let people know what we have to offer, but also make it visible what the ROI is. I think that's so critical. And I think related to that is really supporting students with funding, which brings us back to the check presentation that we started out with a few minutes ago. The chance to offer a student some funding during their education is a chance to make their dreams come true. It is a chance for them to be able to contribute in a meaningful and productive way to Alaska and to our nation. This is why I think it's so important for us to be involved in donating to universities, supporting universities. They are an economic engine. They can be a way in which we can bring more people to Alaska, but most importantly, they can be a way in which they improve people's lives. I want to end by just sharing with you just part of my immigrant story. My dad came over first from India. He left my mother, my sister, and me in India. We lived off of our savings. He came over here and he was allowed to bring $25. And he also brought a couple of shawls that he could sell so that he had a little bit more money. What he did have, which was priceless, was an education. My father was an engineer. Now, no one recognized the engineering school that he went to in India. He started by working at a department store, Montgomery Ward's. He then worked at a Wendy's, and then he did some cold calling. He went to a small electronics firm that fixes those satellite dishes that are in those remote areas of the West. He got the job, not because he told them he was an engineer, but because he had to build a circuit and do all of these things to prove that he was actually an engineer. That was what brought us to the United States. That gave him enough income for us to come and settle in Denver, Colorado, and then eventually move to the Springs. His goal and my mother's goal was education because they felt that was the foundation of our success in the United States. He continued, eventually worked for Hewlett-Packard, returned to the very city that we immigrated from and built an HP factory. My mother got another degree. She went on to get a degree in computer science and went to work as a computer scientist. My sister became an architect and I became a scientist. Our dreams came true because of this focus that my family had on education. They immigrated to the United States because they believed in the opportunities that existed here. And as a person who is the chancellor of an educational system, that's the dream that I want to offer everyone. No matter who you are, no matter what you want to do, I want us to be that university that says yes to your dream because I know how much it meant to me and my family. My parents retired a few years ago. My dad sadly passed away, but they retired comfortably. And that's after immigrating to the United States when my dad was, let's see, about 35 years old. Imagine immigrating to a country halfway around the world. It is actually exactly halfway from Colorado, giving everything up to build a new life. And he was successful. And that's the spirit I bring to UAS and to Southeast Alaska. And that is why I am an optimist. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. You know, without exception, everyone that I've interacted with has said what a joy it is to work with you. And we look forward to that happening. So you have like 2 minutes to stretch your legs as our Senate panel comes in. I see the Majority Leader and Senate President here. And I believe Senator Stedman might be right around the corner. So we're going to move right in, but just take 5 minutes to clear your place while we get set up, and we'll launch right into a very insightful hour. Just a couple of minutes of what do you see some of your priorities this session, and we'll just move on down the line, and then we'll do some Q&A from the floor and see how we go from there to finish out the hour. So thank you. And the Senate President, I think you all you're all very well known, so we don't spend a lot of time on introductions. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. It's fine. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Is this on? This one. Okay. Does it sound any better? All right. I'm a little worried about this table in front of me with Bill and Jim at the table there. Anything can happen, and I'm sure it will. Well, it's a pleasure to be with you, and a pleasure to be here with Senator Giesel. Neither Senator Giesel or I represent this part of the country, but we certainly support you and plan to work together with you so closely on all the issues that faces. Of course, we have Senator Stedman and Senator Keel, who are local folks, and I'm sure they hear from you all the time. So, pleasure to be here from the Senate. This is my 24th year in the legislature, my 6th year as Senate President, and it's been quite a ride. We have, as you know, only 20 members of the Senate, smallest Senate in the entire country. And we have 17 members in my majority caucus and 3 in the minority. So it's a very strong caucus. This is our 22nd day, I believe, 121 days. So things are moving so fast. I can't believe how they started out. Normally, the second year of a session does not start out this quickly with all the issues we're facing. We started with a plan, the caucus, the majority caucus, of 3 issues to deal with education, to deal with retirement, pension plan, and finally to try to deal with energy issues. So out of those 3, we have now sent 2 of them to the House of Representatives. Education, last year we sent funding for education And we'll see we're waiting to see how that comes back to us from the House. The pension plan, Senate Bill 88, that Senator Giesel has worked so hard on, is out of the Senate and now in the House as well. So two of the three are underway. So I'm not sure I have much else to say to you. You know, important to me, important to my communities are certainly the Marine Highway System. We have several issues we're arguing with the governor over. We'll see how that turns out. Several executive orders. Actually, there are 12 of them. I have never seen so many executive orders in my 34 years here. So we're trying to deal with all of those, and we're in the process. They've all been assigned to committees, and those committees will come back with a recommendation, yay or nay, and then eventually that will go to a joint session of the House and Senate. I'm actually hoping all 12 go on the floor of a joint session. We vote them down, up or down, and get them done with. And there are several that folks have contacted me, enormous outpouring of interest in the midwives bill and the hairdressers bill. And my barber called me and said, if you want to avoid a buzz cut, you better not kill the barber's bill. Anyway, I may not be able to avoid that. So several issues that we're facing. The budget, of course, Senator Schijvens bailiwick primarily, and he'll be dealing with that as well as Senator Keel. As you know, Senator Giesel is majority leader and has done a great job in that. So I think I will end my comments and try to answer any questions you may have later. Senator Giesel.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Southeast Conference, for inviting us again. You know, last year when we came over, it was raining and gray. It's lovely out there today. So thank you for the nice weather. It made for a nice walk. Yes, I am the Senate Majority Leader, and I'm very honored to do that, leading a bipartisan coalition that's getting work done. And I can't omit thanks to you all as citizens, because part of what made that bipartisan coalition that's getting stuff done possible was your vote in favor of open primaries and instant runoff. It allows all kinds of people to run for office. It allows citizens to have their voice heard most clearly in election, being able to vote for whoever they wish in an open primary. And then those 4 candidates going forward in a general election. So thank you to all of you. It has really opened up the possibilities for your voice to be heard more clearly. As Senate President said, education is our #1 issue. Now, I'm a nurse. Why would I care about education? Because that's where our nurses come from, right? And you heard from the university, which is educating nurses for Alaska. So that's a really important issue to me, as well as the fact that I'm a mom and a grandma. So that's a key issue. Yes, I'm working hard on recruitment and retention of our state employees and our local government employees. We have to have those employees in place in order to issue the permits that Alaska Miners Association members need to do work in Alaska. I'm a proud member of AMA. We need those teachers in the classroom to teach our kids and our grandchildren. Again, recruitment and retention of public employees and teachers. And I'm working on energy. Now, I know you guys have a wonderful system of hydroelectric here in Southeast, and big hats off goes to Bert Stedman. I know he worked hard on that policy when it was in Senate Finance. I live on the Rail Belt Corridor, and as you may have heard, we had some pretty harsh weather, very cold weather. You've had harsh weather here too. All that snow, that was amazing. We've had some really cold weather, and while we rely on natural gas, we store the excess in the summer in storage facilities in Cook Inlet. Those storage facilities were challenged to pull the gas out to use during the increased need last week. So that's a big thing that I'm working on, as well as the transmission line that connects Bradley Lake, that's way down by Homer, all the way up to Fairbanks. It's basically a very thin extension cord, and it needs some modernization. We have a $206.5 million grant from the federal government that requires 100% state match. But we need that to upgrade that extension cord so that it's more than an extension cord, and we can get some more clean energy on that grid and reduce our dependence on hydrocarbons. So those are some of the things I'm working on. Senator Stevens mentioned the executive orders. 5 of them came to the Resources Committee, which I co-chair. One of them in particular affects Southeast, and that was the Bald Eagle Preserve, removing that advisory committee, that Citizens Committee. We heard that bill, I think it was on Monday. Today's Tuesday. Actually, I think it was last week, now that I think about it. It's sort of a blur sometimes, but we heard lots of testimony from folks here in Southeast about how they want to retain that citizen's voice related to the Bald Eagle Preserve. So I appreciated very much hearing from them. So now I'll turn it over to your favorite son, Senator Jesse Keel, someone I totally enjoy working with.
Well, thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Appreciate that. Overly generous description, but thank you, Southeast Conference. Thanks for coming to the capital city for the mid-session summit. It's always good to see everyone again. The Senate President, the Majority Leader have talked about a number of the really big issues out there. I think a couple of other things we'll just touch on as we head through session, wrapping up our 3rd week and looking at the next 3 months. You have heard me talk many times about Alaska's need for greater fiscal stability, for a long-term fiscal plan. I'm not hugely optimistic that we're going to make great progress on that in an election year. I'm sorry to say that. I think the folks up here are all folks with the long-term vision to make some of the tough decisions. Last year, the Senate passed a bill over to the House that would change our PFD formula to one that the state of Alaska can afford and Alaskans can count on. That was huge. Not having passed in the off year, I just think it's really unlikely to pass in the election year. That's unfortunate, right? We need to make progress on that for the long-term future. If we can stabilize the state's finances and get them off the roller coaster, it creates a better environment for private sector investment, stabilizes our investment in schools and transportation and the things we need a state to do so that you all can do your work. Nevertheless, I don't think it's particularly likely that, and I don't want to steal Senator Stedman's thunder here, that the Senate is going to go along with the governor's proposal for giant PFD checks. It would put us in a deficit. We balanced the budget last year. I think you can look for the Senate to balance the budget again this year. As we talk about that, I can't help but applaud Senator Giesel for her pension bill. I know you've all heard me talk about that many times. When that bill was on the Senate floor, Senator Stedman and I vied for longest floor speech, and neither one of us was under 25 minutes. So
I think you won.
yeah, as he's mentioned to me several times, mine was longer by about 1.5 minutes. Robert made me promise not to do it again. So suffice it to say, I think it's great progress and will be helpful. As we look at the statewide energy issues, the rail belt transmission issue and the natural gas issue that Senator Giesel mentioned are important, and solving them will be important to all Alaskans. If nothing else, those of you in PCE communities, if we can have Fairbanks buying less expensive kilowatt hours, it's going to lower the PCE rate. Improve the rate after PCE that everybody gets to pay in our smallest rural communities around the state. There are myriad benefits beyond that. But I do think that if we're looking at $206 million or so, there is room to talk about energy investments elsewhere in Alaska. And I think I've been having those conversations with a number of you. I imagine a number of you have been having those conversations with my colleague over here too. It's going to be important that we maintain a statewide perspective on that issue as we look at spending hundreds of millions of public dollars. Senator Giesel, Senator Stedman mentioned education. I will just mention that we continue to look at 2 other issues. One that is tremendously important statewide, and that is childcare. It's an economic issue. It's a workforce issue. It's a military issue, and it's a family issue. The childcare industry is not operating in a market, functionally in a market environment. And nobody wants the state to take it over, but we're looking at ways that the state can get involved and make it functional so that people can go to work. We took some leadership in the Senate on that last year with some cash to help out in the very short term. But I think there are additional steps we're going to need to take this year. Finally, it isn't lost on anybody from coastal Alaska that processors quit buying fish partway through the season last year. And we've got a lot of families that are in a lot of trouble. And so we're starting to have a lot of serious conversations about what we can do. You know, we're not the federal government. We're not going to be able to print money, pandemic relief style, but steps we can take to help out fishing households in Alaska are going to be really important to the health of our coastal families, economies, and communities.
Well, I don't really want to go over some of the issues that were already previously spoken about. So I'll just get right to the meat of the issue on a couple of big things facing Southeast. Our transportation and our marine highway. We set up some backup funds in the budget last year that were vetoed, and it turned out that that was a good move to put the backup funds in case we didn't get all the federal funds that we were anticipating. Well, turned out that's what happened. Territorial Guam ate a little bit of our ferry lunch and left us about 35 million or 38 million short coming up in this year's budget cycle. That's not in the budget now. So we've got to fix that situation, or we won't have much of a marine highway as far as service goes. So that's a big issue to pay attention to. That affects the marine highway. The other big issue is the replacement of the Tuscaloosa. And the question there is, does the DOT have the staff to move on the marine highway to move that construction forward? That is questionable, frankly. And we're going to look at that in the subcommittee on the marine highway to make sure that they have the facilities and the people power to get that done. And it's probably going to take a little bit of work. So I don't know what the presentations have been on the marine highway, but I'm a little skeptical on the Tuscaloosa moving forward at any speed at all. So stay tuned on that one. The other big issue that we're all facing, most of our communities, is housing. We've got folks that want to come in and work in our communities, and there's no housing. We have Coast Guard families that would like to be stationed in Sitka or Ketchikan, and there's no housing. We have some of our industrial base. They can't bring in the workforce because there's no housing. Teachers, same thing. So we are having dialogue with the university, DNR, natural resources, and mental health on some of their holdings around the communities to see what we can do to open up some land. And not for the low income or the upper income, but for the general workforce. That's where the space is. So that's kind of a work in progress. We'll see what comes out of those discussions. We're getting a pretty good reception. We're trying to come up with some way that the state could help de-risk the subdivisions of those entities' lands so they can get them on the market, get the property sold, get it on the tax rolls at City Hall, and we can have some housing and we can have some employment in our communities. So those are two big ones. Senator Keel mentioned healthcare, or not healthcare, but childcare. That is a challenge, and even the space that the state's going to work in. Dealing with the retirement system. There is a bill that left the Senate to replace a defined contribution plan with a defined benefit plan. Not all of us are in support of that concept. We've spent $6.3 billion in the last 13 years on the pension plan unfunded liability. For school teachers, $4 billion in 13 years. And we don't get credit for that. That's just money that goes out the door. But the state has also stepped in and taken over the unfunded liability of the communities over 22% of your payroll. And we're in the process of getting all that calculated, how much the state has come in and bailed out City Hall. So some of us aren't too excited about going into a defined benefit plan and replicating this mess again in 30 years. But there's other solutions and other options that are on the table, and we're working through some of those. One of which is to open up SBS, which is a replacement for Social Security for teachers, allowing them to have the same benefit package roughly as the average state worker. So that's in the process. We're also looking at the communities and trying to separate within the communities which communities are in the state retirement system, that their employees are not in Social Security and not in SBS, and they have not been replicated through collective bargaining agreements. Those employees are missing about a quarter of the retirement. So we're sorting through that. And we'll, be, I'm sure, riling up some folks as we have those dialogue, because it's a state retirement system. And we get a lot of concern from some firemen and policemen and city workers that aren't in Social Security, not in SBS, and don't have other coverage. And there's a huge gap. So we're going to have that dialogue. We're also looking at the feasibility and affordability of increasing the TERS, Teachers Retirement System's state contribution rate on their retirement plan. That's in the works. So there's multiple areas that we're looking at that don't expose the state to an unfunded liability, that will help ensure retention and attraction of employees, not only to our school system, but for the state. And one of the areas that seem to be throughout the education system and throughout the state agencies is the lowest state workers as far as payroll. It's too low. We can't retain them. We can't attract them. We can't keep them. The very low end is too low. They've got to have a livable wage. So that's being looked at by the governor and doing a salary review. And we're encouraging him to expand that to look at the education system. So we're attacking it from multiple fronts, all of which won't expose us to an unfunded liability, by the way, which to some of us is a bridge too far. So stay tuned. There's multiple ways of skinning the cat. We're going to bound and determined to get that cat skinned over the next few years, but we have to get the retirement benefits on board. We have to get the governor on board. We got to get the legislature on board, and then the employees rank and file without breaking the bank. So those are big issues. But do please stay tuned to the Marine Highway. It's nowhere near out of the woods. And I am deeply concerned on our Frost Gulf Ferry. We've talked about it for 10 years, and I haven't seen a keel laid yet. And although it services Kodiak, more so than Southeast, of course, but we need to get that ship built so we can start the next one. And we'll continue to move forward, and unless we're stuck back in dories and with oars, we're going into the future.
Thank you, Senator Stedman. As you can see, the big issues we're facing, a lot of things that we for the state will agree upon, and some things we don't exactly agree upon, things we have to work forward on. Actually, I'm just telling you a story. I met with my Senate, or with my leadership, 6 members of our leadership before we met with the House leadership. And I said, for God's sake, everyone be nice. So we walked in to meet with House leadership, and the first thing Hoffman jumped into arguing about the internet, his internet bill. So, we're trying to be nice. We're trying to get along with everyone. We're trying to get along with the governor, because in the end, we have to find common ground with the House and then with the governor. The big issue of education, we're waiting to see what the House can do, what they're going to send over to us. We've sent to them a large amount, and we'll see what comes back to us. They've included several governors' bills that a lot of us have some concerns of. And we'll see what comes out of that. But in the end, of course, we and the House and the Senate have to agree on common ground on how we're going to get out of here in about 100 more days. So I'll turn it back to you if you want to see any questions.
We have some questions, I'm sure. These incredibly busy people. I think each of you serve on at least 6 or 8 committees, another 2 or 3 subcommittees. So I guess we've got the most knowledgeable bunch here, but let's start with Mayor.
Dave Kiefer, Mayor, City of Ketchikan. I realize I'm preaching to the choir here, but Senator Murkowski reminded us to remind you when the state is, of course, putting aside money for the federal match for the rail belt electrification, marine highway money. So don't forget, and I assume you guys are all in support of that, but just checking.
Well, I'll just chime in since I brought up the rail belt money. Absolutely, completely in support of that. It's part of our road system. That's why it's under DOT. And again, I am committed to the recruitment and retention of staff, which affects the marine highway schedule significantly. Thanks for the question.
And if you notice on the last page of the agenda, Thursday, we're doing a deep dive on all things transportation, especially AMHS, because we share those concerns and we don't solve those in an hour panel tomorrow. So we're going to have AMHS and their consultants that are working on these projects here in the room on Thursday. So we will we'll be diving into that. Yeah,
Just a comment before we go on. It is interesting being in the legislature, how people, you get elected in your local community. And I had an old friend who said, yeah, we elect you. And then you go down there and become a statesman. And you forget that you really represent our community. And we do that. All of us do that. All of us here at this table vehemently represent our communities. But we also realize we're all in this together. We have to work together. I am fortunate enough to live in a community that was a recipient of the Fort Dam Pool. We have a hydro plant because the whole state came together and said, okay, we're going to work with you. And we paid for it in the end, but we had that support. And the same thing with the rail belt, but we know we're all in this together. In the marine highway system, we're all in this together. It may not affect all of us in every way, but we have to sort of, in a way, put aside our own little areas that we are only concerned about and realize there's a bigger picture here. So truly, I believe, I still have people who would say it's a mistake, but you do have to become a statesman if you're going to be an effective legislator. You have to work with people that they are benefiting from some legislation that others are not benefiting from.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm John Erickson. I'm from the city and borough of Yakutat. And I'm here with Martha Enderlin, my planner, and with Larry Bemis from my assembly. I want to thank you for being here. Gary Stevens was our previous senator, but he dumped us, and now we have Bert, and we're thrilled about that. He's done wonderful things for us. I was told by my CFO to remind you about the Alaska Marine Highway. 2 years ago, they stopped coming to Yakutat. Yeah. This year, they're not on the schedule again. And it's been surprising me. It has effects that I never would have expected. You can't buy a used car because a used car to send out to get fixed is $7,000 on the barge. And the cars that used to come in and people would leave them or sell them, they're gone. And where do I get a car repaired? Where do I get body work and so on? And this is all something that I never realized. And it's really hurt our economy, although Yakutat is booming and we're starting all kinds of projects, new boat harbor and restrooms and so on. So I just thought I'd point that out and say, woe is me. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I would say that Yakutat was in my district until Stedman took it away. And that's an indication of how things are going. We have this urban-rural divide, and I think it's going to get worse. I think that Southeastern is going to have to get larger, to get in larger areas in order to retain its representation in the legislature. I believe that all of our districts are becoming all of our rural districts are becoming larger and larger all the time. That's probably where we're going in the future, but I appreciate your comments. It was always a pleasure to represent you, and you've stopped calling me lately.
He won't stop calling you. I know, John. This afternoon, we're going to have a fisheries panel. We're going to have the commissioner, we're going to have processors, we'll have the fishermen, we'll have ASME, all four of those sectors on the panel. Insights on resources or help
I'd like to address that. We've had several discussions with the administration from different areas within the administration of the severity of this economic impact throughout our coast. We've never seen this magnitude in my lifetime, at least my lifetime I can remember since I was an adult, anywhere close. The governor's got a deadline of the 14th coming up in a few days to do an amended budget. We're hoping that he's going to come forward through Department of Commerce with kind of their view of a rescue plan or what we can do to assist in state, which is kind of limited, but we can do help ASME with some marketing and some other things. And there's loan programs that we got to keep an eye on. So some of us are just waiting to see what the governor's going to put in his amended budget. And then that'll start the dialogue. Hopefully it's not nothing because of the magnitude. Some of us will be shocked on that. But we really need to give the administration the opportunity to put their best foot forward. But that will be part of the discussion this winter on the budget, the budget as we put it together, because this impacts the entire coast. And a lot of permit holders are sitting in Anchorage. Let's not forget that. So it's hugely significant. We have processors shutting facilities down. We're going to have a lot of our citizens behind on their payments, the ones that are younger and indebted and leveraged. And we also have a bleeding of our processors' cash positions. So it's not something that's going to be fixed, in my opinion, in 1 year. So this is going to be haunting us for a little bit. So I'm eagerly waiting to see what Julie Sandys at the Commissioner of Commerce puts on the table. And then we'll have that discussion and go from there.
And I have to add, as a born and raised Fairbanks girl, the interior is suffering from lack of fish as well. Along the Yukon, along the Kuskokwim, subsistence fishing has been pretty much non-existent. So it's not only affecting families' food source, but impacting their culture, the culture of the fish camps, and teaching children what they have been doing for generations to actually subsist on the fisheries. So it's statewide. I know ADF&G is doing studies. They are finding out information, at least about those interior fisheries and the West Coast fisheries, some of the things that are affecting them. And those things are out of our control, but management is in our control. And I know ADF&G is working hard on that. We're all aware that it's an issue.
Other questions in the audience? Mr. Clark?
See, I knew that. I knew Jim was going to ask a question.
Actually, this is for Senator Giesel. I'd really like to thank you for your leadership on mining issues throughout the state. You are really recognized as one of the persons who has done the most for mining around Alaska, and that's very much appreciated. We have two large mines here. We have a small mine down at the Dawson mine in Hollis, and the potential for a new mine up in Haines, the Palmer project. Any recommendations about how we can improve that posture in Southeast Alaska, given our favorable geology, and any thoughts you might share?
Well, Jim, thanks for the question. You know, every year, the Senate Resources Committee has a mining update, and it's something we all look forward to. With the movement of global energy toward those rare earths and critical minerals, Alaska has huge deposits that we potentially can develop. There's a potential development up by Cantwell, and I'm trying to remember, I think it's lithium, but huge. They've made a pretty significant discovery there of a legacy area where lithium had been identified before. Now with modern mining, they are seeing a much greater potential to extract from there. One of the key things, however, is, to me anyway, is that we ship our raw materials, our concentrates, to China to refine, and then we have to buy them back. And that can be a problem because China bans the export of some of them. Gallium and germanium the export of those two minerals was prohibited by China just this last year. Well, turns out that gallium, or excuse me, germanium is actually a byproduct from Red Dog Mine up in Northwest Arctic Borough, that large zinc mine, second largest in the world. That concentrate is shipped to Canada where it's refined. So that's great. Our country, Canada, other countries have access now to that mineral after China banned the export of it. Now, Canada gets credit for producing that germanium when it actually came from Alaska, but we need to really look at safe ways to do the processing of these minerals, the refining of them in this country so that we have that secure supply of these important minerals. Gallium, actually, they're identifying areas up in interior Alaska where that mineral also exists. So we may have a supply of that too. So I don't know exactly how we do that, push the federal government, but there are companies looking at safe ways to do the refining of minerals. So thanks for the question, Jim. We're continuing to work it. You know, Alaska was founded on mining. The gold rush brought hundreds of people here, of course, and that's where a lot of our infrastructure began. They built roads, they brought communities, churches, schools, families came, and here we are today, many of us, because of that gold rush. So it's a legacy industry for our state. Thanks.
Thanks. So Southeast does have a lot of different energy projects that could be brought forward. Are those best to submit in capsules individually, together, or box D, package deals? What's the easiest to assimilate and advise the region to do? Some of the projects yet to be built, there's some projects that were built that has debt that, you know, how imaginative can we be when we approach?
I think the communities need to make sure they get them in capsus, that, you know, get a hold of your representative and your senator, get them in on the list. Clearly, there's a big push to energize our cruise ships. We want to plug them in and shut down the generators when they're in port. So we are moving forward with some of those issues. We also need more production of energy, so that comes down to simple things like transformers and substations and a few things like that. But we have our energy needs too, and we'll work with the rail belt to help them with their grid and their natural gas issues. And I'm sure they'll be more than welcome to help us with our hydro and plug it in our ships.
So says the creator of the Southeast Energy Fund. So thank you, sir. Carbon capture is a popular thing. Can you monetize it? Is it part of your strategy? What can this group be more informed about?
Well, thanks for that question. Yes. Last session, we passed an carbon offset bill. So this utilizes trees to absorb CO2. And I think probably a lot of you know CO2 is plant food, right? But so trees absorb it. And our forests can be monetized as absorbing CO2. So we passed that bill. In fact, yesterday, Santos Oil Company is developing the large project on the North Slope called PICA, and they are committed to being zero emissions in their production of oil on the North Slope. And their initial step is using carbon offsets, using forests to reach initially some carbon zero. They will be looking at the next step, which is carbon capture, either direct source capture, that is from perhaps a coal power plant directly capturing it before it's released, or direct air capture. In other words, just going anywhere and putting up a capture device and capturing the carbon, and then sequestering it underground in the empty caverns that are left. Well, they're not really caverns, but the pore space that is left on the North Slope from the extraction of the oil, or in Cook Inlet from the extraction of the oil and gas. So we have that bill right now in Senate Resources. We're looking at making sure that the state will capture appropriate revenue from that. The governor offered the bill. We see some ways that we can increase the revenue captured by the state for that sequestration. In other words, burying it underground. It is a safe way to capture the carbon. We have places to put it where there are firm seals over the pore spaces underground that will securely capture that carbon. So it is a bill that we're looking at. Thanks for that question.
Great, thank you. So as you wrap up with your individual thoughts going down, should we be prepared for a comprehensive education solution, or is this going to be a one-time fix that is with a one-time permanent fund with a one-time, or what's your forecast for wrap up? And we'll start with our guest and the Senate President, but it's really just so that Senator Seven can have the last word, but thank you.
He always wants the last word, so that's good. Well, we're all working in the Senate for BSA higher BSA. We passed it on to the House. It's in the House right now. They are unlikely to agree with us. They've added into Senate Bill 140 several other issues having to do with charter schools, having to do with taking some authority away from school boards. So there's a long ways to go. We will be discussing that with the House. Actually, I was able just today to get the House to agree to appoint 3 senators and 3 representatives and have them meet, and actually meet at 3:15 today to see, is there common ground? Is there common ground? Can we come to an agreement? So that's really important. You know, I was on a school board for many years, and I realized how important it is to have local control of school issues. And so we're working hard on that. And I'd be glad to give anyone else an opportunity to speak to it. Senator Giesel, any comments?
Well, and Senator Stevens is absolutely right. We're working hard to find that middle ground. And I'm optimistic that we're going to get there on a lot of issues. I think it's going to take House members some time. But probably a bigger barrier, Senator Stevens, is the governor, who has said that he will veto a BSA over $300 per student. And then that doesn't even meet what we budgeted last year for education. So while there's a challenge in working with our colleagues in the House, who are our peers, by the way, I mean, I know we talk about the Senate being the upper body, but we are peers. We all get one vote, right? I think we'll make some progress there, but we do have that barrier in the governor's office. Senator Keel?
Well, I'll put a little bit finer point on some of this. You know, as we talk about the need for education funding, and we talk about some of the bills the governor's interested in, you know, topics, notions like local control come up. I mean, look, we have to pay the bills. We have to keep the schools open. You have to have teachers teaching and classroom aides helping the kids with special needs through the lesson, right? You got to pay people to do the work. If you do some of these things that are proposed, it's an interesting idea to put some of the pay into teachers' pockets around the school districts, but you haven't paid anybody else in the school. You haven't kept the school open. You're going to give somebody an incentive to finish out the year and hand them a pink slip at the same time? It doesn't make a lot of sense. If you take away the ability to say who controls whether you have a charter school in your district, you know, you may have read in the news that Juneau's having a little trouble with its budget. They're going to, math trouble. That's fair. Can't argue back on that one. But they'll make painful decisions at the school board. They'll get back on track. They'll do what has to be done. So then you're going to give the State Board of Education the ability to then set their costs with their charter schools. Every new school's got new costs. You can take away the ability to control the cost side of the equation when they've just done consolidations and reorganizations to finally get their budget on track. That's nuts. You can't do a budget that way. Now you don't have math problems, you have control problems. It doesn't work. So we're going to have to figure out some things that do work. And I think there are some proposals for education that make sense. But you can't do it by taking away the ability of local folks to keep the schools open. I'll just maybe touch on a couple of things since we're wrapping up. There was a good conversation. Senator Giesel talked about mining. We talked a little bit about our Canadian friends. You know, I want to just flag among our success stories as Skagway redevelops its port, they are making room for, and they have infrastructure plans in place for, the mines that are mine prospects out there in the Yukon to bring that concentrate to Tidewater in Alaska, ship it out, containerized, right? So you don't have any of the worries about fugitive dust. There used to be a big ore export terminal there. Ada has left that behind, and I guess they didn't break any laws, but they kind of left all the dirty dishes in the sink and rings around the bathtub and cockroaches around when they left the rental, and Industrial Development Export Authority kind of gave itself a black eye. But Skagway's working with our Canadian neighbors to make sure that there are economic opportunities on both sides of the border. So there are bright spots out there. And if anybody knows, Southeast Conference knows, it takes a lot of little bright spots, mariculture and ore, and we should talk about our tourism economy, just pick back up. We should talk about the World Cup coming into Canada. I'm working with the Pacific Northwest Economic Region on a tourism panel. We're working on trying to figure out how we can get folks to take a 2-nation vacation as they come to see the World Cup. There are opportunities out there. And so we're going to keep working on the public sector side of things. And we appreciate all of you working in your communities and in your industries to build those bright spots up into what we all hope for. So thanks for having us.
Well, in closing, I'd like to just hit on a little brighter note. You know, we've talked about the tight budget, and it's tighter, a lot tighter than last year. And you'll see that over the next couple months. And we're going to have to do some adjustments to make things fit and get to a balanced budget. And the state of Alaska is slowly but surely getting stronger and stronger financially. Our ratings are getting better. The nods from the rating agencies are to the positive. We have had balanced budgets and slowly crept forward through this. We had a meeting this morning with the Department of Revenue dealing with the debt of the state and the rating issue. So you'll see a lot of work collaboratively with the Department of Revenue and the Governor's Office and the Senate Finance Committee as we try to position the state in a stronger and stronger financial position together. That means we're not going to run deficit budgets. And so something's got to give. But on the positive side, we'll be in a stronger position. So I think things are looking very bright in that regard. And what it's really helpful is when at the local level, you guys go to the municipal bond bank to borrow money. That helps the bond rating, keeps the bond rating improved, lowers your cost of borrowing. We at the state level probably won't be borrowing that much. We may have a bond package coming, but we haven't had one in years, a decade. But at the municipal level, it's very important that we improve our financial rating. So that's something I just thought I'd pass along. That doesn't mean run down to City Hall and mortgage the grandchildren, but it is a positive. And I look forward to delivering on the Senate floor a balanced budget 2 years in a row, and it should have been 3, but I'll take 2, and we'll go from there.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank these hardworking senators. Thank you. We promised them they'd get back to their work on time, so we want to cut them loose, but we're going to take a short break, and then we'll have our fisheries panel directly following, and the rest were disastrous. You know, processors walking away, the fleet struggling, more fish than Jeremy can sell at prices way too low to make a profit at. And so we asked this panel to come together to say, help us define not just the Southeast fisheries, but its future. And so what I'm really hoping to do is let's just start off with just some opening remarks from each of these. We have the processors represented. We've got all the fish represented because the commissioner controls all the fish. We've got the fishermen represented with UFA, and we've got the guru of marketing there that makes us all whole from selling it and marketing it. But a good, I gotta go. Okay. So anyway, and then we're going to open it up and ask questions and see if there aren't actionable steps. Are there policies we should adopt? Are there actions we can take? What should the future look like as we're going through this session, approaching, we heard both our state senators talk about Capsis being open. We heard Senator Murkowski talking about the opening for funding opportunities there. So what is the need? But before we do the deep dive, I just want to say welcome to our panelists and ask each of you to just take a couple of minutes to introduce yourselves and just kind of the sphere in which you represent the industry. So starting with the very, very well-known Julie Decker. Welcome.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay. Thank you all. I've been accustomed to speaking with you in the last 10 years about mariculture. And I recently took a new job with the Pacific Seafood Processors Association at really a great time. It's just the perfect time to step into this new role. It's Senator Stedman said it correctly. This is a very serious time. Actually, when I took the role, I didn't know, and I don't think anyone knew how serious a time this was. I'm typically here, you know, as a cheerleader, but I have to tell you, this is we have to buckle down for 2024. It's going to be another bad year, and we have to work together to get some policies in place to help us turn things around. I think in a nutshell, the silver lining is that this crisis, this economic crisis for the seafood industry, has really brought people together. It's impacting fishermen, processors, communities, sports sector businesses, and we're just beginning really to feel the impacts. So I want to have a realistic view of what is in front of us all, and then hopefully we can talk about solutions and what the work that PSPA has been doing. PSPA has been around for 110 years actually this year. So it's a very mature organization, shall I say. But it's also a very solid group. They really care actually about communities. They care about their fishermen. They know we're all like literally in the same boat because we depend on each other. So that's the message I have here today. And I have some material in the back as well that we've been trying to pass around to particularly communities and people that are being impacted by this, to explain the situation as we see it. Why is this happening? And then some solutions that can be put forward. So I'll pass the mic.
Thanks. Commissioner.
Yeah. Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for inviting me. So, well, I don't know where to start here. So the outlook of fisheries in Southeast Alaska. First off, I think the department understands the importance of fishing to the Southeast Alaska communities. It's really the fabric that holds your communities together. It used to be logging, but now with logging really largely disappearing, we're seeing fishing become more and more of a critical piece of the infrastructure in Southeast Alaska. We understand it. We understand the impact that lost fishing opportunity has in terms of fish taxes to your local communities and how that interplays in terms of everything that those fish taxes pay for. We were talking the other day at the cabinet about why do you as Commissioner of Fish and Game care about, you know, impacts of coastal Alaskan communities? Your job is just to supply fish to fishermen. I said, well, the fishermen, if the supply is not providing an economic benefit, it is my concern, because I can just provide fish, but if they go unharvested, they're not really providing in the best interest of Alaska's moving forward. Yeah, and as Julie said, there's some real challenges ahead. I've never seen market conditions as they are right now. The Russian seafood industry has figured out how to basically undercut the Alaska market. They have figured out that they can deliver products cheaper than the Alaska market. They've got the same MSC certification as the Alaska market, which galls me because of the amount of things that we have to go through to get MSC certification and prove that we're getting the little tag we can put on our fish, but yet the Russian seafood industry is getting it based on their own self-assessment, not really an independent assessment. And that's just wrong. The department's taking that on. The department's taking it on fully. I don't think I'm very well loved in Russia right now, but we are going after that certification because it's not fair to our fishermen and our processing sector that meets those standards to be competing against people that aren't held to the same standards moving forward. We've also taken steps to ensure that those fish that are coming into the U.S. market are facing the same tariffs and taxes that the Alaskan fishery products are having in world markets. If you asked me when I took this job whether I'd be dealing with tariffs and export-import taxes, I wouldn't have believed it. But in essence, it's part of the job. You have to make sure that the fish you're supplying is out there. I think on the positive side of the whole thing, it's not a supply issue. Yeah, we have some treaty issues with the number of Chinook we're getting, but really the number of, when I attended the ASME meeting, the harvest over the last several years have been high or above average, at least in terms of the number of fish we're supplying. It's basically the price that are being paid, that fishermen are getting for that, and the price that processors can sell those fish for, that's really driving down our market conditions. So that's affecting the fishermen, and that's affecting the processing sector. And then we have all these other little things that are happening, like the Wild Fish Conservancy lawsuit, which is challenging the ability for our fishermen to go out and catch troll-caught king salmon, and the fact that they're saying that those are important to killer whales in Puget Sound. I know most of you probably have been in Puget Sound, and you can tell what's probably affecting the killer whale, and it's not an Alaskan troll boat that's affecting them. So we're fighting that lawsuit. We've spent a lot of staff time fighting that, and we got the fishery back in the water last year, despite the district court ruling that they were going to be pulled out of the water. And that took a lot of effort on our half to get that moving forward. But now that same group has filed a petition to list Gulf of Alaska king salmon under the ESA. So we're working with NIMS to try to keep that petition from finding its way and getting those stocks listed, because I can guarantee you that an ESA listing of Chinook salmon in the Gulf of Alaska is not going to be good for Southeast Alaska fishermen. Another one we have now is harbor porpoises. They're concerned now. They've done some magical science over there that has determined that there's separate stocks of harbor porpoises when there used to all be one group of them. And as soon as you separate things, you get smaller populations. And once you get a smaller population, the take levels go down. So now they want to put an observer program on our Southeast Alaska fisheries. So we're spending a lot of time in going through that NIMS science to make sure that we don't end up with another cost on a fisherman to put an observer on board their boat that makes it even less attractive to go out fishing this summer. And then there's the issue regarding hatchery impacts. I think you're reading about that in the paper. Southeast Alaska got a lot of pink and chum hatcheries, and there's calls to the Board of Fisheries to reduce the number of pink and chum salmon eggs that are taken and the number of fish that are released. I, for one, as the head of Fish and Game, have looked at that science. Of course, we're always concerned about science. We're looking at it very carefully. I urge you all to listen to a presentation that was given to House Fisheries today about this very subject matter. The science is very unclear, so I'm not going to be reducing. I put a cap on the number of chum salmon, pink salmon eggs when I became commissioner until the science cleared up, but the science has not led me to believe that it's time to reduce those harvests moving forward at this point in time. But there are some bright spots. Mariculture. Mariculture is looking like a bright spot moving forward. We spent a lot of money in getting mariculture funded, and there's another opportunity for coastal communities to move forward on and get some work done on. So getting back to market conditions, I think we are going to be working as an administration to try to figure out what we as a state can do to weather this storm. I think there's going to be some short-term things that we can do, some medium-term things, and then longer-term things that I think that involve marketing and a variety of other things. I've joined the ASME board now, so I think there's going to be a good influence between now supply and demand, and we can kind of work together on those issues moving forward. But so I'm not going to say the prospects are rosy, but I'm not going to say that they're dim either, because you got an administration that's fighting for you to keep your fisheries in the water and the fabric of the fishing as part of your communities moving forward.
Great, thank you. Tracey, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Tracey Welch. I am the executive director for United Fishermen of Alaska. I've been working for them for about 2 years, but probably more people know me as Fishing in Southeast for over 30. I will keep that number to myself and don't date myself, but have been heavily involved in the industry for a lot of years. United Fishermen of Alaska, we represent 37 different member groups spread throughout the state fisheries and the federal fisheries off of Alaska's coast. In addition to that, we also represent over 500 individual members, and then we have a host of business members as well. So we have our fingers throughout the state, and people hear from me frequently. Our major job is to promote and protect the common interests of commercial fishermen and fisheries in the state of Alaska. What does that mean? We work both federal and state priorities, and we make sure that fishermen know what is happening, so that way you guys can continue to do what you're doing and not have to worry about what's happening up on the hill or in the Capitol building here in Juneau. As previous speakers have alluded to, it was a perfect storm this year of things that could go wrong. You know, we've weathered storms before, but this year it was just across the board between market conditions. It wasn't just one species that was hit, it was all of them, which, you know, provided very little cover for a lot of folks, both on the processing side and the harvesting side. We saw a lot of processors either quit buying early this year. We saw prices drop, and some plants, you know, we've seen close over the course of the winter here. So what does that mean for a lot of Southeast fishermen and Southeast communities? It's very concerning. I was just talking to someone, and we're looking at approximately 70 to 100 Southeast gillnet fishermen who are impacted by the closure of trident plants that are currently looking for new markets or new homes or what they're planning to do this summer. So other plants are hoping to pick up some of those folks. Some folks are either not going to fish voluntarily this year and pursue other interests, but there's a lot of uncertainty, and we're hoping that over the course of the next few months, we're able to provide a few more answers to that. I think the previous speakers kind of alluded to this isn't there is no magic solution. We're looking at, you know, another rough 2 to 4 years, and how we deal with that is going to be, you know, make it or break it for us. But the bright spot is we are seeing a lot of collaboration across various sectors that we haven't seen before. And I think we're all very appreciative of that and looking to see how we can maximize on that for the benefit of not only for fishermen, you know, the processors, but also for our communities. Just because I'm a little bit of a data nerd, I pulled up from CFEC's website this morning. Southeast has a lot of fisheries. It's the most fisheries per region in the state, but a lot of them are, I think what sets us apart is that we have a lot of resident permit holders in these fisheries. So for example, the Southeast gillnet fishery has 82% are resident permit holders. 89% of hand trollers are residents. 82% are of power trollers, and 85% of Southeast herring. So these are folks that live and work in your communities. They have families there. We're contributing. And so it's imperative that we make sure that our fisheries are viable and we can find a path forward. What I will say is that, you know, we've faced challenges before that have been a little dim and grim, but we've always come out the other side. We may not look the same way that at the end that we came in, but I think it's an opportunity for growth and reorganization. And I think that there's a lot of potential to be happening. We're seeing huge growth in direct marketing. It's a great time for AFDF's programs, value-added programs, and where we can maximize our footprint in the industry. I will probably turn this over to Jeremy here, who knows much more about marketing than I do, but I will end with that. How can you help? And I think that's what a lot of people have been asking. And so UFA and PSPA and various organizations have been working to create both short-term and long-term asks. I assume we'll be discussing a few of those, and if not, feel free to find me afterwards and we can run through a few of those ideas. But supporting ASME, supporting the marketing side of things, I don't think we can market ourselves out of this, but it sure can help. Support for Southeast hatcheries that provide a lot of jobs. They provide stability for our fisheries in Southeast. And I will plug UFA. We will be having our meeting later this month, and we will be bringing in some of the leaders in the market from the processing side of things to talk about market conditions and outlook. So that's open to the public. That webinar will be, and more information will be provided. So thank you.
Thanks, Tracey. This is intros, right? Okay, just make sure. I wasn't sure how deep you wanted me to go here, Robert. Jeremy Woodrow, Executive Director for the Alaska Seafood Market Institute. For those of you that aren't familiar with ASME, we are the official public marketing arm for the state of Alaska. We're a state corporation. We work between the industry and the state of Alaska. We receive industry funding. That's a self-assessment from the industry, as well as state general funds. and federal grants that we use for overseas marketing. I'm going to apologize to this group because last year at this time I said that we had reached rock bottom. Yeah, we scraped a few more layers off of that rock bottom. Who here is a commercial fisherman? Who here knows a commercial fisherman?
Yeah.
Who here has hugged a commercial fisherman lately? If you haven't, Valentine's Day is right around the corner. They need some hugs. And probably our processors too. It's been a really bad last couple of years. And as our previous speaker said, it's not any one condition in the economic realm that's really pushing prices down across the dock. It's multiple factors. From an ASME standpoint, from a marketing standpoint, where we're seeing this is our products that go overseas. We are feeling the same pain here at home in the US. We're seeing the same economic factors across the globe as well. People are buying less seafood. They don't have as much money to buy seafood. And all that trickles back to the retailers, the food service departments, who then come to our processors and say, we can't buy as much. Can't afford to buy as much. And yet we are still catching as much because we have to, right? I'll quote our board chair, Alan Kimbrell of Trident, at least we have fish. This would be a whole nother situation if we didn't have fish to catch. So that's a little silver lining right there. So we have fish to sell. We have a major supply and demand problem in the global marketplace. And I'll leave it at that. We can talk about more of it. Some of the slides are prepared. I'll get to it.
All right. Well, we'll spend the next few minutes exploring a number of those avenues, and we'll open up to the floor for questions. But first, I kind of want to explore two tracks. We'll do one at a time. Maybe we'll come this way and then go that way. But to me, there seems some have suggested that perhaps this is a time with federal funding to renovate, innovate, and change some of the physical attributes of some of the plants that are being vacated, and do things differently. So one of the questions will be to explore the capital investment that could be examined through this, but that takes time and money. Are there policy solution sets that could be enacted that perhaps would help in the near term? And I think, I don't know, it may not be a marketing question, but you have an observation or your neighbor told you, Jeremy, we'll just work this way and then we'll go back the other direction.
I would say yes, but I think from a policy standpoint, I'd probably defer to Julie because I think she really is an expert on this topic. I could speak to what she's going to say, but I'd rather have Julie speak to this and me provide the details after her.
Well, let's start at this end and go that way.
Yeah, let's do the other way. I would agree.
So we literally have lists of policy issues, but I want to give a little background to an example that happened recently. This issue started back in 2014, and it kind of didn't get a lot of play at the time, but it's been in the background. And like a lot of our issues that have crisised in this last year, just all at the same time, a lot of them have been playing in the background, but we either don't know about them or they don't rise to the level of a crisis at the moment. But in 2014, Russia banned U.S. seafood from being imported into Russia. So we had one of our markets blocked. And at that time, the few years before that, ASME had been investing money in increasing marketing into Russia because they were an important place to sell, particularly roe. And so our sales had been going up of Alaska seafood into Russia. And then all of a sudden it was shut off. And that actually impacted pink salmon prices immediately because roe is such a big part of the value of salmon. So that's been percolating for 10 years, right? Well, with Russia going to war in Ukraine, there's sort of an opportunity, a political opportunity for the rest of the nation to finally pay attention to this issue. And Biden then issued an executive order to ban Russian seafood coming into the US. That would give us then parity, right? Level playing field. You're going to ban us, then we're going to ban you. Problem was there was a loophole and it allowed Russian seafood to go into China if it was being reprocessed and then come into the US. So what did Russia start doing? Shipping a whole bunch more fish into China and shipping it still into the US. So it really didn't have any impact. Well, December 22nd, I believe it was, the president issued another executive order because of a lot of support from the administration,
Representative Peltola, the senators, Murkowski and Sullivan, just a lot of people piling on, please take this action because it's one of the $0 actions that could be helpful to us. So they closed that loophole. Now Russian seafood, no matter where it's processed in the world, cannot come into the US. It doesn't take effect until I want to say February 20th, something like that. Yeah. So we still, you know, it still is in the implementation phase. But this one thing will open an opportunity for Alaska seafood to fill some of that new demand for that Russian seafood was filling. It's a tricky situation. I'm not going to lie to you because we do export a lot of fish to other places, and that Russian seafood is going to go somewhere else, and it could depress prices in other countries. But we can also take this opportunity in the United States, double down on our marketing in the United States of Alaska seafood, and really push a U.S. produced product that we feel good about. We know it's responsibly managed. We know it's socially positive because we actually have laws that are enforced in the United States. So this is actually an opportunity that this crisis has delivered to us. So there is some silver linings, and that's an example. We have some other examples that we can drill down into. Mostly it's around tariffs and in the U.S. Trade Representative Office, getting somebody that actually represents seafood to look at tariffs with all the different countries and work toward getting a more of a fair and balanced tariff situation, because it's not free right now. We do not have free trade with U.S. seafood in any stretch of the imagination. Another one is getting U.S. seafood more fully integrated to the USDA programs. USDA does buy some Alaska seafood for purchase to distribute to other places in the U.S. And we're trying, you know, there's been broad support for them to increase this at this time of crisis. So these are some other things that are sort of longer term and are going to take a lot of push, which is why we need us all to come together to push on some of these things. But those are a couple of examples.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think you said something interesting, treat fish as more, get it more involved into the USDA marketplace. And, you know, farmers have struggled with international competition for decades, and USDA stepped in and they basically have loan programs, subsidized federal loans, a wide variety of things to even out some of those international impacts to farmers. Maybe it's time for fishermen to be treated similarly since they're providing a food product moving forward. So I know I, for one, am looking at that option, working with our congressional delegation to find out whether there's opportunities that farmers are getting that fishermen should be getting moving forward. I think that's a fair thing to look at. I think the biggest thing that I see is fishermen are innovators, but now's the time for innovation. We have to adapt to these changing market conditions. We can't just fish like we did for the last 20 years. Russia is basically stocking fish into a river system, pinks and chums. They're not paying fishermen to go catch them. They're using fish traps, putting them right into a processing sector, using very cheap labor, probably out of North Korea. American processors fishermen, you can't compete against that price. It's 20 cents on the dollar that we're spending through MSC certification, everything else. So I think it's time now to look at innovations. One of the things we did 3 years ago is we took a very controversial measure. We actually gave processors a portion of the pollock catch or cod catch share out in the Bering Sea. We realized that processors, if they're going to stay invested in this, need to have at least a share of the fishery, and as such, they can innovate on there. Hopefully, the goal was to get them to innovate on secondary product development rather than keeping all that fish and shipping it over to China for secondary processing. If they had a processing share of it, maybe they would invest a little bit more into secondary product development. I think we're going to need freezer capacity in Alaska. You know, why should we be shipping our fish to China for processing? Maybe we can figure out a model where we can freeze it here in Alaska. We can actually have that Alaskan product then that's available to that processing plant when it's not high fishery seasons and there's not a high supply in there. They can start pulling out of freezers and make those secondary products. But and fishermen, you know, you're going to probably have to look at a little bit of difference. In Southeast Alaska, we've had a lot of our processors closed. Direct marketing, you know, it's going to take innovation. It's going to take change. Because I think we all learn from dinosaurs. If you don't change and adapt, you're probably going to die in over long term. So be open to change, be open to innovation, and be open to these fluctuating market conditions. And then finally, we can't, like I think you're going to hear Jeremy say, we can't control the international market. We should certainly be able to control the U.S. market. We gotta convince people in the United States that an Alaskan bought seafood is much more preferential than buying a seafood from any place else in the world.
Tracey?
Yeah, I think there's been some very good points brought up. USDA purchasing, if we can increase our foothold in the USDA and figure out how we can get the USDA to start purchasing more Alaska seafood, that's a huge step forward. Senator Sullivan proposed an Office of Seafood within USDA that I think industry strongly supports. That would be a step forward for us. Direct marketing, something we've touched upon is bringing processing stateside, what the cost is of that and, the viability of that is. It depends on the situation, but I think if we can do more of that processing on the U.S. side of things and ramp up our ability to have cold storages and to do that throughout the year, as the commissioner touched on, that opens up a whole new world of opportunity for us. And then I think I'll turn it over to Jeremy on that.
Sure. So on this topic of policy, I'll kind of emphasize the points that the three of my colleagues here made. Just to, I guess, cover the USDA issue for those that might not fully understand when we're talking about USDA and seafood. Seafood is in a very weird space when the federal government looks at us. We are a fish, right? But we're also a food product. So we're controlled by NOAA when we're a fish. That makes sense. NOAA does all the science. But then there's this weird baton toss that's always dropped when we become a food product. And we have little to no representation at USDA, who has great representation for land-based food products. So seafood has been advocating for years, probably as long as myself and everybody else on this table has been alive, to be considered a food product. And we've had issues, but right now, I would say our delegation is doing a wonderful job of advocating for Alaska seafood industry, of trying to get an office established into the USDA. And there are negotiations going on right now with the current Farm Bill negotiation to try to make that happen. There are political challenges around that as well that we all understand that are hard to get this passed in Congress, especially with it being an election year, but it is something that not just the Alaska seafood industry is asking for, but the entire U.S. seafood industry is asking for this. And so that's something that we can join together, with, partners in the lower 48 on, as well as with Congress in the lower 48 that can get behind this initiative as well, too. And so that's one of the biggest asks from the seafood industry right now, is to see if we can get an office established in the USDA. From there will be a lot of other doors that will open. And that's really a long-term vision. I think that's the challenge that we have here right now, is we understand that that is an ask, and that's will be a long-term goal, and it will help us in the long term, but we have immediate issues as well. And that's the challenges we're going through. And so to touch on the Russia issue, it's great that we finally have reciprocity with Russia. They shouldn't have access to our market if we don't have access to theirs, especially when they undercut our fishermen in the U.S. marketplace, and they've been doing so for a decade. One of the problems we're going to see, though, with this action is that this full ban by way of third country doesn't enact until February 20th. So what companies who benefit from buying Russian product are doing right now is they're stockpiling. They're buying a lot of Russian product. And we know this because they did this when king crab was cut off from the U.S. marketplace. And that's why you could see king crab from Russia being sold in the U.S. marketplace for 2 years past the ban. It's going to take time for that Russian product to sell through. It's going to take time for us to be able to see how this will shake up the marketplace. But what it will allow us is it will allow us a fair opportunity to compete in the most important marketplace, which is the U.S. marketplace, where 30% of our product does end up in the U.S. So it kicks Russia out, but we're still going to have to compete against farmed salmon from Chile, from Norway, other farmed seafood products from Southeast Asia. They're all going to be looking for a piece of that pie that was left behind by Russia. So it doesn't make it an easier market, but at least it creates some fairness, and it creates us an equal opportunity to compete in the most important marketplace.
All right, thanks. So on the physical side, the commissioner spoke of maybe we can process in Alaska. Well, probably not with the plants that are being abandoned that were built, I'm not sure how many years ago, but Any insights or thoughts towards that end?
Um, I actually really like the idea of reshoring secondary processing of seafood, either in Alaska or the lower 48. I know all of us in this room would prefer it to be in Alaska, but the one reality is that costs have to be addressed in order to do that. The reason why not just seafood manufacturing, but a lot of U.S. manufacturing went offshore was costs. There's some of that is starting to change. One of them is, shipping costs both ways is expensive and volatile. If you look at the carbon footprint of that, it's not good. And labor costs in some other countries are starting to come up somewhat, but we still have huge, huge, huge costs that other countries don't have. So automation has got to be a part of it. I think going hand in hand with automation needs to be workforce development. So this is super important. And you need workforce development. I see Carrie Ann in the audience. Workforce development on those key, skilled trade, career level positions. And they're frankly needed across industries as well. But the automation is something that's missing from some of these older plants. And to reshore, it's all about bringing costs down. Another issue, frankly, is access to energy. And it's not as bad in Southeast Alaska because we have a lot of hydro. But reasonably cost of energy is a big issue. There's some places that seafood processors have to generate their own energy because it just doesn't exist in the community. Getting those communities where there's a lot of manufacturing happening to be on renewable energy is really another key thing for reshoring manufacturing.
I want to double down. Energy is a huge cost in Western Alaska. But I also want to, this is not just Alaska suffering this fate. I learned that Chile has an anchovy quota every year. This year, they're leaving almost 30% of their anchovy quota in the water because of market conditions. So farm fish are starting to have a hard time being sold. This is not just Alaskan salmon that are out there. The influx of these Russian products in terms of salmon has now affected the global economy in a lot of different ways. The other thing that's happened is that when you look at the processing sector, at least in Western Alaska, the backbone of that is with whitefish, pollock, and cod. Well, the Russians have figured out how to take our technology to make surimi, and now they're making surimi at a third of the cost that Alaska makes it, and they're flooding the market with surimi. So we may have cod or pollock that goes unharvested this year just simply because there isn't a market for it, because the Russian product is a lot cheaper in the worldwide product. And most of the surimi isn't going to the United States, it's going on a worldwide market. So it's going to take a wide range of different issues from energy, from workforces. I tried to convince my kids when they're growing up, going to refrigeration, man, you're going to make a whole shitload of money. You're going to be in demand anywhere in Alaska, but just those skilled labor forces are going to be necessary moving forward. And then finally, I think we have to look at these things like the Jones Act and a variety of other acts that are just increasing costs for U.S. fishermen to compete in the worldwide market. Russia can build a boat and put it in the water for about a quarter of the cost of what an Alaskan fishing boat costs these days. So, yeah.
Yeah, this morning I was talking to one of the UFA board members, and I think the current tally is that there's at least 17 plants that we know of that are on the market right now for sale in the state of Alaska. And, not all of that is because they're decrepit or they're defunct. There's been a lot of money put into the Kodiak plants, Petersburg plants, Ketchikan plants. So it's not just a story of, need for modernization, because some of that has been done. Some of it's just a restructuring of their businesses where it makes more sense to move some of their operations elsewhere. So that's one thing. But the other part is a lot of these places are hurting for workforce. Trident has decided that they're going to grow their own program right now because they're not able to find electricians and to find mechanics and carpenters and refrigeration folks. So they have dedicated themselves to sponsor, I believe it's 10 people, a program where they're sending them to AvTech, and while they're there, they pay their, they pay them a wage, they pay their tuition and their living stipend, and their housing, and then they work for them for 2 years, and they get to choose which pathway that they want to go within, I think, 5 different disciplines. And then afterwards, they commit to working for Trident for 2 years, and then you get that free education that you can go and do whatever you want. So, the industry is evolving in that direction. We're starting to see processors grow their own, and these are supportive services that are needed not only by the processors, but by the fishermen. We all need mechanics, we need refrigeration experts. And so there is some synergy there that hopefully we can move forward with.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate what Julie and actually Doug and Tracey all just said is the need to move toward more efficient processing. You look at what they're doing in other countries, especially the countries that we compete with most. In a processing facility where we'd have hundreds of different hands on the floor, they'll have maybe a dozen. It's done by robots. I'll just share a story real quick. I was in Spain last fall at a Serini plant, and they had robots that were removing the Serini rolls and packaging them. And one of the robots was so efficient, it was making 2 of the other robots obsolete.
Huh.
Right? So it wasn't just putting, imagine that. It was making their robots obsolete. That blew my mind as well. But they're light years ahead of us. We haven't even got to the point where we're making where we're taking those positions and turning those, what would be a fillet line, into a skilled position of managing those robots yet, right? That's where they're already at in some of these countries. And that's where we need to go, is to, so not only are those jobs helping them run an efficient plant, but they're high paid jobs because that person is a computer engineer and not running a slime line. And that's a vision, and that's tough to get to. But I think when we talk about what the new processing might look like in Alaska and those jobs staying at home, it's how can we create those skilled labor here in the state, and also keep them in Alaska and in those plants, and getting those plants to the 22nd century.
One other thing I wanted to mention that was raised that I hadn't thought about before, but Doug mentioned, Commissioner, mentioned, thanks, the Jones Act. And the Jones Act, U.S. law for a very long time, and what many people view as most likely never going to change. It requires any U.S. ship used in the U.S. to be built in the U.S., right? So we can't go buy another ship, or we can't build somewhere else and then bring that ship here. That Doug mentioned that, Commissioner. Sorry. But what, is there an opportunity in the next 5 to 10 years, because the offshore fleet in Western Alaska, where we have bigger ships, they're looking like they're probably, they're going to need to rebuild in 5 to 10 years. Is there a way to turn the Ketchikan shipyard into something that could be utilized for that? And again, we have to think about costs. It's just like reshoring manufacturing. We can't be blind to the cost factor. But is there something that could be done there to utilize the Ketchikan shipyard for one of our needs? And there are some in the industry that are talking about, trying to develop hulls that are similar so that it's not as expensive to go build, because a shipyard now has 30 orders of a similar hull. And once you do one, it's a lot easier to do the next one and cheaper and so on. So there might be some ways to look at that if we look creatively, but it's one of the potential, if we are looking about being innovative and, no bad idea, let's talk about that.
Okay, so now we're going to get to the real question that I had, because there are avenues to pursue. There's a lot of good ideas. What's it going to cost, and who's going to lead the charge? Our next panel are our funding partners from the state and federal government, including the owner of the shipyard in Ketchikan. So who's our champion, and what's it going to cost? We'll pitch. I'm a softball pitcher. I'll pitch all day long.
Well, I'll start that. So it's not one entity that's going to solve this. It's going to take cooperation.
Okay, name all 3.
So you got a governor that's interested in this.
Okay.
He understands the the importance of the fishing to the state of Alaska and coastal economies. I know I've spoken to Commissioner Sandy from Commerce and Economic Development, because this is something that I can't solve on my own as a Fish and Game Commissioner, something Julie Sandy can't solve on her own as a Commerce. So it's going to take a cooperative effort. I know Julie and I have been talking about convening a group of fishermen and processors to figure out what we can do in the short term, medium term, and long term to resolve this. But clearly, it's not fishermen alone that can't solve this problem. It's not ASME alone that can solve this problem. It's not processors alone. It's going to take a cooperative effort amongst many different parties to come up with solutions and then work cooperatively, get the funding associated with it. Is it going to cost money? Yeah, we just don't know where the best expenditure of that money is right now.
Okay.
I think some of the best things that have come out of this crisis has been the cooperation that we've started to form amongst user groups, organizations, government entities, and it's just in the infancy at this point. I know UFA and PSPA has been working hard over the last 3-4 months to develop short-term and long-term asks, and I think we've just scratched the surface, to be honest, of what those short and long-term asks are, because frankly, at this point, I think things are so uncertain, we're not even sure what they are. It's going to take cooperation from our federal partners and our state partners. Where that funding is, what it is, and how it comes is to be determined. But I think some specific things that we can look to is short-term, low-interest loans for fishermen and processors, and access to funding, because I think that was a big issue for processors over the last season. Their ability to access funding and to be able to continue buying a product. And I think that is where we need to start and build from there.
I can throw out some numbers for you on cost. So right now we're in a crisis, but the worst thing we could do is to stop actually marketing our product. We don't want to lose market share. We do have a strong presence in the marketplace. Commissioner mentioned that this is a seafood crisis issue really globally. We are seeing downturn from some of our seafood competitors. They're having a difficult time selling their fish as well, but they're not holding back their marketing dollars. Just to put one number out there, the Norwegian Seafood Council, which you could say is a similar entity to ASME, they have a global budget of $46 million. That's more than twice as much as ASME's annual budget. They're investing $5 million in marketing to the U.S. marketplace this year. That's exactly the same size as ASME's U.S. market budget. So that's some competition. We do have some help, though. The USDA does recognize that we do need to diversify our global markets. I mentioned that the U.S. is the most important marketplace for Alaska seafood. About 30% by value of our seafood stays here in the U.S. Well, so that means 70% goes overseas. We were reliant on the global market, and we need to diversify that global market. We become very reliant on a few key markets, such as China, Japan, and the European Union. When those 3 markets have a rough go, or we're having a trade war like we are right now with China, we lose market share and we have a more difficult time selling our fish overseas. And so it's going to take time to move away from those key markets and to diversify our global marketplace. It's also going to take a significant financial investment. That's what Norway is doing. They're throwing $46 million at it annually to make sure that they can diversify their global markets into places like Southeast Asia, which, oh, by the way, that's where we're going, into South America. We're there too. They're already in parts like Northern Africa and the Middle East, which was where we need to be next. And so it's going to take time, but those type of long-term visions of diversifying our marketplace will make it easier when we have economic downturns like this to find more customers and more competition for our fish.
The final word, Julie?
I completely agree with all the speakers on this topic. It's going to take a lot of solutions from a lot of people. One thing I do think, I think EDA has some programs that could fund some analysis of this, because as we're saying, we know some of the solutions, but we don't quite have the total, dollar amount that you want to be able to say, and be able to clearly outline what's needed. So I think that is something that could happen. I think an organization like Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation could lead something like that. I think the number could be actually pretty big of what needs to be invested in the Alaska seafood industry in the next 10 years to get us through this downturn, and then also looking toward being healthy and thriving in the next 50 years. Tracey mentioned that we've been working, collaboratively. We've also been reaching out to some of the coastal communities for things like letters of support or resolutions of support. Now, I think some of you in Southeast, some of the communities have come forward with those, and we've had ones from passed all the way from Ketchikan to literally the city of St. Paul and Dillingham. And so this is really obviously important to many, many people, but we need your voices to say it's important as well. So thank you for that.
All right. Well,
So
as
my closing
yes,
remark
please.
is don't forget Alaska. You catching your fish, these are Alaskan fish. Don't forget about the Alaskan market. I know it's easy to, too many times our fish get processed, get shipped to China, go to Seattle, and then get shipped back up here for sale in our stores. Let's try to figure out how we can feed Alaskans. Food security for Alaskans is a big issue. Let's make sure that we take care of ourselves first.
Thank you. As an organization that cares, one has a deputy director who's a subject matter expert in fisheries. We certainly want to support a solution set. And the last time Julie Decker brought me in an impossible situation, we got $49 million. So I'm just saying, we embrace the impossible, and these are hard times, but we really appreciate each of you coming today to kind of help us frame that issue that's in process. And we certainly want to support that process that goes forward as we identify the champions and the path forward to support and enable, empower, and fund. So would you all please thank our panelists? And we'll invite all of our state and federal partners come up front, and we'll just do a conversation about those opportunities as well. Yeah, take care. Thanks, Lacey. Good job. Thank you. None of those are softballs. Okay, so we're expecting the one USDA folks. $1 billion. $1 billion has flown into Southeast Alaska. And through each one of these partners has a fingerprint somewhere on there. And for the developments that are happening in the region. And for those of you that don't know, that's one of the best things about this gathering is that you have the opportunity to network with each of these individuals during the reception tonight, during the breaks, during the meals, and get a chance to understand the programs and who the staff contacts are. And so we don't really have presentations today, but we want to just kind of renew the acquaintances and the introductions and kind of do some of the highlights of some of the possibilities and programs that that each of these represent. So we're going to start with our state director, and we'll just move down the line there and just ask you to introduce yourselves, your agencies, some of the top priorities that you have going on here, and then we'll open it to the floor. Maybe there's some questions out there, and then we'll see where it goes. So thank you for each one for being here. So, Julie.
And thank you all for being here today. I know it's been a really long day full of a lot of information, so I'm going to go as quick as possible. I am Julia Nelica. I'm the State Director for USDA Rural Development. I was raised up in Nenana. My parents are Jan and Charlie Nelica, an educator and a tugboat captain. So I now live down in South Central on Danaina lands, and I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. Firstly, you might notice if you've been to these events before that my PIO, Joe Capetto, has now moved over to Veterans Affairs. So we are hiring for a new public information officer. So if there's anybody that you know who is interested in working in that area, please come up and approach me. The job is open currently until February 12th, which is on Monday. So she would have me tell you, and she would have really beautiful slides for all of you, that we at Rural Development do affordable housing, business programs, community facilities, water, broadband, food, healthcare. We run the gamut with over 70 different programs, including we have Brandon Snodgrass here in the room with us, who does our business and industry loans, which is a really exciting portion of our portfolio. And everybody here knows Keith Perkins as well, which I hope that you are familiar. Stop it, Keith.
So I want to run over just a few programs that we have that are currently open that I think that would be interesting to this audience. So right now we have the Rural Business Development Grants open. That closes on February 28th. This is for towns, nonprofits, and tribes, and also rural co-ops. So this funding can help you pay for training, technical assistant, project planning, some construction, and tech-based economic development. There's a whole wide range of how you can use this program. If you're interested in it, or there are any words in this that piqued your interest, please get with me and I can make sure to point you in the right direction. I also want to let you know about the Rural Innovation Stronger Economy, the RISE grants. Those are due on April 1st. The applicants for this are tribes, nonprofits, and public bodies. And this can build or support business incubators, worker training, training existing workforce for new jobs or higher pay. We talked about that a lot today. I also want to point out that another grant that has a grant program that has been very successful here in Southeast is the Value Added Producer Grant. Those are due on April 11th. So we have some pretty exciting opportunities out this spring. Those are for producers and agriculture groups and cooperatives. They can help with processing costs, marketing, advertising, some inventory, and salary expenses. Right now, on a rolling basis, because of the bipartisan infrastructure law, no, I lied. It was because of the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, that one. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not a very good Fed. So this is a program that got plussed up a lot of money, which means that it's now on a rolling basis. So this is called the Rural Energy for America program. So now we have closing it on March 31st, June 30th, and September 30th, excuse me. We actually have a dedicated energy coordinator in the state. We were able to snag him from DOE. His name is Dan Smith. If you had the opportunity to work with him in the past, he's really incredible. This is a program that has been underutilized in Alaska because before, honestly, it wasn't that great. It could only pay like 25% of your total project costs. Now you can get a grant of up to 50% of your total project cost, which is really exciting because it actually makes the paperwork worth it, which, you know, we all know that these monies come with a lot of reporting to do as well. So also with the combined loan and grant, you can get up to 75% of your project paid for. This is for for-profit businesses. So this can help you reduce the energy you're using and get on more renewable energy as well. So please reach out to me, grab me. I'm going to be here all day tomorrow. Brandon is also here. Keith is also in the region. If this sounds interesting to you, or you know any local businesses who might be interested in reducing their carbon footprint, or you know, getting on more renewables, please let us know, because this is a program where we're not using all of the money that's allotted to Alaska. So pretty much anybody who applies so far is getting it. Now we hope to drive enough demand that we will see that our funds are being expended. The last one that I want to mention, it's not yet open, but we're going to hear some pretty exciting news from AT&T, and we heard about the tribal network as well. What I want to talk about is distance learning telemedicine grants. This is a national program where there is a lot of funding out there that each year is not completely exhausted. So there are opportunities for our clinics, for our schools, for our educational co-ops to get equipment, to get, our tribes also are available for it. So what you can get is like audio, video, computers, educational programs. One thing that they're doing up on the North Slope, you guys have heard about the teacher shortage up there. So what they're able to do is they got a huge, you can get up to $1 million in this program. And so what they did is they equipped their classrooms, now that they're seeing the North Slope get connected because of fiber programs through rural development. Now they're using distance learning telemedicine to teach Inupiaq like all over the North Slope and all of the communities that have turned up on the internet. So this is something that I really see as an exciting touch point, a way to braid a lot of the funding opportunities that we have at rural development. And I just want to leave you with this, is that At Rural Development, we are really excited to serve you where we can find a way to say, yes, we want to get to a creative yes. So sometimes we're not always going to be the funding agency that's appropriate for what your needs are, but please come talk to us, not only as our staff here in the state and understand the concerns that you have, but we also have the Rural Partners Network. And unfortunately, Emma Marr isn't here today or tomorrow, but she has been to Southeast Conference quite a few times, and she is our representative down here in the Southeast. And what her job is to reach across the over 20 different federal agencies to find funding for the projects that you have, because it might not be us, but we want to help you look for it. Anabasi, for your time. I appreciate it. That was a lot longer than I thought it would be.
Thanks, Julia. It's really nice to sit next to my one USDA compadre. We've done this multiple times now. I'm Barb Miranda, and I have been to Southeast Conference multiple times wearing different hats. Among them, Mayor of Gustavus, Alaska. Among them, working for the Department of Commerce on the 2020 census. And among them, managing the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy, that one USDA investment that brought $25 million here to Southeast. And I'll talk a little bit about how that's going. Nice ringtone. No worries. The hat I'm wearing now and that I plan on wearing for a while is Deputy Forest Supervisor of the Tongass National Forest. So in this leadership role for the Tongass, I'm just here to share some Forest Service information with you guys. Want to focus a little bit on that $25 million investment that we were able to make along with rural development and NRCS. Most of you know that the Forest Service isn't normally a granting agency, but we were able to deliver $18.5 million of that $25 million through a variety of agreements that are now out there in play and doing really, really exciting things across Southeast Alaska. So when I hear the news about restoration work on Prince of Wales or mariculture standing up through Southeast Conference and other organizations, or the community forest programs being stood up across Southeast, or the Seacoast Indigenous Guardians Network, I get really excited because I know that some of the SAS funding is helping support that work. And it was a program that was really flipped to say, what should we be investing in? And us listening deeply and making those investments and trusting that the local workforce and the local, you guys in the communities would know how to invest that best. I was happy to, over the weekend, over my social media feed, to see that there's still SAS dollars flowing out to communities. So as part of that investment, $300,000 was set aside to be available for micro grants that are now, like Dan is instrumental in this, and Spruce Root as well. Everybody has one of these on their table. There's micro grants, $5,000 to $15,000. Not a big pot of money, but I'm guessing that the application through Spruce Root is a lot simpler than a federal grant application. So if you need $5,000, or you know somebody that needs $5,000 or $15,000 to $15,000 just to get a good idea developed, apply. Because I think we're gonna keep giving that money out until it's expended, right? So that's just another little component of SAS that it's nice to see hitting the streets. We are also part of the sustainability strategy announcement that Secretary Vilsack met that put the short-term and long-term investments out on the table. We're aligning the funds we have now through the BIL and the IRA. All of our agencies are trying to line those along sustainability strategy principles and get those out where they're most effective and most needed. It was really heartening to hear Mule Deer Foundation up here on the panel this morning talking about those Keystone agreements and how there's $4.3 million worth of Forest Service dollars that came through BIL that will be invested in Southeast Alaska for restoration work and habitat improvement for deer, which is one of our foods that we rely on here. My son just got his first deer this year up behind our house here on Douglas Island, and I was so proud of him. And every time I put that food in my mouth, I'm just thrilled to live and so thankful to live here on Klinkadani. The other component of the SAS announcement for the Forest Service was really taking a hard look at how we manage the forests on the Tongass. There was a call in that announcement to end large-scale old-growth logging, which has happened. There's now a national call to take a look at old-growth and mature forest management across the nation. But we still can, want to support small-scale old-growth logging for cultural uses and to support our local mills. We also went out with an engagement strategy last fall to ask, or was it last year? SAS, we call it SAS-FM. We have the best acronym in the government. We call it the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy is SAS. So we have the SAS-I, which is the investments, and SAS-FM, which is the forest management side. So we went out and asked everybody, you guys might have been part of that ask, what are the values and benefits you want to derive from the Tongass, from integrated forest management activities on the Tongass? And where should we be doing these activities? We got a lot of input, a lot of responses, so I really appreciate everybody leaning into that. We are about ready to come out with a 10-year project plan with work that's going on for all the things that are important to Southeast Alaskans for integrated forest management activities across the forest. Every single ranger district will have some type of activity going on that reflects the values and what folks want to see the forest doing. We heard some things when we were engaging, and I wanted to just share out some of those themes real quick. We heard that restoration of the Tongass is a priority, that we need to really look and lean hard into doing habitat and watershed restoration so that our fish and our food can thrive. We need to uplift recreation and tourism to their proper infrastructure and dollar investments that the Forest Service is making. So recreation and tourism is a growing sector, and we need to really lean into addressing that and having the capacity on the forest to build that infrastructure that's needed for our communities to engage in recreation activities and for us to embrace and be nimble around all the tourism opportunities that are coming. Climate resilience, the Tongass is looked upon as the lungs of America, if you ask some people, and so making sure that we're managing those forests for climate resilience is also crucial. Timber remains important to Southeast Alaska, especially for our local mills, and we're really heartened by the state standing up the local lumber grading program and doing that work to make sure that we can have a viable forest products industry here in Southeast Alaska. I'm going to just end on the note that we've got a forest plan revision coming up. Some of you have been through multiple forest plan revisions, but we're really operating still on a plan that was developed in 1997. We haven't had a comprehensive redo of the Tongass Forest Management Plan for over 25 years. What's changed in 25 years? Just about everything, right? Our economies are different. We have different ideas around co-stewardship and what that could look like for the Tongass. Climate change is in play in a way that is unpredictable and unknown. And the science and technology and our ability to address things with by knowing what needs to change in the way we manage the forest, all these things have changed. And we have a new planning rule that we're going to be implementing. So you're going to hear a lot from us over the course of the next, we're supposed to get it done in 3 years, but I have a feeling it'll take a little bit longer than that. But really, we're leaning into engagement and assessing the conditions on the Tongass, the conditions in our communities, and we're going to be asking for input and hoping that knowing that you'll engage with us, because this plan can have a transformative effect on how we interact with the forest and how the forest provides for the local economies here on Southeast Alaska. So on some of the tables, there's a handout that has a QR code. If you want to receive emails about where we're at with forest plan revision, scan that code and we will be sending out stuff. We're going to be starting community workshops to explain this process here in April. So you'll see some of us coming around and visiting all your communities. And with that, I'll pass it off. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Randy Ruaro. I'm the Executive Director for ADA, State Industrial Development Corporation.
Our statutory mission, our mission is jobs and economic development, very simple. We have a number of programs to implement that mission. We break down along 3 different lines, really. One is a direct investment equity type stake program that persons can apply if they have an idea or a project. They can apply for ADA to be a partner. We also have a loan program side of the house where ADA partners with local banks, mostly Alaska banks, all Alaska banks. So you would go to your bank, develop a loan program package, and then come to ADA, and the bank would ask ADA to participate in part of the loan. We have somewhat lower interest rates, significantly lower interest rates, 25 to 30% than commercial banks. And sometimes, often, that difference in the interest rate is what allows the project to move forward. One of the things we've started focusing on is with all the federal programs that are available, we're starting to look around at those and consider how those programs can stack into our programs. Since ADA does not provide grants, but we do provide loans and equity investment. And, you know, we're starting to look around, try to understand all those other federal programs, and there's dozens, I think, maybe hundreds of new programs, plus billions, hundreds of billions in federal energy tax credits that are very complex. We've hired a tax credit attorney to try to understand for renewable energy purposes when the credits apply. And those can pay for as much as 50% of a project. So, but that's a new initiative somewhat by ADA to take into account all the other programs. We work with DOE, LPO, Loan Program Office pretty regularly. Mr. Shaw has been helpful, and we're going to keep working on those opportunities. And for ADA, when I say opportunities, it's really about any opportunity for jobs and economic development. And that includes logging, mining, any resource development we will look at and consider being involved in. We're also involved legally in pushing back on the federal government's overreach into Alaska and trying to shut down opportunities for Alaskans. So while we will work with our federal programs and partners, we do have a very different view in terms of what's the state rights and what should be developed. We don't foreclose opportunities, and we are in court fighting for those projects now. As an example, we've developed a new wetlands delineation program. If any of you are aware, the Army Corps of Engineers, under the old rules, basically you had to have a permit. And I asked an attorney this one time, if I wanted to put a bird bath in my backyard, do I need an Army Corps permit? And she said, yeah, you know, because it's wet, it rains. And so anywhere the water could collect or run through, you know, that was considered federal wetlands. Thank goodness not anymore, because we got a U.S. Supreme Court that struck down that expansive agency overreach into Alaska. And so now ADA's pushing back. We're going to develop our new program for delineation. We think it cuts down jurisdiction by 80%. And those are all going to be Alaska property owners that don't have to live under the threat of a Corps permit violation and going to jail for developing their property, as the Sacketts did in Idaho. So we're active on a bunch of fronts. We'll also be moving through the communities probably this summer, talking about opportunities and looking for ways to help develop more Alaska jobs and economic development. So look forward to seeing all of you in your communities. Thanks.
Hello there. My name is Michaela Fowler. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Commerce, Community and Economic Development. But since this is Southeast Conference, I will introduce myself as probably one of the people in this room who's known Meilani the longest, because I was 3 days old when I met her. I am really happy to be able to talk to you a little bit about some of the programs that we don't always talk a lot about at the department. And one of those divisions, so if you don't know the Department of Commerce, we have a multitude of fingers in every pot. We have the Division of Banking and Securities, we have the Division of Insurance, We have our tentacles into Ada's world. They're under the sort of umbrella, although they're a separate legal entity. But one of the programs that we don't talk a lot about and are trying to make a point of talking about more is the Division of Investments. Because when you look at the mission of the Department of Commerce, which is strong communities, healthy economies, and protecting consumers, the Division of Investments is this little engine that has been supporting small business and supporting really local economic engines for many, many, many years. And, you know, we're really proud of the fact that we have the commercial fishing revolving loan fund. It's been in play for longer than I've been alive. And those dollars have recirculated through the economy, and there are generations. Our division director, Jim Anderson, has been with the division for over 20 years. And there are third generations of borrowers from that loan program who have been able to start a business in Alaska as a commercial fisherman and then graduate up. One of the things that's really important to us about our loan programs is that they're the loan programs you go to when you're getting your feet wet. And then you graduate up and you eventually are participating in the commercial lending or you're participating with ADA. But we really value that ability to help create jobs where people are. And knowing that if you're from a small community in Southeast Alaska, the ability to get a loan so that you don't have to move to a larger city to find a job can be incredibly transformational for your economy and for your life and for building the lifestyle that you're looking for. We're also really excited about some of the sort of innovation that the Division of Investments is engaging in right now with partners. They've been partnering really closely with Robert and on mariculture activities, partnering with the $5 million mariculture matching grant, and as well as working with other partner agencies throughout Southeast Alaska that are interested in standing up their own loan programs. Spruce Root is such an incredible partner that we have in Southeast Alaska. They're doing such important work. And over the last year, Spruce Root and the Division of Investments have started working together. To dramatically pivot, there is one grant program that I wanted to make sure everyone in this room was aware of that we just started up in the Department of Commerce, and that is our International Trade Assistance Grant. This is a grant program that's via funding from the SBA. We're really grateful for the SBA stepping up and encouraging us forcefully, repeatedly over about 3 years to turn in an application for a STEP program for Alaska. And we officially launched that just about a month and a half ago. So for small businesses in the state that are interested in exploring export, that maybe aren't ready to make a big investment into export economies, but would sort of like to dip their toes into that water, you can apply. The application is pretty streamlined. It's available on the Department of Commerce's website. And we're calling it our ITAG program. Will provide you funding either for some marketing effort or to attend a trade show and see what you might be getting into if you were to explore an export market for your products or for your small business. And then before I hand things off to my esteemed neighbor, I just want to introduce our newest team member in the Department of Commerce, Renee Anderson. And Renee just joined the department. One of the things that many of you have heard Commissioner Sandy speak to when she's been at the podium is the importance of telling Alaska's story, but having it be told by Alaskans. We're so proud of the work that ASME is doing. We're so proud of the work that the Alaska Travel Industry Association is doing. And over the last couple of years since Commissioner Sandy came to lead the department, one of the things that she kept on recognizing is, yes, ASME makes a point of marketing Alaska, not just seafood. And the tourism, ATIA does the same thing for tourism. But we haven't had any focused marketing on all of the opportunities that are available in the state, and also on marketing how incredible this place is back to Alaskans. And are we telling Alaska's story well? Are we telling Alaska's story well to our own children? Are kids learning in school about the tremendous number of opportunities they have to make a life here, to build a business here, to go into any number of industries here? And so we're really trying to refocus that effort. You know, it's great to see Aparna in the audience, and, you know, certainly those kids going through the university are kids that we want to see building lives and becoming lifelong Alaskans. And so Janae is joining our team. She's working closely with the State Chamber, who is the contractor that responded to our RFP and was the winning contractor for our RFP, to begin that planning process. And over the next couple of years, you'll see more and more efforts from the department in making sure we are telling Alaska's story well. So if you have ideas, if there's partnerships that you want to bring to us, please reach out to Janae, please reach out to me. We're really excited to work with all of you. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. This is our new state co-chair for the Denali Commission, so that's really great to meet her in person. We got to meet on the phone in January. So Jocelyn Fenton, Program Director for the Denali Commission. We are the Alaska federal agency. Following on some of your comments, I'm realizing that, all of our staff are from Alaska. We're headquartered in Alaska. Yes, we were in Anchorage, but we try to get out to villages and many areas across the state on a routine basis, mostly for that coordination aspect to, communicate some of the policies, that are trickling down to Alaska, or things that may need to be challenged, or, issues that we need Alaskans' help in combating, whether on the ground or from a policy perspective. And I guess my commentary today is really, I want to focus on that collaboration aspect. Again, the Denali Commission is it's Alaska's agency for that coordination of policy. We're involved in things that a lot of other agencies either aren't, or just aren't from the Alaska perspective. Things like the Arctic Executive Steering Committee, based in DC. They have various work groups. We participate and will be leading here in the next couple of months the Arctic Resilience Working Group. And that is a working group of a number of agencies that you probably are more familiar with than the Denali Commission, who partner trying to focus on more resilient communities in Alaska, what we can do to improve that resiliency. A lot of that is in terms of, FEMA hazard mitigation plan to make them eligible for funding, EPA, some of their new programs, NOAA and their climate resiliency challenge. But I believe those applications are due here shortly, so make sure you get them in. They also have the Northern Bering Sea Climate Resilience Area, and it's trying to focus on some of the fishery collapse and what the federal government can do for that. I know that we need more state representation at the table with that, and we are, the commission is advocating for that and trying to open up those partnerships, again, really focus on that coordination aspect. Also, there's additional conversations regarding coordination of infrastructure rollout and that implementation. And unfortunately, we're finding that, the disjointed funding cycles, the applications are due at a different time and the funding comes out at different times. So, we work closely with Shireen at the infrastructure office, focused on, coordinating the implementation of infrastructure dollars. However, a dig once philosophy is really hard to get to unless you're basically pushing everything until that last funder in. So, you're waiting on the last funder, or you're waiting on gap funding, and then we're struggling with cost increases and inflation and transportation issues. So to try to overcome that challenge, there are some little things we can do, asset mapping, so we know the gaps of infrastructure and the life expectancy for that infrastructure. Also replacement planning, things of that nature. And then I wanted to lead on to another organization that we have is our Statement of Cooperation. It's a group of 13 agencies, including the state of Alaska, that focuses primarily on environmental stewardship and cleanup, but also it has secondary benefits of work groups that focus on efficiencies, data sharing, education and training, things of that nature. So again, they're interested in asset mapping. We may end up being able to use some of NOAA's existing database and the way that they put their information together using some of the learnings in Puerto Rico. So it's really exciting on some of these other collaborations. And let's see, and I wanted to, so I guess primarily focus on policy and Alaska partnerships. The key tools of the commission are that our funding is no-year money. We can take that 1 year, 2 year, 5 year funding. It turns into no-year funding. So and that's designed for those long-term infrastructure projects. Our funding can be used as non-federal match to other federal funds. So again, gap funding or that match funding that we know many of our communities cannot provide on their own, and we also, we consider in-kind support, to be match funding to our funding. So we're very flexible in that fashion. And then 2, the funding availability. So be sure that you're monitoring, grants.gov, that the technical assistance that's available out there. We have some programs through Alaska Federation of Natives and their Navigators program. We have Alaska Municipal League and their technical assistance program that we help support. Also, there's other workforce training and job training and even career development. We're finding you can't just wait until, high school age. We're talking junior high, middle school, and also elementary school. So, shout out to Alaska Resource Education and teaching kids, the careers that we have here in Alaska regarding resources. And then we have some upcoming events that I would suggest folks attend. One is the Infrastructure Symposium, the first week of April. There will be some grants training or, walking folks through opportunities that are available during that week. And then the Rural Energy Conference. I know the governor has their Sustainable Energy Conference, but the Rural Energy Conference, which is October 2 through 4, may appeal more to those local operators that are looking for some of that maintenance and operation training or insight on either better management or funding sources or integrating renewables or things of that nature. So we also have, and I'll finish with we also have our fiscal year 24 unified funding opportunity announcement out now on grants.gov. You just type in Denali or Denali Commission and it will pop right up for you. I'm hoping that we can get a budget sometime soon, so we have all of the expected funding for that, but there is funding available anyway in that opportunity. But in closing, Denali Commission, works with all types of partners. We also take transfers from other agencies. And we have transfer authority, so we focus with a lot of partners on our energy program, AEA and AVEC, other cooperatives and Department of Energy, various divisions. Our climate adaptation work. We have transportation programs, water and sanitation, community facilities, broadband, workforce economic development. We have very broad authority, which gives us that authority to work in so many different disciplines. So as I hear people speaking up here, I know that, we can work together on pretty much anything. So if you have any questions, let me know. We can all be contacted. It's denali.gov and all of my staff are on that in their various disciplines. So thanks for having us, and we'll kick it off to Shirley if she's still there.
Well, we'll get, we'll be there just a moment. I would tell you that if you want to move your community forward, these are the resources. I've been at this a couple days now, but there's 2 federal agencies that really helped a lot back in my earlier career. One was USDA Rural Development that really came through in the very beginning and has been a constant partner throughout. And of course, in recent years, the USDA folks have really looked, I think the real paradigm shift of what has happened now with the SAS programs, and those opportunities will, I think, lead to more opportunities. What ADA's done throughout the region, and I saw Randy's eyes just open up when Julie mentioned about building fishing vessels, because ADA's been a good partner, but Randy has been a better partner for even longer. He's worked for many a governor, many an agency, many a senator, and he's been a friend of the region, and I really appreciate that. Michaela is just a rock star, period. And we've enjoyed a very long working relationship with the Department of Commerce as an arter and as a contractor, and especially during the pandemic when those CARES funds were coming through. Southeast Alaska was hit harder than any region in the state, yet we saw the fewest permanent closures and the quickest rebound. And it took a partnership to do that. The Denali Commission, that was one of my first grants that I got in the very, very beginning of time. We leveraged that into state funding and did our small boat harbor, which Rep. Thomas thought was going to get named after him, but he's not paying attention to me, so I'm not going to mention that again. But we keep trying. But my very first grant was EDA. And the person I first worked with at a federal agency was Shirley Kelly. And she has been there the longest for me and for many in this room, and is a good friend and an even better mentor. So I don't know if we have her by face or by voice, but Nathan, can you patch her in? Shirley, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Robert. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to turn on my camera. My bandwidth with my internet isn't.
We can hear you fine, and thanks for joining us. Let us know what's on your mind.
Well, first of all, I wanted to share that, in the past 3 years, EDA has had significant funding that we had awarded out. But this past year, we had a significant drop in our funding. So in FY 2023, we awarded 2 construction projects in Southeast Alaska, but these were not these were additional funds that were added to existing projects that had some funding shortages due to inflation and other things, and the costs increased on their projects. So we provided Organized Village of Cake a little over $500,000, and the City and Borough of Yakutat for the ARPA tourism project, again over $500,000. So just under $1.1 million in construction funds was awarded to Southeast Conference. And then we did a couple of small planning grants, one to Southeast Conference. They are in our partner partnership program. And I just want to thank Southeast Conference for the Build Back Better project and the continued progress that's going with that project. It's been a joy to work with you all and to share your accomplishments with our folks in headquarter office who are glad to see the progress that's being made on the Build Back Better project. It's a lot of work, and you don't see a lot of visible results of it for the first year, but there was a lot of planning that went into that project before they could start spending the $49 million that EDA awarded them through the Build Back Better project. And then we have a couple of projects, well, I'm not going to say smaller projects. We have one small SEDS that we haven't awarded, and it's to Metlakatla. They're in the queue to get some short-term planning dollars should Congress provide an allocation for us in 2024. And then we also have another project that's in Wrangell that needed some additional funds. It's their water treatment plant. In the queue, we have $2.1 million. But I also wanted to talk to the people that are present here at the meeting who are located in the Chatham Regional Resource Area. They are eligible to apply for EDA's 2023 disaster supplemental funding. We have about $20 million left in that pot of money. And if anyone is interested in contacting me, you can email me at skelly2@eda.gov, or you can call me on the phone at 206-909-1805, and we can start talking about a project and hopefully get the application completed and submitted to EDA to be awarded before September 30th. But please give me a call, talk to me about what you're interested in and how the project is going to make your community more resilient and recover from the disaster that was declared for that area. And if you have any other questions on other projects like the Recompete project and the Tech Hub project, please reach out to me also, because I'm expecting in our FY 2024 allocation to have more money in both of those programs. And it would be really good to continue the good work that's going on in Southeast by either the Recompete, which is getting the prime age people back into the workforce, and the Tech Hub project. If you have an innovation that can be marketed, then that would be the program to apply towards. And if you have any questions on either program, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to walk you through the process. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you so very much, Shirley. All right, so with that, now we get to go into a more networking atmosphere, and you can continue the conversations, continue the networking. The good news is there's like 5 different receptions going on tonight. And the folks on the Hill know that. They're all cataloged, but ours is the first. So I do expect to see a few legislators and a number of staff members come through. They work really hard on our behalf. So reach out, say thanks to them, and get to know them a little bit better. I'm going to ask President Lacey Simpson to come up with any closing words, but would you please thank our panel one more time? And tonight's reception, our sponsors are the Pacific Seafood Processors Association and ASME, who were on the previous panel, so we want to thank them as well. But boy, we've had a great day, lots of good information, inspiration. President Simpson, come close us out.
That's a lot of information, Robert. It always is. It's kind of a brain dump every time we do mid-session or the annual meeting. So thank you all very much again for coming for the first day. We have a totally action-packed second day, gonna dip into transportation a bit before we do the full transportation symposium on Thursday. So hopefully you stick around for that. Other issues, we heard some negative news today for sure, but some brighter spots, I think, tomorrow, not only transportation, but broadband and definitely mariculture. I'm really looking forward to getting more of an update on that. So thank you all very much for coming to day one. As Robert mentioned, our sponsors, please, if you see your sponsors out in the room tonight during the reception, please tell them thank you for their support and for their involvement in Southeast Conference. We would not be able to do events like this without their participation. So thank you all very much. And thanks to all of today's presenters and speakers